Oh boy, it's draft day. We're getting this.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, we're gonna get this thing started. What's up, everybody? Look, we're gonna get this thing kicked off here right away. Thanks for joining us. Jacob's gonna be here in a couple of minutes. The tree has been fixed up the road. Oh, I just called it. Jacob is here now.
What's up?
Let's
Oh,
see
look at
if
this.
my-
We're barely
I'm
even
good
began.
so far.
We're
Alright.
30 seconds in. I barely missed anything. Look at that.
Okay. I can't. So this has been happening now a little bit lately. We don't know why, where it takes me a minute to hear everything. But
Okay.
look, like I said, we're going to kick everything off. We're going to get it started. We're going to get going. We're going to have a great time.
All right.
Not gonna
Well, now,
Now I'm
so
back.
that I can get this out of the way, I'm going to go prepare my first drink of the night.
There we
And
go.
I didn't lose a bet, so I'll be drinking beautiful Guinness all night long.
So I will
That's
mute
right.
myself, and y'all get to stare at my room for a little bit.
No, we're good.
Yeah.
We're hitting the
By the
intro
way,
now.
have you noticed, Tom? My camera's actually working today, unlike yesterday's
It
show.
is, and you sound
Yeah,
great.
look at that.
I'm just gonna hope that my video stuff stops lagging me out here. We're gonna hit this intro. We're gonna get into it. Let's go. Yo, Billy's still making his drink. He's going to be back in a second. We'll explain the drink thing. Jacob, it's been a year, and this show has grown now to a level that I didn't fully expect it to hit, and it hit it quick. Everyone at Full Tilt has been, doing its thing. I want to give a shout out here first to Matthew Chester, who posted this comment at
Chester.
12:45 this afternoon. So I want to shout out to him. And obviously, we've got now fellow team member, right? Trav over here. He's sitting here. Look at that fucking intro. That's right. And Saltmeyer's already coming in hot for Billy. Chair might be better content than Billy. That's rough. Wait till we get the drinks here flowing. Matty B is checking into the chat. This is going to be a crazy night. We got Lucas in the back. He's doing the P's and Q's. Making sure everything runs. We have staff now. It's like the weirdest thing compared to last year where I was frantically just hitting buttons. But look, this is the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast. This is the second annual first round live draft show. This year, this draft show is being sponsored by none other than Trophy Smack. And of course, the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy. We got sponsors now. And as you can see at the top, Full Tilt Dynasty podcast, if you missed it last night, we are now teaming up. We are now partnered up with True North Fantasy Football. You see all the information at the top of the screen. You can go and check that out. And of course, you can go to truenorthffb.com/Full Tilt Dynasty. And guess what? You're going to get all of our content there, including last night's show with Scott Barrett. And I got to tell you, that man.
That was so fun.
Barry's in here trying to win the championship belt real early. He knows the rules. Lamar for MVP.
Oh, that's true.
Look, the rules are simple. Compliment me and talk well about the Ravens, and you move up the list. And I'm going to get into all of the giveaways and stuff here before guest number one, John Helmkamp, gets in here. Look, it's real easy and it's real simple. It goes like this.
Well, I even got my socks hat on for John.
Yeah,
I gotta turn it around for him.
We're teaming. I gotta get all my J stuff. Jacob, where's the straight vodka, bro?
Yeah,
Tarek
look,
is in here.
so I don't know if anybody's seen these clips that we occasionally put out from last year's draft show, and in each one of them, I am just exceedingly hammered from doing shots. And so this year's draft show is going to be significantly more tame. I have a nice little 4-pack of tall boys that I'll be sipping on because I didn't lose a bet. But our other co-host, Billy the Stone,
Has
Billy
definitely lost
Stone,
it.
he didn't
We're
lose a
gonna
bet.
explain
So
that.
last year in week 3, I think it was after week 2. It was our week 3 regular Full Tilt Dynasty podcast show. Mr. William Milestone and I did a bet, which was who will score more points the rest of the season, Allen Robinson or Mike Williams. And I was, of course, on the Mike Williams side. Billy was on the Allen Robinson side. And the terms of that bet were that the one person who won would get to determine the other person's drinks for the draft show. And so I have prepared a 5-course meal of drinks for Billy to be consuming on tonight's show. Billy, what is your first drink tonight?
It is a prairie oyster. Am I supposed to run down the ingredient?
Yes,
This is the most disgusting thing. The only thing that may be more disgusting than this one is the next one, in my eyes. So we got an egg, bourbon, Worcestershire sauce.
It's pronounced Worcester sauce?
I know. I like butchering it. Hot sauce and salt and pepper. And I went ahead and poured my half a glass of tomato juice for the next drink because I don't want this to last more than 5 seconds. So,
oh my God. Down the hatch.
all right.
This is why when you take bets, everyone.
Buddy. Woo!
Oh, took that. How's that one sit? Are we going to lose Billy halfway through to salmonella? I don't know. The chat's absolutely going off. We love every single one. Obviously, the Colts don't have a pick. But if they traded up, what realistic would tilt Jacob the most? Isaiah Spiller.
Well, first of all, them trading up would tilt me the most. So I'd already be pretty tilted. No, tomorrow we'll see. I'll try and make sure that I'm live. We're going to be back a little bit tomorrow. We're not doing like the full 5 hours because we're going to be pretty gassed after tonight, but we'll be on for a little bit tomorrow. I don't know if we'll be on when the Colts pick, and I'll be on Carp Show tomorrow. So I'll make sure that I'm live somewhere when the Colts pick, even if it's just me literally pressing live. But yeah, I don't want them to. Here it is, John. I got to turn it around just for you, buddy.
Right. John's going to come in a minute and keep us riding.
Yeah, Tom doesn't realize, but John is already on the call.
Billy brought him in. Anyway, real quick. Look, we do
had
have
a heart attack for a second because
a
dude
get
came
through,
on with a big beard,
obviously.
and I was like, I'm pretty sure that's John. And then you were like, he'll be on soon. I was like, who the hell is that then?
Giveaways and all that. What?
Yeah, your audio's not syncing up.
Oh.
All right, you're back now. You're listening.
You're good.
Go ahead. You're good to go. Tom?
Yeah, that was look, this thing, we're gonna have to be dealing with this throughout the night. I don't know why everything's been deciding to happen this way, but this is how it's going. So you guys take over for a second. Oh God, Billy didn't like that one. Take over for a second, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think what's gonna happen is that when guests come in, I think what's going to happen is that Billy and I are going to momentarily take on hosting duties until Tom's audio gets figured out. So how's it going, John?
It's good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. So you got your Bears gear and everything going on. Obviously, Bears will not be picking tonight, but who would you like to see? Right, theoretically, what would you like to see from the Bears draft? Would you want them to trade up into round 1?
I mean, it's a possibility, and really the only way that I see it being feasible is if they can trade Robert Quinn. I think that's a piece because his contract is so huge, it just doesn't make sense on part of a rebuilding roster. Right. So if he could be a part of a package deal where they could move up and go get like one of the Ohio State wide receivers to pair back with Justin Fields, that's like a pipe dream scenario for me that I do not expect to happen whatsoever.
So let's say the more likely scenario is they pick in round 2.
Yeah.
Do you want a wide receiver? And if so, which wide receiver?
I need a wide receiver for Fields.
I agree.
He can't just be throwing to like
Demir Bird.
I don't even fucking know who.
Demir Bird.
Darnell Mooney. Like
Rodney Adams.
Yeah, Rodney Adams, like
that guy.
Daz Newsom getting promoted from the practice squad. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the plan is because they had Byron Pringle who just got arrested for like reckless driving or whatever.
And that wasn't even a plan, for being honest.
No, it wasn't. They have to come away with at least a wide receiver, if not 2, at some point in this draft. Now they've got
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, they've got the 2 seconds. I could see them sticking with the first one. No, I broke up with Seattle when I moved away from the Pacific Northwest because they're so stupid and John Schneider pissed me off. And I was living in Chicago and I'm just like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm going Chicago. It's my new adopted team, and I feel much better about my choices. But yeah, I could see them sticking with pick 39 and taking a wide receiver if one of a couple names falls. George Pickens is the name that I would love to see if he falls, but I keep seeing him mocked at the end of round 1. So I don't know if he's going to quite make it there. Christian Watson, also a potential late first round guy. Sky Moore could be a guy that falls to 39. So there are names there that are getting mocked in the late first. If just like one of them falls out, then I like the opportunity there. If not, then go for someone later, like a Alec Pierce later on sort of guy. But they need to go heavy on offensive line and wide receiver in this draft, because you just got to build around Fields. You got to protect him, and you got to start giving him some weapons. We're not going to compete this year, but you got to give him what it takes for him to grow in the NFL. So
I could not agree more with everything. Yeah. Like, I think, to me, if I have a young quarterback, I'm just not worried about defense until I'm able to evaluate my quarterback. Like, when you're in the evaluation stage where you don't know for sure if your quarterback is a franchise guy yet, to me, like, all the priority has to be offensive line and receiving weapons and giving yourself a chance to know, is this the guy? And then once you know it's the guy, then you can start addressing the defense, because then at least you know that you have the foundation right. But to me, it's very important that you look at guys like Zach Wilson, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields coming in off of years that were inconsistent to bad, that we make sure that these guys have the right infrastructure where at least these teams have a better chance to see if this is the actual guy. And I really hope that happens, because if Fields gets stuck throwing to that shit show behind that shit show of an offensive line, like, you're setting your own franchise up for failure, because at the end of the year, you're going to say, well, I don't even know if Fields is the guy because he wasn't good, but he had nothing to work with. Give him something to work with.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel. I feel like they've got to address it. I'm also just a gigantic John Mechie fan. Like, he's my late wide receiver crush in this class, because I think that he profiles as a slot guy that could be a target hog, like an Amon-Ra St. Brown, like a Jalen Waddle that we saw last year. Obviously, he's not 4.2 fast like Waddle is, but someone that can be a friendly target to a quarterback. So that could be a name also that serves a different role from like an Alec Pierce or a Christian Watson, but something that could also be a big benefit, I think, to Fields later would be a guy like Mechie that can just get open in the short to intermediate and let, Mooney start developing more of that downfield role.
I like that you mentioned. Oh, go ahead, Tom.
One of the reasons I was so worried about their head coaching decision was that I was wondering that they would just start building the defense for the head coach and offense with, well, we'll figure it out later, but build the defense first. Scares me big time. I used to disagree with Jacob on the offensive head coaches should be offensive minded coaches. I used to disagree with him all the time, but I've completely switched my stance. Like, offensive coordinators get picked up for head coaching jobs all the time. That's why you end up seeing guys have 4 offensive coordinators in 5 years. So I'm worried about the Bears and their lack of draft picks, thinking that they desperately need to, build on the defense. I believe it was your tweet that I saw that you wanted to see them package a Robert Quinn and one of those picks and move up. And I think that that would be such I'm not sure what Robert Quinn's contract is, but
it's heavy. It's a lot.
But he balled out last year. So, I mean,
someone like Baltimore would be a great fit because they got no pressure last year. Oh, that's right. You're a Ravens fan. They got no pressure on the quarterback last year. You know that you guys are going to be looking at defensive end early in this class. Someone like a veteran, like a Robert Quinn that can come in and immediately add, pass rush for you could be an option.
Yeah, they're definitely in a trade down stage, but I think they only have like 7.5 in cap space. So I think the Bears would have to eat.
Cap's a myth. I don't care.
Yeah.
The Ravens seem to not agree that the cap is the myth because they do not manipulate their cap at all. And it drives for such a smart franchise, right? That they're analytically sound. They're the kings of going for 2 to win games. Like, awesome. They can't seem to fuck around with the cap at all. Obviously, the chat is balling right now. Barry is asking
how that I'll push back. Here's where I'll push back a little bit on the cap as a myth. Like, I think that it is to a point, but there does come a point of diminishing returns. Like we've seen with the Saints, like as much like, yes, they are able to get legally under the cap every year, but they also lost Teron Armstead for nothing, right? Like they also have lost like major pieces of their team that they're not able to replace because they have to keep getting under the cap, right? So they're able to restructure their guys that are under contract, stay legally under the cap and remain like a franchise in good standing with the NFL, but they're also not re-signing their own premium free agents. And I think, yeah, and I think like to me, I don't know, like the Saints are a team, for instance, now that I think is pretty rudderless. Like I understand why, if you're a team in the Saints situation when Drew Brees had 1 or 2 years left, why you're very willing to just kick the can down the road of pain and say we're just going all in now. We're going to maximize our chance now. Like I love what the Rams have done. But now in the post-Drew Brees era, I really don't understand why the Saints are continuing to kick the can down the road. Like, I like what the Chiefs did, for instance, where they decided, like, yeah, we could restructure a lot of guys, pay Tyreek Hill $30 million. But I think they looked at it reasonably and said, okay, you know what? Justin Herbert's on a rookie contract. Broncos just traded for Russ Wilson, who's, you know, has a few more years left in his major prime. We'll just take the pain now. And then we have Patrick Mahomes, so we get to operate on whatever timeline we want to operate on. We'll do a little bit of a reset. We're still going to be competitive this year, but we just won't be maximized. We'll eat it now, and then we can maximize our opportunities later on. So I think you can navigate the salary cap, but I also think it's smart sometimes when teams don't just continue kicking the can down the road to a point where you have $70 million of dead cap on your sheet.
Yeah.
I
get it. It makes sense.
One of the benefits of having people like Anand on the Bird app is being able to constantly harass him during free agent periods, asking him about cap information. And I'm sure he's over it, but Anand, we love you very much. I know you're having a great time in Vegas right now. Vegas actually tweeted at him directly that they were ready for him to come this year. So happy, but getting the little bit of insight that teams don't necessarily want to do all this restructuring. Like it really, from what he told me, it sounds like it almost creates not a bad blood scenario, but kind of an uncomfortable scenario when you're constantly being asked to have your contract renewed. So I'm kind of glad Baltimore doesn't do it that much. But in the case of getting a guy, say like Robert Quinn, yeah, I'd very much be happy not having guys like Parnell McPhee and Justin Houston in his 40s. It seems like be the leading pass rushers. So I agree.
Well,
but
go ahead.
I was going to
say, like it becomes kind of because money isn't going anywhere. Like that money is still going to end up in the pocket of these players for the most part, unless they do some really crazy stuff. But
usually a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly.
What they do. So what they usually do on these restructures, in case anyone doesn't know what like a restructure is. So usually what it is they add void years to a contract. And then they increase the degree to which the contract is in a signing bonus. So if I sign Billy to a 4-year contract for $40 million and I put $10 million of that in the signing bonus allocates $2.5 million over each year on the cap sheet, but he gets it up front. And so then if I add 2 extra void years on the contract, it allows me to stretch the signing bonus further. I convert some of the base salary into a signing bonus. So I stretch that over dead cap on years that he'll eventually be cut. And then it creates less of a cap space in the near term. So the player ends up getting a little bit of extra money. This is really boring and no one cares. John, who's your favorite player that you want to see drafted tonight? And where do you want them to be drafted?
No, I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. And I'm just sitting here going, none of that sounds like you should be allowed to do it.
Yeah, exactly. No, 100%.
Like none of it makes any sense.
We had a 2008 financial crisis, John. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you shouldn't be able to do that people let you do.
It's fine.
Well, that Apple money's going to come in. That Apple money's going to come in, and the cap is going to go up like 70 mil or some shit.
Yeah. So
not going to matter.
To your question about like someone that I want to see drafted tonight. God, there's so many names. I love this draft because it feels so much more wide open than like any NFL draft we've seen in a long time. And it's so exciting because I have no idea what the hell's going to happen tonight. Personally, I think the one guy, and it's not a fantasy name at all, but the one guy that I just have my flag planted on and what has happened to him over the last 4 to 6 months or so pisses me off to no end is Kayvon Thibodeau. It drives me absolutely up the wall. I'm a University of Oregon fan. My mom went to U of O. I've been watching this guy for 3 years be the most dominant player on the field every time. He was like the consensus number 1 overall pick before last college football season started. And then all of a sudden, now he's not even the like 3rd best edge rusher in the class. Like, I don't understand what the hell happened. And maybe it's all a smokescreen. Maybe Jacksonville takes him at 1. But if he goes through a fall because people are questioning his motor and his drive and all that shit, I'm sick of it. It makes me really angry. So, I mean, I'm looking at Daniel Jeremiah's last mock draft right now, and it has Seattle taking him at 10. And I'm just like, how did that happen to this guy that he went from a potential 1st overall draft pick to one great season by Aiden Hutchison, meaning that Aiden Hutchison is the better defensive end, even though when Thibodeau was on the field this last year, he was as dominant. He just was injured for a couple games.
Yeah,
one of the doesn't add up.
One of the things listening to I was going to say one of the things listening to Tailgate, right, and friend of the show, Austin Gale, was that it's a lot to do with his aspirations off the field, that it really feels like that's the quote unquote coachability and aspirations off the field. He wants to open a school and so teams are like, oh, is his heart really in the game?
How dare he want to open a fucking school?
I know.
Like, good God.
But I know. Like LeBron James did, by the way. I know that I'm sure that people really regret drafting LeBron James, who opened a charter school. He was a horrible athlete.
Part of my thing is, like, we don't know why teams make these decisions, but after watching a player get cut for ordering a pizza, not a chicken salad, in the USFL by Jeff Fisher's team, which I have no idea, but I'm talking about it now. Like, nothing surprises me anymore when it
Jeff Fisher thing ever, by the way.
Yeah. 1,000% it is. Toronto Dave is here. We love Toronto Dave. I want the Colts to draft Sky Moore for Jacob.
Oh, gosh, yeah. I mean, that'll be tomorrow. I promise you this. If the Colts draft Sky Moore, I will go live. Whether I'm already on a live show or whether I'm just going live by myself, I will, like, take a video of me just, like, running laps around the neighborhood with joy. I'd be so happy. But
if Chicago gets a wide receiver at 39, like, and a one that deserves to be picked at 39, like a Sky Moore, a George Pickens, something like that.
Yeah,
it's going to be really hard to not just immediately buy that jersey.
I'm interested. I'm interested that you mentioned Pickens a couple times, because he seems like, in my opinion, one of the biggest range of outcomes in this draft. Like, he could go 22 to the Packers if there's a huge run on wide receivers, or there's rumors of him pushing late into day 2.
Well, what's interesting with him is that it sounds like there's off-field question marks based on, we've all seen the video when he got tossed against Georgia Tech. And there's been whispers. There's always whispers. And by the way, when I say that there are off-field question marks, I'm not saying I have off-field question marks. I've never met these people. I've never talked to their coaches. I have zero opinions on these guys. I have nothing. I don't know. It sounds like there's whispers out there that people aren't a big fan of Pickett's, and it creates variance, because it sounds like there's probably some teams that have him off their board, and then there's other teams that have checked into him and say we're A-okay. And so it just depends. Are the teams that don't have issues off field with him, are they the ones that end up in a position to draft him when he's at the top of their board talent wise? And we don't know who those teams are. So yeah, I agree. If there's a team that likes what they've heard on Pickens, that has him at the top of their board where they come up round 1, he could go round 1. If it goes the other way, maybe he ends up falling down the board. We'll see.
Yeah, I agree. I think that he's got a really wide range of outcomes. I think that Sky Moore is pretty much locked into being late first to mid second. I think this is pretty much for Christian Watson. But Pickens could go all over.
Could go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So, look, before this draft gets fully kicked off, I just want to run down a couple of things. Okay, first off, we are giving away Trophy Smack is dope, and they provided us with a Full Tilt Dynasty podcast custom championship belt. As a former pro wrestler, let me tell you, a championship belt looks good anywhere you go. The mall, picking up your kids from school, I brought it to softball many times, just flex on everyone. You're going to want to get this, and it's really easy to do. All you have to do to win the championship belt is have the best comment of the night. Best comment. We're watching your comments. Okay, we got Lucas in the back. He's waiting for him. We're gonna pick some out, right? And at the end of the night, probably announce it tomorrow. We're gonna know who has won the Full Tilt Dynasty Podcast Championship belt. It's that easy. Second, the Saquon Barkley jersey giveaway entry it's done. We're gonna pick the winner tonight. So I mean, hey, you want to go follow, subscribe, and send us a picture of that? Super dope. It doesn't count for today. You missed. You cut off. You basic. And then other than that, we're giving away some True North stuff. We're giving away it's just a full night of great times. We also have the draft here live. We're going to get the picks when they come in. You're going to hear them when we hear them. So sit tight for that. We got that locked in for you. We are going to try. So Mark Shue, we're going to try to get him in here. He is at the draft right now. He's going to be pulling interviews off air from fans after picks get made. We're going to try to get him on air. It was very busy and bussin' out there in Vegas, obviously. So if we can make it work, we're going to make it work. Other than that, the draft is number one pick is we're almost ready for the Goodell. The Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. We're almost ready. I'm going to try to time that audio.
Whoa, Kurt going with the goatee.
He looks good.
He is the GOAT.
That's interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Billy, I see that you're saying that your drink is vile. Have you mentioned what it is you're drinking at this point now?
This is Jacob. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is a Canadian red eye. It is
so
half tomato juice, half beer. This is the most disgusting thing I've ever tasted.
Also known as a michelada.
I should clarify. If you enjoy this drink, I completely understand it. I don't like tomatoes.
So that's really unfortunate you don't like tomatoes because there's a pretty high degree of tomato and clamato juice that I worked into my menu tonight. And I did this not to torture Billy. I had zero idea that Billy didn't like tomatoes. John, I don't know if you missed this when we were explaining it, but basically I won a bet last year with Billy. And so now I got to pick all of his drinks for tonight. And so we started with a prairie oyster, which is just admittedly disgusting. You had to drink a raw egg with some alcohol and some spices.
That sounds good.
Yeah, and then we worked our way in, and basically I designed it around the idea of a menu. So he had breakfast and then an appetizer, et cetera, and I didn't want him to go and buy 7 million different ingredients. So I just kept working in the tomato juice, and I had no idea that he hates tomatoes. But I really wanted to emphasize Canadian drinks. There's a lot of tomato and clamato juice in Canadian drinks, so unfortunately it's tomato season.
If I'm not here by hour 3, it's because I'm throwing up tomato juice.
Or maybe it might be the wrong. I just want to shout out Linda. TT has said at least 3 phrases I'm too old for in 4 minutes. Look, usually I'm the one being picked on for being the old guy in the group that doesn't understand things.
Linda in the chat? Oh my
gosh.
Yeah,
Linda is showing up and showing out for us here this evening. I'm so happy the Broncos have a quarterback and you can just sit back and relax. So I love that for you. The Drew Lock experience is now over, and unfortunately that's now starting in Seattle. So we've got Mark queued up here in the next few minutes. I'm going to pray that my whole weird thing when people come in doesn't make things go all fritzy right now because, storms in Winnipeg seem to be never ending. But, here's the thing. Other than that, guys, the number one pick is debated. Who has put their money down on the number one pick here? I want to start with John. What did you put down, and what's the prop?
I've got money on Aiden Hutchison as of this morning at plus 400 because
plus 400.
Plus 400.
It was minus 140 for me at the time. God damn.
I saw plus 400 this morning. I think it's up to plus 5 now because the odds would just keep slanting away. But I'm I can't not place that money. I'm not one to do the contrarian thing. If someone's a minus 600 favorite, I'm not going to bet that and be oh yay, I profited 2 cents. So Aiden Hutchinson, and then just out of pure dedication, I threw a couple shells at Kayvon Thibodeau because his odds were plus 5,000 earlier this morning, and I was you know what, I love you, I'm gonna burn this money, and I know I'm not going to see it back, but I'm putting it on there in case it's all been a giant smokescreen and it happens.
I actually put money down on Neil going number 1 just because he was mentioned and it was like plus 2,500. I was like, I'm going to put some money on that because I don't trust any of these coaches to think rationally. I still think the Jaguars sat there just watching draft day over and over and over so they can study how to not get bamboozled in trade discussions. I don't trust their front office to do anything rational today. Like, every team in the NFL already hates them for screwing up the wide receiver market and having everyone lose their star wide receivers. So they all hate them for that. I can't wait. We're almost here. Jacob, your bet for number 1.
I feel like I'm feeling pretty good. I was able to still get on Trayvon Walker when he was plus 190.
Nice.
I think he's going to go first overall. And then I'm more interested in number 2 because I'm pretty invested in Hutch at number 2. So
that would be the best story.
We'll see. I think I'm increasingly feeling as though my bet will not hit. And I think that I currently, if I was to do my mock draft at present, I actually think that Kayvon Thibodeau will end up going number 2 to the Lions. It was pretty wild, the market movement. So originally when Walker went like way down, so I was able to get Walker at plus 190. The next day he went down to minus 300 for first overall. And the Hutch market really lagged it. And just everything that I had been hearing was that Detroit loved Hutch if he was available. And so I thought, well, if we're getting better odds on Hutch 2 than we are Walker 1, I just felt like that was the bet to make at that point. And then the Thibodeau news kind of came in, and I was not that sure. And then Hutch dropped like a rock. He ended up he bottomed out to like minus 400. It got taken off the books, got put back on the books, and then the Thibodeau price has almost evened it. So it's really interesting. I last year I was like 100% confident almost in terms of how the first 4 picks at least were going to go off the board. And this year I honestly have no idea, even at 2.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I still put money on Wilson too, just because I had to. The odds were so good, I had to. Because you're right, you don't know. We've got Mark Shue in a minute or two. We're gonna try that, and again, see if my patience is gonna be tested. But other than that, man, I can't wait to get this thing. I feel like I'm already just dying of anticipation, even though this year for fantasy football, like the top 5 to 7 doesn't look like it's going to be very good for our side of the tracks, if you would.
So different than last year, right? Like last year went with skill positions, like it went with 6 consecutive fantasy starting positions, followed by another offensive player, which at least had fantasy implications. And then it was like the countdown till Fields and Mack, and we got Smith in the middle of that. Like, it was so fun for fantasy. Quarterback, tight end, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide. When do you think we get the first fantasy startable position, and where does he go, and who is it?
9.
6 to the Panthers.
6. I think that maybe tackle, but I don't know.
Oh, I'm not counting tackle. I'm saying when do we get the first quarterback, running back, wide receiver, or tight end? And if you say it's going to be a tight end, then I want to know what you've been looking at.
I keep taking Pickett to the Panthers.
Yeah, I
don't think that's happening until it doesn't.
I don't know what Carolina's going to do because they should have taken a quarterback last year and they took a corner.
Now they should take a corner.
The absolute latest that we're going to see is, I think, Atlanta at 8.
I think that's what we're going to see. I think Atlanta takes Drake London at 8, and I think that will be the first fantasy position.
London over Wilson?
Yeah,
there's been a lot of smoke.
I've heard no smoke from Wilson for Atlanta. I've heard a lot on London, and I've heard some for Jameson Williams. But I haven't heard anything coming out of Atlanta as much on Wilson. So I think it'll be Williams or London.
Now, I am absolutely fascinated to see what the Jets and the Giants do, each with 2 picks in the top 10. Like, I can't wait to see what they do because they each need wide receivers. It's just, are they going to prioritize it that high in the draft? Does one of them find a trade partner to trade down and pick up, a team to 20 pick and then adding a third or something like that? I'm fascinated by what those two are going to do because there's a good chance that some of our favorite fantasy assets are going to New York in some cases.
I can't wait to see 4 busts drafted to New York teams in the top 10 picks.
Scott Barrett kind of got into me yesterday for saying Zach Wilson is probably shitty, and I kind of want to see him get a receiver now, and so that receiver could do terribly, so I can go back next year with him and remind him that Zach Wilson was in fact shitty. So shout out to Scott for correcting me on that one yesterday. Again, Mark is on the way. The Rams are. Oh my goodness. Okay, I was gonna say, wait a minute, what's going on here? This is just a little preview they have going on. I was like, what?
Oh God, I was like, did they make a trade? I was hyper.
The Rams are sending Cooper Kupp to the Jaguars for
the 101.
Oh, that's funny.
Let's see. Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey are going to Jacksonville.
That was just me not having the
Jalen Ramsey back in
show on.
That'd be a shit show.
Oh my God, that'd be so fun. He just deliberately stands still as receivers run past him. Like he's just deliberately shitting on them. I think that would be something.
No,
so
he's got too much ego. He wouldn't do that to himself.
It's true. That's also true. He would just not show up, I think. I feel like that'd be his move. Yeah, I don't know. I like Ritter in Seattle early. Like they obviously
I can see that.
I think right now. So look, I have bets on Willis going to Pittsburgh pretty much no matter what, and I have Ritter going to Seattle pretty much no matter what. It's just when. Like, does Pittsburgh move up? That's not a very Pittsburgh thing to do. Does Seattle take them early, which is a super Seattle thing to do, or do they trade back up, which is a not Seattle thing to do?
That's what I think they do.
You think it's late, right?
So my take on the quarterbacks right now, I think that Carolina is going to trade out of 6. I think they're going to take the first quarterback somewhere in the teens. I think they trade up. I think they do a trade with a team like potentially New Orleans, potentially the Eagles. I think that one of those teams with the 2 firsts moves up into the 6th slot to either get a offensive tackle if it's New Orleans or an edge rusher if it's the Eagles. I think Carolina then takes Willis.
Trade up for Thibs.
Yep, that's
in Philly.
Oh,
I think Philly would trade up for Thibodeau, and I think that the Saints would trade up for any of the 3 tackles, and then I think Carolina will take Malik Willis in the teens. I think that the Steelers will then take Pickett at 20, and I think that the Seattle Seahawks take Ritter, trading back up into late first. That's my bold prediction for the quarterbacks.
Here's my bold prediction of the draft is that Chris Olave in some way ends up in the top 10.
I think it's possible.
I got a fun one. The Packers trade Jordan Love to the Falcons, somehow get up to 8 and draft the first wide receiver off the board.
That would be amazing.
It's weird how little it's been going around. There's been a lot of talk about Jordan Love to the
Falcons. There has. There was like Atlanta has never pursued a player harder. Like that was a line that I saw today, and I was like, really? Like,
I don't know, taking Pitts that early, I would say, is them kind of going after a player really, really aggressively. If you ask me, judging by my takes from last year's draft show, which I appropriately got roasted for.
By the way,
drafted Jordan Love
every damn year, every single year. The number 1 pick never goes on the clock when it's supposed to. Every single time.
Who do you predict looking like a donkey after the first round? Still the Jets somehow.
Raiders.
Seattle.
I don't know how, but the Raiders.
Seattle.
You think?
We'll find a way. John Schneider will find a way to mess this up.
Okay,
He'll trade down out of his early first and come away with a 3rd round linebacker and then a 4th round safety. That's what he'll end up doing.
That sounds very Seattle. Look, Mark he was here and then he left. So I don't know if we're going to be, Mark said he's having a hard time securing a connection in Vegas, which obviously understandable. It's probably a hellscape out there for that, but we're going to keep trying. We're going to see if we can make it work. If not, Mark is definitely getting interviews with people out there. Look,
that's awesome.
He is back. I do see Mark. Okay, now I am going to dip for a second. And then we're going to bring Mark in, and hopefully that fixes our little issue. So here we go. We're going to bring Mark in.
Oh, Mark, are you there?
Mark, can you hear us? Mark,
are you awake?
Mark,
his camera was on in the little preview thing at the bottom, but I'm not. Those of you who are watching live at home with the Full Tilt Dynasty Podcast Draft Show are clearly not seeing him right now. Mark, can you hear us?
Man, we are just a ship without a sail here when Tom leaves.
As soon as Tom leaves, it's all gone.
I was out here trying to. There we go. Look at this.
Mark, how you doing?
Hey, there's somebody.
We can't. You're a little quiet, but we can hear you.
Oh,
And now you're still.
Mark.
We really tried, guys. We really tried. Like maybe if I can adjust my StreamYard background to make this, maybe I'll give off the same.
Oh my God! Look at Derek's hair.
Oh yeah, so he's got the samurai hair. Oh no, he doesn't.
Guy that gave 9 great games. That's my personal opinion on it. Obviously, I know that others have different opinions. I know Daniel Jeremiah that Hutchison is his number 1 player in the draft, but like I feel horrible for Thibodeau because he did nothing to hurt his draft stock, yet he's looking at potentially taking a slide. And
well, I don't know. He expressed intellectual opinions.
He's smart, man. Like he's so well spoken. Like listening to him, it sounds like Cam Jordan. Like it's that kind of interview, and I love it.
Yeah, and forever and for some shocking reason, these backwards, shut up and dribble NFL types have decided that using your intellect for things other than football is a reason to be taken off the draft board. So
right,
I don't get it.
Also, hello again, everybody. Oh my God,
like it's crazy.
Right,
like
so
the reports that say that Thibodeau is legitimately off some teams' boards, like for literally what? Like,
I heard that with Evan Neal too.
Okay,
well, okay, so he has a medical issue.
Yeah. Yes.
Right, but like Thibodeau has like apparently just like personality reasons, like right, like some team is going to take frickin' Wyatt in round 1 potentially tonight, and yet Thibodeau is off teams' boards because he wants to use his brain. It's perplexing, but we see this every year.
Well, look, we've got Carr up at the podium. We just had Ice Cube up at the podium. They look like they're about ready to get kicked off. It's gonna be interesting to see. Here we go.
Man, Ice Cube would just be such a party. Like,
all right, Las Vegas, time to get this show started. You ready?
Let's get it
The
started.
doors are not as heavy as normal.
The 2022 NFL Draft is now officially open.
There we go. We love to hear. They're
hey, the NFL
The
Draft,
Jacksonville
ladies and gentlemen.
Jaguars are now on the clock.
Love that. I love that little addition. Look, everything might not be working correctly, but that's fucking working correctly.
Yeah, that feels good.
And that's what matters. Doesn't matter how mad I am at the rest of this stuff today, because holy, it's getting rough.
These guys have had their pick like locked in and submitted for a while.
They're
all just laid back.
Are they catching up on what's on the DVR? I mean, come on now.
Okay, I thought they were going to actually announce their pick. Yeah, they definitely. I think it's one of those things production wise. Look, John, we love you. This 2 years in a row you have kicked off the program for us, and every time it's just been top tier. So,
well, thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. New York Times. Now,
New York Post.
Yeah.
New York Post.
Ooh.
Sorry, I wrote that down incorrectly.
The other New York
Post. I'm a jackass.
But yeah.
Mr. New York
Not the Wordle one.
Post now. Look, I love the bleep edition. I'm going to abuse it. I'm going to abuse the bleep edition. Look, again, we want to say thank you, man. Kicking off a show like this it is wild. So thank you very much. Let people know where you're at if they're not following you already before we get Anthony going for this first pick.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me on. It's always a blast. Twitter at John Helmkamp. No one knows how to spell that, so ask these guys and they'll point you in the right direction.
We got you.
Yeah, I'm a sports writer and editor and producer over at the New York Post now, which has just been a freaking blast, and I love it. So it's been cool, guys, and you guys have a great night. Enjoy the draft and all the chaos that comes with it, and hopefully we do it again next year.
Yeah,
we can't wait.
John.
You're the first call, John. Thanks again.
All right, thanks, guys.
Ciao. All right, that was John Helmkamp. Man, that guy, he changed allegiances on Seattle. Like, and that's rough. Look, we're gonna try to bring Anthony in, and hopefully, I'm gonna end up having to leave again to come back. I don't know what's going on with that, but we're gonna make it work tonight. So I'm gonna probably end up taking a step out, but bringing in now is one of mi familia, one of our boys, fan favorite for the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast, as the Mob Ties episodes are some of our most downloaded and replayed episodes. It's always a great time. I'm getting this in now before I get booted from my own show, but this is Anthony Carenti of Dynasty Drive.
What is good, Anthony?
Boys, what's up? How's your mothers, your fathers?
There's a bit of a history where every time Anthony comes on, I got to get angry. So that means the Packers are going to trade up here and take Jack
another
Home.
Quarterback. Yeah.
They'll take Carson Strong.
I was looking at draft odds.
We know they love quarterbacks from the Mountain West.
Yeah, Carson Strong was plus 20,000 to go number 1 overall. So that means if you bet $100 on him, you would lose $100.
What was what was the Kevin quote? It's like, if anyone ever gives you plus 1,000, you have to take it.
So if John, what was it? John Mellencamp ever wins an Emmy, I'm going to be a very rich man. How you doing, Tom? You awake?
I'm back.
Oh, it worked. Nice. Look at that.
Thanks, computer. I think I've almost figured it out. Before somebody comes in, I just have to leave and come back in right away because for some reason this thing is not liking it. But we're gonna get through this fucking thing. Anthony, my man, say hello to your mother for me. Hope your sister's doing all right. But look, obviously the draft, you've been writing your tail off on these rookies. This is your thing. This is what you do. Couple things. First off, what is it in the glass? I'm curious about what's in the glass.
4 Roses single barrel.
Oh, Anthony, a man after my heart. I also got to know what's that in the hair. Like we've been looking at the hairdos at the draft. I think you got the best one.
Thank you. Yeah.
Looking good.
Your hair is on fire, dude.
He's all clash.
I just came home from work. Look, let me tell you something. I left work a couple minutes early because I was like, I'm not gonna. I had to time it right. I was petrified that I was like, I don't want to show up late for these guys. I like you guys. I don't want to show up late for you. I ran in the door. My wife, bless her heart, she's putting the kids to bed. I ran in, kissed the kids goodnight, poured a little bourbon. Hopped on with you fellas. So
that's
timing was perfect.
Anthony got the best bourbon there is out there in that glass.
You know, this is I bought the bottle a couple days ago and tried it for the first time. It's excellent.
I love me some 4 Roses single barrel.
Yeah, very, very good.
Well, let's hear it, man. Who's going first overall? Because we haven't gotten the pick yet. Is it going to be?
Yeah, we just keep talking about his hair.
Anthony, I need you to turn your monitor
I would be
off.
the one to get this show back on the road.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, because not only is
is the pick
going to get mad at us for having the video on, I actually do have audio that we're going to pump in. It's small time delayed, so the pick is going to come in. The pick is in. Eagles fans are doing what Eagles fans do, being loud and take. Oh, those are Jags fans. Oh, okay, the old Jags jerseys look like
Trayvon Walker
jerseys.
Is it Walker?
It's Walker, yeah. Which not surprising.
Jacob, we talked about that.
Quit ruining the picks.
Stop blowing the picks. Like I'll fly over across this country before. In the same time, it takes my computer to reconnect me and beat the shit out of you. I have this set up for a reason.
Sorry, guys. My sources are telling me it might be Trayvon Walker.
There you go. If you're going to tip the picks, you got to tip them right.
You from the call now, and I go mad with power.
You know what?
I have so much tomato juice in my veins right now.
It is true. He is drinking a ton of tomato juice. So if this pick is Walker, can we say the Lions are taking Hutchison? Like, that?
They should.
I just don't see a way.
It doesn't seem like they're going to based off today, right?
I think they're taking Thibodeau.
Yeah, it seems like Thibodeau too.
Thibodeau wore white
Michigan guy go. I can't see them letting Michigan's son played Michigan go outside of Detroit. That just seems like such a narrative-driven thing that the NFL just dies.
I definitely agree
about
the narrative.
Good on the Texans if Hutch falls to them.
Yeah,
but
I'm holding out hope Hutch falls to 4.
I think Hutch. So, okay, first of all, I'm hoping that Hutch goes 2 because that's what I have money on. But to hedge against that, I think Hutch is going to be the 4th overall pick.
Ooh.
I think that,
Really?
I don't know. I'm believing the same smoke Scott was believing last night, that the Texans are actually going to take Stingley.
I think they love a corner there. Yeah.
I can't believe Hutch went from 1st overall to 4th in like 48 hours.
Well, he hasn't yet, to be fair. He might go 2. Or technically he might go 1. We don't know yet.
That dude walking around in Eric Stokes jersey? Hell yeah.
Here's what I have to say regarding KT is that KT was photographed wearing white Cartier buffs, which are synonymous with Detroit fashion. And I don't think that he would wear those to the draft if he didn't know he was going to Detroit.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting into fashion senses now.
They're
spectrum, baby.
Those sunglasses are a Detroit cultural icon.
Are they?
Every time they pan over the crowd, you see a lot of jerseys, but none of them are couple.
Georgia Bulldog to be chosen 1st overall since Matthew Stafford.
Oh, there we go.
Who is a Super Bowl champion now in Los Angeles, and this is a wonderful moment for him. And the Jaguars select, as you were suspecting over the last 48 hours, the Georgia Bulldog.
And he's going to first day.
So Trayvon Walker is Jacob's sources are correct.
Jacob's Twitter was correct.
Yeah, we're gonna stay off of that. Hopefully for everyone listening, until the bit gets old. Anyway, Anthony, obviously we were talking to John earlier about how long is it going to take till we see like one of our guys, someone that we can talk about, someone that we can write about, someone that we can get excited for. What's the earliest?
You don't play IDP, bro?
No,
Yeah, I think that
this is not an IDP Bros podcast.
It's an IDP draft.
Yeah.
the first like 7 picks could be tackles, defensive linemen, and corners.
I think you nailed that. I was going to say 8's the spot, right? Like 8 to me, I think is the Falcons could take Jameson Williams is what I keep coming back to for the Falcons. 3rd
different receiver now we've heard on this show. We've had London, Wilson, and now Jameson Williams.
I don't think Billy's spending enough time on the team Reddit pages.
Detroit was ready for that.
I think Williams is possible. I'm sticking with London, but I think Williams is the 2nd most likely for Atlanta. And that's based off of just me spending way too much time trying to grind beat reporters. And now watch it be Wilson. And then I've just wasted so much time.
Matthew, I gave you a huge shout out for leaving that comment hella early today. That was absolutely
you were in the we were like doing sound check and Matthew was in here.
Yeah, we loved that. We appreciate it. Sky to the Chiefs. That would be an absolute dream scenario to rub into.
Can we talk about pick number 2 yet, or are you?
Yeah, my sources tipped me the 2nd overall.
Okay, my sources have given me.
Guys,
you have it too, Jacob.
This year right here is like I have a lot of sources.
Billy literally set his to a delay to not do this. All right.
Yes.
So I have
a lot of money on the line tonight, man. I have to know where I'm going.
We want to talk about money. Let's talk about how much money and time it's taken me to fix this audio setup to be able to feed the audio in. All right. So let's keep that in mind. So Tom here doesn't lose my shit and give you all how you doing the next time I go to give you a hug, if you know what I mean. Know what I'm saying? Know what it is. God.
All right.
These guys.
Tom, do we got a Goodell walking up to the podium?
I do not see Goodell walking up to the podium yet.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
No. I don't know why this is taking as long as it is for me. Like why I'm on such a horrific delay here, but I'm the host, so that's how it works. Guys,
he controls the media.
I do. I really do. We talked about this fascism before, and you know what? It bodes in my favor. Now the boos are starting for Goodell.
Yeah, you're a tradition, baby.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Aiden Hutchison.
I knew it.
Yeah. It makes so much sense.
I knew
all the sense in the world.
That was my most aggressive bet a couple of days ago was on the Hutch, which was the one that I tweeted out at 2 right after Walker started plummeting on 1. So the rest of this night, we're in a good mood now. I just ordered some pizza, so we're good.
Yeah, it makes so much sense to have Hutchinson go there. He's a good foundational piece for the Lions. They're going to be good to build in the trenches for the upcoming years. And now they can build that team up correctly. And Hutchinson, I think, is like the perfect player for what that team is trying to build. So I really like the pick.
It's a great pick.
Anthony?
It's a phenomenal pick.
I agree. Yeah, I thought it would be crazy if they let him get past them. It seemed like it was going to happen over the last, whatever it was, 12, 14, 18 hours, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Tibbs too. That's the thing. Like, I honestly, I like
same.
Tibbs and Hutch both more than I like Walker.
100%. I don't even think it's even close, honestly. I think
we'll
Walker's the biggest mistake so far, and maybe of the night.
Well, we've had 2 picks.
Yeah, I know, but I have a real fundamental issue with drafting an edge pass rusher who's not a proven pass rusher first overall in the NFL draft. So
yeah, it's
Isn't there there's some beef with Balky and Harbaugh? Isn't that like the beat out that Balky hates Jim Harbaugh and that's why he didn't want Hutchinson?
It seems like they're making good decisions over there in Jacksonville.
To be
fair, like I don't know anything about defense. I'm not like out there scouting defense. And I've heard from people who do scout defense that I think really know what they're doing, that they think Walker can develop as a pass rusher. I just think it's absolutely banana land to take someone who is a projection as a pass rusher versus someone who is certain as a pass rusher, which is Hutchinson and Thibodeau, who have rushed the shit out of the passer at a very high level for the last few years. Like I think we'll see what happens with Walker. It wouldn't surprise me if he's the best in the class, but I just think it's an unnecessary risk.
I wish I could remember the exact stats that PFF put out, but in terms of like athletic testing, Trayvon Walker ran faster than Devontae Adams, jumped higher than Mike Evans. I think he had a faster 3-cone than Amari Cooper. Like he was insane testing, and his physical traits are insane too.
I mean, I think he'll be a really good player. It's just, couldn't you say a lot of that stuff about Jadeveon Clowney, who in the NFL has been an elite run player and a pretty situational pass rusher?
Yeah, but he also had a degenerative knee disorder. That kind of.
Yeah, that's the bit with him, right?
It'll be interesting. I like Thibodeau, but who do you think the Texans take? I really do believe the Stingley buzz, and I just, to be honest, like the Texans, like just how much of a Bible camp they are. I just can't see them being like a big fan of Thibodeau and his brain. The fact that like he has one and that it produces independent thoughts.
Damn! Wow! All right. Whoa.
Jacob, I
pick 3, and Jacob's taking on an institution. Jesus.
I want to.
Not wrong.
Let's talk about the bet you posted in the private chat. How much you just placed on that? What is your takeaway from that bet alone?
Oh well, I got it at -110 on Hutch, so it was even. It was even money. So that was about 50% of my draft bets were on Hutch at 2. So that's
nice.
Plus.
Pick 3 is in. We're gonna bring Chase and Anthony. Feel free to stick around for a minute. We're going to bring Chase in, which means I have to dip out because that's just how this is working. And we're going to come back and we're going to talk. Don't worry, Chase. It's not because of you. You'll see. All right. So sit tight. Chase is going to come on. Bill, you got it from here.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. Can y'all believe that crazy stuff that Tom was saying about Chase?
It's that's so messed up. Like, what the hell? He just leaves as soon as I get in here. It makes no sense.
Yeah. Yeah. He's having some connection problems. So. Every time we add someone, he loses time.
Yeah, so he has to go out and then come back in whenever we add a new person.
So, Jacob, Shane wanted me to let you know that he quits the show because he didn't get an invite to this show.
He didn't get an invite to this show? I don't do the invites for this show. Tom didn't invite Shane?
The floating circle in the middle of our screen right now does the invites.
Yeah, the floating circle didn't invite Shane. He got Shane on the freaking walkabout. You couldn't get Shane on the draft show? Come on, Tom.
Yeah, he's really upset about it. I was just on a show with him. He's like, "Wait, are you serious? Like, you got an invite to that show and I didn't?" I was like, "Dude, you can like come on with me if you want." He's like, "No, I'm pissed." He goes, "I'm leaving the show." He goes, "I don't even want to be on a show with Jacob anymore."
Yeah. Let him know.
I'm gonna message him.
Jacob's making enemies out here.
Yeah, Tom's out here sewering me apparently.
Hey, it is what it is, man.
Chase, how you doing? How you feeling after these first 2 picks and subsequent 3 that I'm sure sources are telling people is in?
Sources are talking, yes.
Yes.
But I'm very delayed. So
it's happening right now. I'm really nervous about this one, but bad teams stay bad, which is why the Jacksonville Jaguars took Walker. What? Are you kidding me?
What?
Hey, well, so Tom, Tom's not here, right? So can we just tip the picks? Because Tom has a whole thing about tipping picks.
Yeah, tip it.
Hey, why are you surprised? This pick has been written in ink for like the last week.
What?
Was it?
Do you even read beat reports? Yeah, number 3 overall, Texans take Derek Stingley, which has been like widely tipped by all their beat reporters.
No, get out of here,
dude. Like this is we've been Chase. Do you even bet on the draft, bro?
Dude. I mean, Stingley though, like over Sauce.
Yeah, but okay. So this is why like people. This is why people are bad at betting on the draft. Is people have like opinions about players, whereas I'm just grinding the beats, man. I don't care about these players. I don't care who they are. I just want to know who Caserio likes, and Caserio apparently loves Stingley. He would not be my cute cornerback one in the class, but he's the Texans that and then some.
That's absurd.
So Sauce has gone in 3 or 4 or 5. So
Sauce to the Giants, I think, has been.
Yep. Well, let me say this too. Like Sauce.
Tom, we leaked the picks since you weren't here.
Yeah.
Oh, you fucking guys.
Well, we don't have access to the soundboard.
It's true. Drink reloaded. Billy, what's the next drink here?
A Jaeger bomb. So I'm gonna be crying.
There we go.
But it's not gonna be. It's not going to be Jaeger. It's going to be a knockoff one that I got.
Chase, Billy lost a bet last year, Mike Williams versus Allen Robinson. And now the loser had to let the other pick their beverages. So Billy's hurting so far, and it's been absolutely phenomenal. I love it. That's Chase, awesome. So far in the draft, might as well tell me who was picked 4 at this point.
No, we don't have that yet.
We don't have 4 yet.
I don't think we have 4 yet.
That's fine. All right. Good.
Okay. Well, how about this? Can we do guesses at 4?
Yes.
I think I have a wild one. I think it's going to be Jermaine Johnson from Florida State.
Oh man. So I like that one, and I thought that they could have taken that like at 10, but I think they have to go Thibodeau at this pick right here.
Well, I think it'll be Ekwonu.
Okay. The interesting.
You think they're going to take tackle? That'd be what, 3 years in a row, or no. 3 out of the past 4 years, they've taken a tackle with their first pick inside the top, 5 or top?
I could see
it. They rid of Becton already.
They took Becton 2 years ago, and they took Elijah Tucker towards the back half of round 1 last year.
He's a guard.
But the year before that, they took a tackle, right?
No,
right, but wasn't he a disaster? Whoever they took.
I mean, they took Becton 2 years ago, but the year before Becton, they didn't take a tackle.
Okay.
Are you positive about that?
I'm 1,000% positive. I've been a diehard Jets fan for my entire life.
Listen to the voice.
Okay. So, all right. So you think Ekwonu? I think Ekwonu is a decent pick, especially just he's a mauler too. I could easily see him playing at right tackle. And so then if Becton figures everything out, he could play left. Ekwonu could play right. And I mean, who's their other tackle? Fant, who's like not that good and is a swing tackle.
He's a fourth round pick.
And is only under contract this year.
Yeah. Right. So I think here's the interesting pick is I think the Giants, because I think the Giants have to play a game of chicken, because if there's like one take that I really have is that the Giants' favorite player on their board is Sauce Gardner.
Mm-hmm.
If the Panthers pick at 6, they are not picking Sauce. Like the cornerback is like the only position that they don't have a need at. And then the interesting part is like if you're the Giants, do you just take Sauce at 5, worried about Panthers trading out, or do you just take Sauce at 5 and then just let whatever tackle comes to you? Because now that we've gone 3 picks without a tackle, the Giants are guaranteed to get one of their top 3 at 7 unless they have a real preference between them.
So, Chase, the Jets did take a tackle. It was just a defensive tackle, Quinn and Williams.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was thinking about the free agent signing. I think I was thinking of. I
was like, did I miss something?
I was like, defensive tackle. I was like,
Billy took a time warp. Yeah. Oh, don't take Jordan Davis from me.
No, not yet.
Yeah, I think, man, how many fantasy relevant players get drafted today? Under 9. Over, definitely over.
Yeah,
It's just gonna be later. I think it's gonna be after 15. Like, I think that's where the fire is gonna really start.
There's over under.
Nick is in, and I'm a little shocked.
Shut up, Anthony. Chase.
Wait, are you getting the updates to the Sleeper app? Is that what you're getting updates through?
I got it, Jacob. This is significantly better.
He's got sources.
Billy, I got a tweet, like somebody's Twitter notifications came across.
Yeah,
okay, great.
Like, if anybody's watching and wants to know every pick as soon as humanly possible, Ari Mayrov on Twitter is tipping.
Yeah,
yeah, he's an animal.
Dude, he is, man. He's making.
I turned off his notifications for this.
I'm over here for the entertainment value, getting stuff going.
Is it Thibodeau?
Just going right to the.
It's not.
They're not allowed to say yet, Chase. Chase, what's the show? Where are you off to after you take off from here?
I'm not. I'll see if I'm like around popping on anybody else's show, but probably just hanging out, watching, trying to take some notes, jot some stuff down while this is all going on to crank out some stuff post draft. And
you're already working.
Staying up too late to record a podcast for tomorrow morning after this is all said and done. So,
well, we love
you
it.
guys having me on.
Yeah, no, I want you to stick around until the Jets pick is in enough that I can play it. These guys, I know they're just chomping at the bit to shout it out. I know Jacob.
I have such a joke for this pick. I want to do this pick creatively. Hey Anthony, back in the homeland, what do you put on top of the noodles?
Oh no!
Would it be?
No, is it really?
Sauce?
I'm gonna fly over to the West Coast, just beat the shit out of Jacob.
That was a good one.
Could have waited. What's the matter with you?
So I have a theory that every player drafted to a New York team in the top 10 is going to bust. So that sucks for Sauce.
Well, I'm very sad. I don't get to relive.
They've got a good draft history of defensive backs.
I don't get to relive the 7 for 7. It stopped at 3 for 3. Our mock draft is dead.
I just think it's mine was shot pick 3, so that's good. Chase, I just think it's more of a shit on the Jets scenario for Billy.
Could you imagine if they also land Hamilton at the 10th pick? Like that'd be nasty secondary.
Yeah, I think they need a wide receiver. I don't think they're taking them there.
I think they would take an edge rusher if there's an edge rusher there. So Jermaine Johnson's actually a good person
there. Yeah.
But I mean, I'm just saying, like, how sick would this secondary be in a few years if they end up landing Kyle Hamilton as well, and they're able to play opposite sides of the field? I just think it'd be nasty.
I think they need to draft someone for the offense. Like, just can we give Zach Wilson a chance, please? Can we get him a wide receiver or a tackle?
I have a few hot takes when it comes to maybe not hot takes, but like interesting takes when it comes to the trade scenarios. I think that Pittsburgh trades up to 32 to grab Sam Howell at quarterback. And then I also think that...
You don't think they take a quarterback at 20?
No. I think they pass on that and they go with either somebody in the trenches. Pretty much just somebody in the trenches is what I have. Maybe a linebacker, like if Devin Lloyd falls. The other player that I think... Or the other trade that I think could happen would be the Jets trading up with the Titans at 26 because the Titans need picks. They got a bunch of holes filled and they have a bunch of contracts coming up. So I think the Titans trade back in this draft with the Jets at 35 or 38. And the Jets move up and grab their wide receiver there.
Sauce Gardner's going to get fined. He's going to get fined for getting lost and making Goodell wait for him to pop out. As Sauce Gardner was just running around the back, holding the chains this man has on his neck right now. Unbelievable.
He is the coolest dude in this draft.
Drip.
I love Sauce.
I don't know. Matt Corral's drip is
obviously he's the coolest dude in the draft.
Oh no, he is. He's
Sauce.
He literally just spent time.
He just spent time in the mirror making sure his hat was appropriately adjusted up and to the side.
Hell yeah, I love it.
Let's go.
Well, Anthony, initial reaction to Sauce Gardner before you get on out of here.
You got to look good before you get drafted by the Jets.
Yeah, right. Look good, play good. No, I really didn't think they would take a corner top 5. I'm good with it. Like, I love Sauce. Sauce was my favorite corner in the draft, so I'm cool with it. There's a need at corner. I'm happy with it. It's a little shocking because for the last, 2 months, it's been the solid defense values pass rush over coverage. So we'll see how it plays out. It'll be interesting to see who makes it to 10 because I agree if one of the edge guys makes it to 10, I think it's more likely they do that. And then like Chase said, try and package 35 and 38 or 35 and 69 or something like that to come back.
It wouldn't be both of those. It would just be one and they would move up and take their guy, whoever. Traylon Burks is the guy that I have slotted there at 26.
I think the interesting guy
player's gone in a while.
I'm trying to think of who else.
I think
since 1971, courtesy of Ari Myrov.
Oh my god! He's gonna ruin the show.
He is the goat.
Ari Myrov, I don't know what that guy does. It's impressive, and he tweets 24 hours.
Yeah, I love that guy. What was I gonna say? Something. Oh yeah, this Giants is interesting because like corner it seemed pretty penciled in for them. I didn't see a lot of drafts that had Sauce coming off in the top 4. I'm really fascinated to see where they go, because I think
This
most people have been slotting in
Oh.
offensive tackle and corner. Maybe they end up going edge and offensive tackle, or are they able to trade back with their second pick? It'll be interesting to see.
The Giants trade back again and take another receiver that they shouldn't draft in the first round. Stay tuned.
It'll be edge rusher first. It'll be Thibodeau first, and then it'll be whoever makes it to him at
That makes sense.
At 7 on the line, whether it's Neal or whether it's Ekwonu.
I don't know. I think they're going to take Ekwonu here with the Panthers sitting there. Yeah. I think the talk is either the Panthers take a quarterback or a tackle, and they probably have their favorite tackle, and they can guarantee they get him here.
Yeah, the interesting thing, though, is that the thing we keep hearing is that the Giants like Charles Cross the best among the tackles.
He had the best
trade back.
But Carolina doesn't like Charles Cross the best, or I have no idea what these teams think. But what we've heard is that Carolina seems to be more interested in Ekwonu or Neal. Giants might be more interested in Cross, so they might not need to take a tackle now. I don't know. I didn't know Thibodeau. I thought that Thibodeau might be here at 5, but I did not think that Sauce would be off the board at 5. So this is a fascinating pick to me.
Yeah.
Well, Anthony, we got our next one up here, so we must bid you adieu. Happy for the Jets pick. Happy that you're happy with the Jets pick. And everyone needs to be staying tuned for Dynasty Drive and for the next edition of Mob Ties. That will be Mob Ties Volume 3 when you come back. Remember to say hello to your mother for me. Stay safe out there. Take care of yourself, sir. And thanks for coming this year for us.
Boys, thanks for having a good time. I got to go put the sauce on the stove. I'll talk to you later.
I'll miss the hair.
See you guys.
See you later. Look, we're gonna bring in a cash in a minute. Look, we're gonna change how this pick thing is going, because Jacob's gonna end up driving me nuts all night. I can see it in his face.
I'm just posting it in the private chat. I want you guys to be informed. That's all.
Look, this is what's gonna happen.
About you. I
called it.
We are going to announce
to listen to this live. Why are you doing this?
Because unfortunately, this is just how things are going to go. So we will announce the pick, and then when Goodell comes up, we will play the audio for everyone that is not able to hear it. We will be your source for hearing it when you hear this back. Before Goodell gets in here to, do what Goodell does, we're going to bring in.
Who is that?
We are going to bring in somebody
Warner.
Warner's got the goatee. We're going to bring in somebody, another member of the Bulletproof Discord. That's where I know him from. I know him from his love of Hollywood Brown. Obviously, someone that I have passionately written about. I love that. It's a cash. It's at YZR Fantasy. I'm gonna dip out so we can bring him in, because that's just how this freaking thing works. But
I'm also dipping out because my food is
here,
but I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, different reasons.
I'm just hosting the show now.
Yeah, different reasons. Billy's in charge.
All right.
No, Billy.
He like dodged me.
Hey guys.
I went to add you, and right when Jacob left, you like shifted, so I missed the first click. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. Enjoying the draft so far?
Yeah, it's good. My mock's already ruined, but I'm having fun.
Any hot takes on Trayvon Walker, number 1? Because that seems to be everyone who jumps in. They've been hating on Trayvon, number 1.
Yeah, I don't get it. I was thinking like, what besides like what arm length does he have better than Hutchison? Not production. They're both good athletes, and so
he's
doesn't make sense.
Fast as hell, but I mean that only gets you so much.
Right? Yeah, Walker's
it's ceiling versus floor.
Yeah, I think Walker's
Thibodeau for
floor.
the Giants, but we already knew that. Damn it.
Yeah. Kayvon Thibodeau is going to the Giants.
I had that one. I had it picked.
Yeah, hey, that's a good call. I really thought this was going to be Ekwonu. It's crazy to me how much these tackles are kind of tumbling down the board a little bit.
Yeah, I think the Giants think they can get one of them at 7. Like if they got Neal and Ekwonu similar, then they know they can get one of them. And they got you just secure Thibodeau, who's fallen. Like he was the 101 entering the year, and he had another good year, and he's fallen. But definitely a good pick for them here.
This kind of screwed the Panthers, right? Because if they would have taken an offensive lineman, like if they would have taken one of the tackles, then it would have allowed the Eagles to jump up in front of the Giants to select a defensive end. So I think the Eagles would have done that to get Thibodeau to make sure that the Giants didn't get Thibodeau. And so this kind of screwed the Carolina Panthers, because now the Carolina Panthers like, well, who's going to trade up for a tackle when there are still two very good tackles on the board, and one might come off, but this other one's still going to be there. Three tackles. So this really, really screwed the Carolina Panthers, and this is why I think the Panthers will select Malik Willis with this next pick.
I still got Kenny Pickett going here.
Crazy, but
I think Kenny Pickett is a better pick for them, but he's not the pick in my opinion.
My deal is the Panthers are playing for jobs, and I feel like Pickett probably is the best quarterback in this class to walk in and start day one. And if they legitimately, if
who is that kid?
Now,
he's a Make-A-Wish kid.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's
a good story. They are really hyped up there. It looks fun.
Yeah,
it's a good pick for them.
He kind of looks like you. He kind of looks like you a little bit, dude. So I'm very interested where this pick goes. I'm not going to be on Twitter looking up the picks before they happen.
I'm spoiling it like Jacob. Thank God.
I know it's upsetting. And Tom, our gracious host, worked so hard to get this audio piece working. And Jacob has ruined every pick so far.
It's not even that. Look, it's not even that. For some reason, this is how it's going. All right. Last week, we had a crazy content wave, and Winnipeg decided that we were going to have a blizzard and then a thunderstorm the next day and then a blizzard again. And then now we have more thunderstorms rolling in. So now it seems like connectivity issues and bullshit is following me on one of our busiest weeks. But look, we do have. The audio is here. We have it. It is at least working. So hey, look, it's good. Hey, I like Thibodeau.
Are they posting Madden stat lines for every player when they come up? It just popped up. It was Kayvon Thibodeau, overall 92, athleticism 74.
Nah, that's just the next gen stats, I think.
It's the age.
That makes more sense. I was hoping they were predicting his Madden stats.
So let's say
Carolina's milking this. They must be in trade talks with multiple teams. I don't think that they are, but I think they're trying to milk it.
Yeah, they're bluffing trade talks anyway.
I think they really don't. I think they're really hoping they aren't forced into taking the quarterback here.
They just want to move back enough to be ahead of the Steelers, so that the Steelers can't take Pickett. But I don't think the Steelers would take Pickett regardless. But I think that they want to secure that. And
I think they're taking a tackle.
I think Kayvon Thibodeau is past Sauce Gardner is my favorite person at the draft right now.
He's so swag.
At this point, they're not taking Malik Willis. I thought that they would. It's ticking down to the clock. I don't think that they're going to take Malik Willis now because they would have already been to the podium.
We're all geared up, ready for Willis to go, and they're just going to pick Equano.
I don't care who it is, as long as they feed DJ Moore 143 targets and 100 of them are catchable. I'm going to end up being happy.
Absolutely,
guys. I got some scary words here. I'm getting some Cleveland Farrell vibes here right now. It just it feels like nothing lined up and a Hail Mary is coming right now.
Oh no! If it's a Hail Mary, I'd like it to be a Hail Mary where I win money, which would be Kenny Pickett. I need that to put money in my pocket. At the end of the day, with something like this, when it's such this is an IDP friendly draft, I think for the first half. So for the regular quote unquote fantasy folks, right? It's going to be a little while for in my opinion, unless Chase here is a connoisseur of fortune telling and something big happens here quarterback wise, which
if they don't take Equano, if they don't take Malik Willis, they got to take Equano, which at this point it took them all the way down to the minute. So I'm guessing that they were trying to milk it. They didn't get a trade in because it said trade alert. If we got that, so I'm going to go with Equano as the pick here. But it's tough.
Yeah. I'll say cross.
Do we actually get audio on this one, Tom? Since
we are going to get the audio in as soon as the Goodell bot walks up to the podium.
I'll make sure Jacob stays out of the.
Thank God.
I'll just keep removing him every time he comes in.
Thank God. I know you deal with him enough over there in the Discord for sure. You guys are two busy bees up in there. You know what? I gotta say, I have enjoyed being in there because there's a lot of times where, and I said this to Scott Barrett last night when he was here, that I'm probably not smart enough to properly take in half of the data that you guys put out, but I'm glad that it's there so I can read it 3, 4, 5 times until I do figure it out. So the work you guys are doing,
out, guys.
Oh yeah, I'm the same way as you, man. Sometimes I like to think that I'm smart, but just sometimes when I hear Jacob talking about stats, it's just.
I just want to point out, Lucas is in the back.
Once you sort through his bullshit, then you're fine. Like that's all.
Yeah, exactly.
That Jacob guy. Oh my God! Look, I'm gonna get Jacob back in.
That's the thing, though. Yeah, bring him up stage. He's your timeout's over, Jacob. Welcome back, man.
Much appreciated. Yeah, had to go grab some pizza. I got a fuel up here for a long night. We got anything?
So we got
no new announcements since the Giants pick, correct?
Yeah.
No.
Well, I don't know, Jacob. Why don't you tell us?
Okay, so here's my misunderstanding. I thought you guys were normal people, so I was like, I won't tip the picks to the audience. I'll let Tom do whatever he wants to do. I assumed everybody would want to know in the private chat as soon as humanly possible what the picks are, but apparently you guys are a bunch of weirdos.
I'm trying to get the suspense, the surprise,
I want to hear it announced and not get a little.
Why don't we just all have our Twitter feeds up, Jacob, so we can all see Ari Mendoff's post?
I assumed that's what everybody was going to be doing.
Why do you have to post it in the group chat if that's the case?
There's now an opening. There's an opening now as lead analyst for the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast. If you have time and you're interested, Jacob will be stepping down.
I nominate myself.
Imagine not wanting to know the truth. Imagine wanting to live a blind life.
The man of the people.
Imagine wanting to enjoy the content.
I still have a Quanu. Like that's my solid.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still gonna sit on Pickett.
I'm gonna say Cross. I'll say Cross.
I'll say one of them for sure.
I'm with Chase. I'll say a Quanu for Carolina.
Oh, that means I won. That means I won. Jacob already saw it.
No, I haven't seen it. I'm saying I'm guessing a Quanu.
Yeah, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Okay. This is not a spoiler.
Right,
like it might be a Quanu. I don't know, but I'm telling you at this time, I'm guessing a Quanu. It may or may not be a Quanu. I have no idea.
Tom, let's get it.
Let's pray. Let's pray deeply for DJ Moore here. This is really all that matters.
Okay, I actually hope that it's not a Quanu, so that you guys don't think that I'm spoiling the pick, because I'm actually guessing. I don't know.
It is a Quanu.
A Quanu. Wow.
Quanu.
Okay. Why did we use the audio?
I did. Did you not get it?
I didn't hear it.
No, we didn't get it.
What?
I like that suit he's wearing. That suit is sharp.
Yep.
Oh, a Quanu, not Goodell. I'm like Goodell.
I mean, it's really not sharp. Like it looks like a clown suit, but I really like it.
Damn.
It's solid.
Okay, can we guess
Quanu, you are a Panther.
Can we guess pick 7? Because now people are going to think that I cheated when I guess a Quanu, because apparently I'm the spoiler guy. Mm-hmm. To be very clear, I'm currently on R.M. Mayrov's Twitter account. There is no pick 7 announced yet. Anyone can verify this. I am guessing Charles Cross for pick 7.
I will go check R.M. Mayrov real quick. And this is how I get spoiled on the pick.
That was my master plan. To end up getting spoiled.
You're gonna get sucked in, bro.
All right, we're good.
Yeah,
we're good. He's clear.
He's clear. I like that. I like that a lot.
I successfully.
It's gonna be Evan Neal. It's gonna be Evan Neal as pick 7.
Cross has got to go before Neal, right?
No.
Oh no. I mean,
especially with how the Giants have it's new regime. I can't say with how the Giants evaluate.
I think that Cross can both go before
Didn't
or
Cross
after
have
Neal.
the highest graded pass blocking according to PFF last year?
PFF is
am I completely mistaken on that?
No, Evan Neal is really liked among the NFL.
I think it comes down to the medicals. Like everything that I've heard is that Neal is generally higher on draft boards, but people have concerns about the knee. So I think if the Giants don't have concerns about the knee, I do think they go with Evan Neal. But I don't know. I've heard from my sources, aka people that I read on Twitter, that Neal might fall a little bit tonight due to the knee condition.
Yeah, people are really worried about the knee with him. And Charles Cross was always kind of talked about as a back of the top 10 pick.
Cross is falling outside the top 10. I think he goes to the Texans at 13. 13? 13.
Yeah.
Well, as long as that means Kyle Hamilton and Jordan Davis are there at 14, I don't really care.
No, Kyle Hamilton never lasts.
NC State in.
Well, hey, Mike Renner said like Wazoo was 12 for Kyle Hamilton on Tuesday, and I like
He's not
Renner.
making it past Washington.
You think Washington's got to take
I do want to give Lucas some credit in the chat, who's been dropping fun facts all night. Yep. We never shout him out. First time since 1991 that 5 defensive players are drafted to start the draft.
IDPR, baby.
Lucas has also pointed out that they showed Malik Willis ordering food earlier, so I think he might be expecting to be there for a while. I just want to quickly shout out Lucas, too. Since Lucas has joined us here, he is the man behind all of our clips and having all those video edits for everyone who can't make the shows live. The man sat there and went through the entire last year's show.
Bring him in.
And got us highlights. We can't bring him in yet, but we got like for highlights and things like that. Lucas made sure to get them all in. He's right now the one in contact with everyone. Akash is coming back. Computer crash situation, which I understand. I understand that with how things are working for me right now, and these things are definitely going to happen. We have Kev of the Devi Royale. He's queuing up here right away. He's going to be popping in. It says the pick is in at 7. Can't wait. This is going to be crazy. Absolutely insane here.
Yeah, I think this is the most.
We all have our picks, who we think it's going to be. This is kind of nuts. You get defense, and you're getting some tackles here now. And then,
we
still think
OT, right? It's just a matter of which OT.
Yeah. Damn. Tom just disappeared there. He didn't freeze.
Okay, guys, I figured out why my computer crashed. I have 160 tabs open as well as the StreamYard.
That's like Chase. Chase always has all the tabs going on.
That's on me.
I can't help it.
I gotta apologize. I'm doing a lot of research for Marquise Brown. All right, you gotta excuse me here.
So if you missed it, we were debating between Evan Neal and Charles Cross. So I mean, either way, we think that the Giants are going to go with an offensive tackle.
I say Cross
because I gotta go Cross.
I'm telling you, it's Evan Neal.
I don't know. The better ones, whoever goes higher. That's my stance. Draft capital.
I was on Evan Neal from the beginning here. He's my number 7 over and over and it's Evan Neal over and over and over again.
Now who's the spoiler?
Now who's the spoiler? I've known the pick for the last 3 minutes, but I'm trying to drum up suspense.
Yeah, I
didn't know Thomas was going to bring in this.
I find out now.
Evan Neal.
Now, there you go. We heard that one.
The audio worked, Tom.
We love that. We love to hear
the audio worked, but Chase ruined it.
It's fine. Look,
the last time there was no audio. I didn't even realize he came back in.
No one spoil the Falcons pick, please. If I can ask one thing.
Here's the thing.
I'm just a guess, but
we've decided.
Holy shit! Are you kidding me?
Things are getting what?
The Falcons just took Malik Willis.
Nah,
I'm joking.
You're a liar. Look,
keep it in tone.
So for anyone that doesn't know, Akash is a Falcons fan. Akash,
wow.
who do you want to come to the Atlanta Falcons?
I don't know, defense or Drake. I don't know.
Defense? Why
Drake,
defense? That seems boring.
I don't know. Just I don't know. Wide receiver is a need because we don't have any wide receivers.
Yeah,
you're way more calm than I am if my team were picking right now. Like your Zen right now is top.
As long as it's not a quarterback, because
I'd be freaking the fuck out.
Why would you not want a quarterback here?
I don't know. I just a lot of people say that these quarterbacks aren't the best. And I know Malik Willis has a lot of upside, and you should take as many shots. I've been going back and forth with this idea for the last few months with like upside of landing on a franchise quarterback versus a quarterback that everyone agrees, almost everyone agrees, like isn't amazing, but definitely has upside. But I'm conflicted.
I have Green Bay moving up here.
I
would love to trade down. That's ideal because
I have Green Bay moving up to take Garrett Wilson. I have Green Bay moving up here to take Garrett Wilson, and I think they closed out a deal to secure Jordan Love and the 22nd pick.
I would actually really like that.
Me and Chase, we're on the same wavelength.
I would like to.
I'm
gonna guess. Price. So what's the option? It's basically got to be. I think the way this has gone, it's gonna end up being receiver, right? Because it's either like the only one of the consensus that's left is
Drake
Cross. I haven't heard a lot of offensive tackles, so I'm feeling like it's gonna be Drake London, but I could see Jameson, potentially Garrett.
Go. I would love Drake London here.
We said three different receivers have been mentioned. So we had Wilson, London, and then Anthony, a Dynasty Drive, said Jameson Williams. So we'll see.
Yeah, Jamo should be
already on.
Jamo should be ranked highly by NFL teams because of speed. Higher than he's for fantasy.
Chase, if they don't do a trade, who do you think they take?
I have.
I'm taking Garrett Wilson off here anyway.
I don't think that. Yeah, Garrett Wilson's the pick. Garrett Wilson has to end up top 10. I think that's a terrible pick by the Falcons to not trade out.
Garrett Wilson, ideally, but a lot of people are trying to trade out. I don't know who's trying to trade up here.
The NFL draft,
Falcons, Chiefs, Saints. The Saints always
someone wants to trade up for a receiver, but
that's the one. I could see the Saints trading up because the Saints want a tackle, and Cross is the only one of the top tier of tackles left. I don't think anyone's trading up for a receiver here because it's to most teams it seems like it's a top tier of 3 or 4 guys. None of them have gone yet.
Yeah, there's no reason to trade up for number 1. Jacob, you said you're wide receiver 1 for
Eagles too,
right?
If I was an NFL team, I would take Jameson first wide receiver off the board, but I'm not an NFL team. Drake is my wide receiver 1 for fantasy. I would like this landing spot for Drake.
Oh, okay. We picked no trades. Pick is in.
The pick is in.
Woo! All right.
Okay.
No spoilers.
Let's lock in our guesses here. Let's lock in our guesses. My guess is London.
My guess is London, partly because I think it happens, partly to manifest.
Okay, we got Tom. 2 Wilsons, 2 Londons. Tom,
you better be ready.
Tiebreaker.
Wilson.
Watch it be Williams now that we have 3 Wilson and 2 London.
That's
I'd be upset.
I don't think the Falcons have missed on a skill position player in round 1 since, 2004.
I have London as the first receiver off the board, like money on it. So I am begging for this to be London, but Wilson's been mocked there just too long.
I got Wilson in my mock, but I want
Jermaine Johnson is also a guy who I might have going there. Actually, you know what? I'm changing my pick. I'm going Jermaine Johnson.
All right, just for fun.
Yeah,
I've
just
seen way too much steam. I've seen way too much steam on London, and I don't see what behooves Atlanta to leak that they want London. And they've been telling every reporter in the state of Georgia that they're taking Drake London for a week now. Like I think it's pretty locky.
Okay, look, the pick is in. We're at Kev's time. Chase, you're welcome to stick around. Cash, make sure you're welcome to stick around. I'm gonna dip out. We're gonna bring Kevin in, and we're gonna get the pick here. Okay, sit tight.
Come on, I'm so stressed, man.
Kevin, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Kev.
We will eventually get Tom back in here. But
Jacob
it's
cheated.
a mess.
Jacob was watching Ari Mendoff.
What do you mean?
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh,
let's fucking go. Yes.
I wasn't cheating when I was guessing, but then I looked when we did some. But
because we missed the sound,
Drake London is a Falcon.
Let's
go.
We actually have fantasy things to talk about. Kevin, you came at a good time. We finally have a fantasy person to talk about.
Yeah, I like that pick. I like Drake London. I'm not as high as you are, Jacob, but it's all right. We can both hate Jimmy G together forever. But no, I think that, hey, he's going to get the targets, right? No one else is there, him and Pitts. He just needs a quarterback now.
Is there going to be any more team that's more reliant, any more, team that has 2 receivers that should be reliant on touchdowns moving forward? Because I feel like they're going to run the ball nonstop until they get in the red zone, and then they're going to use play action fake to highlight Drake London and Kyle Pitts.
I think they can run the ball. I think they might want to run the ball, but I don't think they're going to stop anyone. So I think they're going to have to pass the ball plenty, whether they want to or not.
Yeah. Honestly, this is the best circumstance for Drake London. I was talking yesterday with Scott Barrett. It felt like, for me to really be in on Drake London, I thought he had to go to a place where he could be the number 1 wide receiver. And I think that's a good place. He really, okay, he's smiling with Goodell. His entire walk-up, he really did not look happy to be a Falcon.
It's the most depressing franchise.
We won money on that, baby. That's
Nah, we're goated.
We're going. Hey, I can't.
We know how to pick the receivers. That's all it is.
I love the pick. I mean, I love the player. Like, to be honest, I really don't care about landing spots for wide receivers in the slightest.
Facts.
Drake London was going to be my wide receiver 1 coming out of the draft. Literally, no matter what happens in the rest of the draft, there's nothing that could possibly change it. And I don't care where London went. But I love the landing spot because it's just him and it's Pitts and it's nobody else. They're going to have to throw a lot because their defense sucks. And yeah, I mean, Mariota is bad, but I don't know. The quarterback who will define Drake London's dynasty value is not Marcus Mariota. Like, let's be clear about that. Like, Marcus Mariota is a short-term solution, and we will find out within the next year or so, maybe in round 2, who is long-term quarterback.
Mariota,
CJ Stroud,
one season incoming, right? Like that's locked now that he has the Ridley clone. Are we locking that in? I'm locking it in. I don't care.
What if now you're playing with like fire, because like what if they draft a bad quarterback like a Baker Mayfield, essentially, like moving forward, then you're never going to end up with good value. Like, I hate this landing spot for Drake London. And it's not because I hate the Falcons. I think the Falcons are trying to go to a run first type offense. Like, I think that's the predecessors have done for the regime that they've run, not Atlanta, but the regime that he came from. I hate this landing spot for London, and it's not because I think that London's bad. I actually like London a lot. And it's not because I think Atlanta's bad, because I like Atlanta a lot, but I think Atlanta's going to be focused on their defense over the next couple of years, and I don't think they're going to have to score as much. And by the time they bring in a quarterback, you're going to have like a Cleveland situation where you have Baker Mayfield throw into, Odell Beckham. Like, it's not good for fantasy, in my opinion. I don't think it's bad for Atlanta. I don't think it's bad for pro football, but I don't like it for fantasy.
I mean, you're talking about a regime that's about to go 3-14 in their second year. Like, I don't think that we have a clue who the regime, quarterback, anything is going to be for Drake London's career at this point in time. Like, I think it's
the one thing I do know about the regime is they spent 2 top 8 picks on receivers in back-to-back drafts. So that tells me something about their investment there.
Kev, I want to pick your brain here right now.
So,
Chase, hold on a second.
Fuck.
Kev, okay, Chase, quick.
Go ahead, Chase.
Really quick. All right, so Drake London plays a slot. This regime likes their big slot receivers from time to time because they can help block on the inside and work the zone scheme. They run the wide zone scheme. That's why they drafted Drake London, is because he could be double utilized, the same thing as Kyle Pitts. Like, imagine having Kyle Pitts and London on the same side blocking as wide receivers plus a tight end. Like, that's literally the type of scheme that they want to run 100%. They didn't draft him just because of that. They drafted him because of his size.
Right. Of course. Yeah, I agree. But I mean, I don't think that's going to be bad for fantasy.
I just don't think this scheme is going to be long for this world. Or I think all the things you're talking about what the regime wants and the scheme wants, I think it's pretty irrelevant because I think they're getting fired like pretty darn soon.
Lucas again with the tidbit. Maybe, the Falcons won in London last year and now have London on the roster. Kev, I want to pick your brain here. You are a Devy guy. I mean, I've seen it, I've listened, and I've heard it. What player so far has kind of surprised you in the maybe the fall or the early selection, or is it kind of going as planned for you?
No, this is pretty. I think I did pretty well, like on my mock that I did. This seems pretty not chalk, but I thought the Sauce Gardner pick was interesting. But that was a little bit of a reach for me. But I love Derek Stingley at 3. I think that's a good pick, actually. Like I really like Stingley. He's one of my guys. I think London being the first wide receiver is interesting, depending just because he didn't run and it was all less talk about it. But Atlanta obviously fell in love with him. It's funny because Atlanta didn't even go to his pro day. And so that was a smokescreen. They didn't even go. So it's interesting to see how they did that. But I mean, to your point about the offense, Calvin Ridley's still a Falcon, even next year. Like, he's still on there because he lost his year. So that offense could look deadly if they get a quarterback.
Also, shout out Tom Lee, the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast on Walkabout co-host and Atlanta Falcons diehard, who is very happy with this pick. I want to know, Kevin, You've been watching these quarterbacks through Devy for a while now. We don't have one in the top 10 yet. From what I'm seeing on this delay, the pick is in. We're going to get that as soon as we can. I want Ritter in Seattle for my money purposes. Who's the first quarterback taken, and where's it going to be?
I think it's still going to be Willis, but I think it's going to be
on the line.
I think it's gonna be Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh's gonna try to move up and go get Willis.
That was gonna be my next question: trade up or at 20?
Probably trade up, maybe. But if they keep falling with this O-line, I always said the O-line and defensive line had such good depth that you're going to see these quarterbacks kind of go later, just because the teams are going to get up and and secure that offensive line and secure that D line with the edge rushers in this class. So I could see that. I mean, Willis, it's coming up here soon, but I don't know what Seattle's going to do. I haven't seen the pick yet, but I don't think they trade out. That would be a spot for them, maybe someone to trade in there. But if they go offensive line too, now we're looking at these guys slipping a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cross or Jermaine Johnson, and if I had to guess, I'm going to guess Jermaine Johnson just slightly over Cross for this one. But I don't know. I think once we get past Atlanta and Seattle and Carolina, I don't think the Steelers will need to trade up. I think unless a team trades up ahead of them, I don't think the Saints are taking a quarterback. I don't think that Washington's taking a quarterback. Those are the two that could plausibly do it. I think Pittsburgh will get their choice of quarterbacks at 20, if assuming Seattle doesn't take one here.
Lucas is saying he's scouring Twitter. That's what he's doing. Lucas in the back right now. We're going to bring him up front here. The man definitely is ready for it. He's scouring the Twitterverse right now for trades and news. Right now in the back, he's been hitting us with facts as we're going, doing his work. He said there might be a trade in the work here with the Jets. So the Jets might be trying to sneak up one pick here.
Debo time. Debo, New York.
All right, Seahawks time.
No, I don't know if it's
interesting.
Okay, here we go.
Jets are talking about moving back behind Washington.
They're still
the ninth pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. The Seattle Seahawks select Charles Cross, tackle, Mississippi State.
Good pick.
That's a good pick.
There's Cross.
Can't go wrong with it.
I've been really worried that Seattle was going to go out and try to do the rebuild in a year.
Yes,
but it seemed. I always say you got to build through the
for some reason. It's like what?
I think they realize they're done, and they're just gonna. They have all that capital next year, and that's just.
Why is Pete Carroll still the coach?
This will be so interesting because we heard so much.
He drafted Cross so he could establish the run harder.
Yep, Rashad Penny.
Rashad Penny, baby.
That's right.
Let's go.
Oh no!
How does this affect Chris Carson's dynasty stock?
All the Johnson smoke
I'll
coming
take Chris
out of
Carson
New York
in last
for
round.
years.
Yeah, exactly, Chase. Exactly. Last round, 100%. I'd rather take
Chris Carson.
Carson the last round.
I'll take him.
I'll take Carson the last round over Penny.
Never playing another snap of NFL football. Stop.
He's concerned, but as
do you want to
let us dream though, Jacob?
Do you want to bet that now, or
sure.
I'll take that bet. Chris Carson will play.
He'll get one carry.
Next year,
he'll get snap.
He'll get something.
No, I'm not doing the draft show drinks on that bet. Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no. Not with what he's putting you through. What are you drinking right now?
At this point.
Nothing. Well, this is water. I'm assuming I'm allowed to drink water.
No, you're absolutely not. What's the okay? I'll ask this then. While we're in between, what's the next drink on your schedule?
This is the one I've been the most worried about having to drink. The Bacon Caesar is what's coming up next, the main course. So vodka, tomato juice, dash of Tabasco sauce, Worcestershire sauce, celery salted rim, and garnished with a strip of bacon, celery,
Mary.
or a pickle.
What's wrong with that?
I also don't have bacon, so we're just going with the celery. So I'm missing the best part of this thing, but that's fine.
Okay, so you've failed in this. Look, we have a question here of Matthew Chester. Does this mean Drew Lock starts for a year? Is Drew Lock getting this, or is he going to lose out to Geno Smith in
They're
the
trading
training
back in. Come on, guys. They're trading back in the late first.
Yeah, I could see him maybe taking something in the second or first. But I think they do like Lock. But I'm still a Lock truther. I'm one of those weirdos.
All right, so I'm supposed to hop off, and I don't want to crowd this, but Washington's picking 11, so I want to see if y'all want to try to squeeze me in, because I do have to leave.
You're good.
My issue is I have to leave at 9:30, so it's kind of a gamble right now. We're playing if
they'll get there.
If it hits,
they'll get there.
All right.
This might be if they trade, the pick is already going to be in, right? So you think it's like trade, then they walk up and they make the pick,
right? I mean, the most they can take is 4 minutes more for the Jets, and 10 minutes for Washington, and then you're at 26. So
I'll make my next round, and then I'll move out so Chase doesn't feel like he's cluttering.
Everyone,
I'll go after maybe I don't know. I'll go when the next offensive guy goes.
I just want to shout out Lucas, who's making his first official appearance on the program since joining the crew.
Wearing a fucking jersey. Disgusting.
You,
Lucas. Wait, are those
Lucas,
cards? Oh, those are the collector's things.
Oh.
Yeah, he's got the Funko Pops.
Funko,
just
that's what they're called.
popping. I'm here all week, everybody. Yeah, no, I hate the jersey selection. I want to find you and fight you on it because I'm so tired of hearing about Judy from you. But you know what? I'm gonna give it to you.
Paxton Lynch.
Kevin, call your shot. Who's the pick? Pick his in.
It's gonna be a wide receiver. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I think so. I think it's either gonna be Jameson or Garrett, but I'll lean Garrett.
That's okay. That's what's between for everyone, I think.
Okay, Jacob.
I'm going Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah, I liked. I mean, I thought they were going to take Jermaine Johnson at 4, so I definitely think they're going to take Jermaine Johnson at 10.
Hey, Jermaine Johnson. Lucas, I can't hear you. You're muted, sir.
Oh, right.
No, you did the Tom. He did the Tom.
Hey, Jameson Williams wouldn't surprise me though. I still would not be surprised by Jameson Williams.
Did you just check Ari Menta?
No, I'm not checking.
I say JMO,
dude. I'm too busy. I'm too busy having these idiots in my group chats talking about how Drake London's a bad landing spot. Like this idiot up on top of me is saying that, and I gotta tell them why they're wrong.
Real shit.
We're airing this out.
I cannot wait to have this conversation again.
It's gonna be had constantly. We're
Hashtag landing spot.
I mean, Garrett Wilson makes a lot
hold
of
on.
sense.
Lucas has us in here. I'm going to say it. Falcons are the first team since the Browns in 04-05 to draft tight end and we're wide receiver in the top 10.
We're so good, bro.
Back to back. That's crazy.
Hell yeah.
No.
I think we drafted good players. I don't know what the Browns.
Okay, Goodell. We got Goodell.
I swear to God, if
JMO.
With the 10th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Garrett Wilson,
Garrett
wide
Wilson.
receiver, Ohio State.
Garrett Wilson, you are a New York Jet.
Solid pick.
They are booing. Of course, it's the Jets.
Why are they booing? Garrett Wilson.
That's a good pick for the Jets.
Like he's not my favorite wide receiver. He's honestly they've actually gone in my order of ranking so far, which never happens. Like literally never. But Wilson feels like the most inoffensive wide receiver. No, I don't hate him, but he's just I don't know. He's like a big slot dude who's not that athletic and gets a bunch of gadget touches and hasn't demonstrated that he can win outside like the other two.
Thank you.
I don't care about athleticism. It's all good.
I like Burks.
Too close to the sun. You're going too close to the sun, Jacob. Come on, man.
I like Treylon Burks a lot, actually. I'm sure we'll talk about Burks later on, like much later on, like tomorrow, for instance. And I do like Burks.
Okay.
He is my wide receiver.
Burks isn't going in the second round. You shush now.
That's what he said about AJ Brown.
I don't know. Can I get honest? Like, I think Burks goes in the late first. I think he goes to Dallas, but
Dallas, Green Bay,
don't
better
do
landing
that to me.
spots. I think
Don't do that
like
to me.
that.
Stop it. Hey, he's an Arkansas player. I mean, hey.
Stop it. I know.
Right, so is Peyton Hillis.
Okay, so I want to get Kevin's take on the Burks thing, but I'll just say like I have such a little opinion on Burks. Like I fight people on all sides. Like he's my wide receiver 3. I have him pretty clearly behind Wilson in London. I think he's a really good prospect. The people that have him down like in the low wide receiver 7 to 9 range, I think y'all are ignoring the production. The people that have him wide receiver 1, I think you're whistling past the graveyard. Kevin, why is Treylon Burks terrible and hopeless?
No, he's okay. Don't get me yelled at by everybody on Twitter. I don't think he's terrible or helpless. He's my wide receiver 4. But here's what happens in Devy. It happens all the time. There's some big time Devy guys. They'll talk people up and then they'll kind of bring it back. So what happened in like October, November, it was Burks wide receiver 1, no question. And everybody jumped on the train. And then in January, those same people are like, well, when he tests well, he's going to really test well. He's going to crush it. And then he didn't crush it because he was a 4.5 guy, and everybody pretty much knew that was kind of understood kind of the prospect he was. And then all of a sudden, then they just tank him, and it's like a simple cycle. It happens every year, and so that's what happened. He's about a wide receiver 3 or 4, but people had just talked him up too much. So now we're seeing that back to the bottom.
Saints traded up.
Ooh.
Saints traded up. Barry, I hope you're watching.
That's Malik. That's Malik.
No, if the Saints traded up, I would bet $10,000 right now on it being Charles Cross. Or no, he's gone, right?
No, it's Cross.
Kenny Pickett. This has got to be Pickett.
Pickett. I quit. Like,
That would be crazy.
Jameson?
The Falcons fan, I'd like
Jameson. I would say Jameson, right?
That makes a lot of sense with Jameson Williams.
We'll have to see.
Barry, I hope you're
watching.
watching.
I don't think trade up for an OT. I'm surprised.
Remember, for everyone listening, while we have this time in between, I just want to mention, right, if you want to win the Full Tilt Dynasty Podcast Custom Championship belt, courtesy of Trophy Smack, you need to have the best comment of the night. So keep in mind that we are paying attention, but you need to have best comment of the night to win the belt. So we don't care about volume. You can as much as you want, but it better be good because that's what's going to get you noticed. All right, we're doing it, and it will be. I think around pick 20, we're going to do the Saquon. I'm going to announce the Saquon Barkley signed jersey giveaway. I think about 20 is going to be good. I think that's going to be great. So, real quick, while we have everyone in here, I want to go one more. We have Chase in here, right? Chase Vernon of Trophy Smack, our presenting sponsor, by the way, Trophy Smack. We got Chase. We got Kev over here with the football guys and the Devi Royale. We've got a Cash over here, Bulletproof Discord. We got Big Billy, who's here all the time. We have Jacob, who's here all the time. And we have, of course, Lucas up at the top in his smug, smirking Jerry Judy. It bothers me so much.
I guess that's interesting. You guys have pronounced
Cash throwing my hat in the ring. Hey, you got to do it. You got to do it. Of course.
Ratio, yeah.
Yeah.
I got to teach you how to pronounce my name, man. My bad.
Sorry.
It's Akash.
Akash? Okay. I'm not going to screw that up from now on. Barry's not hopeful with this pick. Saints are going to shit the bed. I can feel it. You are a natural pessimist, so I'm not going to hold that one against you.
I agree with Barry. Barry's he's right.
Let's ask this then. Let's ask this. So if they take a quarterback, Willis, or let's say Pickett, who is Winston sitting? Like Winston sits, right? Like right away, or does he play?
I don't think so. I think
he plays. Too much money to sit.
Yeah.
I think. I don't think they're trading up for a quarterback though.
They don't do that. Yeah, they don't trade up for a quarterback here.
Yeah, they got Andy Dalton. They're set.
Yep. Maybe it's just Evan Neal.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
good.
Be a lot
I know Chase. I know Chase. I know you got to
Neil hasn't gone up before.
Yeah, Neil went to the.
Yeah, to the Giants.
Yeah,
to the
Neil's
Giants.
already
Neil's
gone.
Oh,
yeah.
Damn it! Bye,
guys.
Bye, Chase.
Chase are coming
here, buddy.
Okay, shoot. All right.
All right.
And then
I'll
I
go
know
after
Jake,
this one. Maybe I get till after the Saints, but after that, I'm gonna dip.
Hey, man, as much time as you want. We're here to have a great time. I mean, we're still waiting to hear from Steven.
Should we do real quick?
He's not around right now.
I want to credit Jacob. This is delicious.
Oh, okay. So just as surprising a turn of events. See, Kev, if you had missed it, Billy lost a bet and Jacob got to pick his beverages. We had a raw egg and it's been great.
This is just a legitimately really good drink.
Man, they are taking their sweet time, bro.
They are.
It's crazy.
If I'm still alive by the end of this draft, I may make another one of these.
You're gonna be alive. The salmonella won't get you that fast.
That's right. It's a slow burn.
I was doing reading on salmonella to make sure I didn't get it from that egg. Because I was about to be like, dude, Jacob, I'm not going to do it. But
well, shit. I know Bob came in early. He was hoping to rag on Steven a little bit, but Steven is MIA at the moment. Obviously, hope he's doing well. He's really anticipating the Bears pick. Okay, we got the trade.
Spots comes up at 3 and a 4, and this year's Washington. So Washington moves down 5 spots, gets 2 more picks. Interestingly enough,
that's
the 16th
bad.
overall pick that the Saints just traded into this spot was one of the picks that they got recently from Philadelphia.
Okay, not bad. Pick is in. That's a good deal. 3 and 4.
Definitely.
Helps replenish.
I think Jimmy Johnson would like that for the Saints.
Well, I think. Okay, I'm gonna try and be the harebrained conspiracy theorist again. I mean, we've been hearing Olave buzz out of Washington. Maybe Washington thinks they can get Olave at 16, whereas New Orleans prefers Jameson. Maybe they want to get him at 11. I don't know.
This has got to be. I think it's a quarterback. I think it has to be a quarterback.
I think it's going to be.
Okay, but who's the teams that they jumped? So they jumped Baltimore, Eagles,
Houston,
Vikings,
Minnesota,
and Houston. None of those teams are
Eagles
taking a quarterback.
Philly.
Yeah, they didn't
McCoy
jump
tweeted out that
into
Eagles were
teams.
taking Pickett.
Oh, there's Steven. All right, we're good. We're good.
Damn.
Right? Like I just
Good
to
time.
me, like
We're
I
not
don't,
for yelling at the
to me, I
same
don't think the
time.
I'm with
Saints would have
Jacob, I
needed
think
to
I'll-
trade up for a quarterback. I think they could have just picked if they wanted a quarterback. I think they could have picked one at 16, whoever they
But you know
wanted.
how they
19.
feel about their guy.
They could have got
right?
it at 19 because at 19 between them would be Chargers, Eagles. Like if
We're
they didn't think
assuming-
the Eagles are going to do it at 15, then they
We're
could have
assuming
easily
they're
done it
going to
at
have
19.
rational thinking, right? Then that you can't do that. Steven, I see you there. I see you.
The other thing
We're gonna
too
bring
is
in in a
that
minute.
sometimes these teams, like, sometimes
AEW
the trade
in the
ups
house,
don't become
too.
clear until after the fact, because sometimes you're trading up to beat other teams that are trading up.
We've got a similar time 2 weeks from tonight when we announce
Hey,
the
Dustin Nicholas.
2022 schedule on May 12th.
Okay, we got Eckler,
This
Gonzalez,
year's
and two
schedule will
fans.
have a new twist.
Okay, I'm going to mute that while he goes over this schedule stuff. We're going to bring everyone in. We're going to bring Bob, Steven, and Mike in at the same time after this pick.
Nice.
And I'm
bring
gonna have
them
to
all
run
in.
after this pick.
Yes, I
I
know.
got to do a little. I'm gonna be on for about 15-20 minutes on the Player Profiler show. I'm actually
Right.
gonna be on at the same time as Chase, so I just can't get away from
Mike,
him.
come on now, buddy. What was that? Play nice, Mike. I saw you. I saw. Yeah. Okay, the double bird. All right, Eli, relax.
Anyway, but I will be
Relax,
back
Eli.
after that 20 minutes. I will absolutely
I'm
be back.
excited to be part of this broadcasting crew for Amazon. You may recognize this guy right here.
Oh my gosh, they're still going. All right, I thought he was
Sponsored, bro. Oh
definitely
my
Tony
goodness.
Gonzalez. Come on, bro. We know you're a part of the Amazon team. We want the pick.
I think it's
That's
got to be
right.
wide receiver.
Yeah.
They're
I'm
gonna
on the
pick
wide receiver
Jameson
train.
Williams. What does this mean for my
Maybe
Deontay
Olave.
Harris?
Maybe
shares?
Olave. Maybe Olave.
What does this mean? Don't spoil, bro.
Mike.
Mike.
There's no way.
I'm
Ah,
gonna pretend he
okay.
said that in a guessing tone.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume that it was a question. I'm
We
gonna
got
put
the
the
live
question.
audio.
Let's go to the audio, guys. Let's go to the audio.
It doesn't get much better than this.
Oh my God, they're taking.
It's
their
still just a
They are
ad
really,
for
they are
Amazon.
really
Yeah.
going.
I'm convinced you myself
Amazon's
there's
paying
no
them
way that it
pretty-
already
the
happened.
salary
because they're gonna
cap's
talk
going
about
up
this.
because of this.
I'm gonna be on a new show by the time they announce this pick.
I know.
It's gonna be round 2 by the time they announce this pick.
Oh my
Is
god.
that
I
the
know.
douchey brother from Better Call Saul?
It goes back 62 years.
Oh my god. All right, this is brutal. I hate.
This pick almost
the
took as
NFL
long as this
was-
player might have stayed in school.
Oh,
Kenny
I'm gonna have another
Pickett's gonna be
vacant season by
30.
the end of this.
Kenny
Right.
Pickett's gonna be 30 by the time he.
oh, here it is.
By the time they pick Olave, he's gonna be a super senior.
That same day delivery on a Lions
Yeah,
trade.
solid.
They just moved up from 32.
Here we
With
go.
Minnesota and NFC North.
Detroit moved up with
NFC North
Minnesota.
phone call.
That's got to
That's
be the other wide
that's
receiver,
gotta-
then, I think.
Think?
You think it's
They were
Jameson?
making calls to teams inside the
I
top
think we're
10.
going to see wide receiver and wide receiver go back to
Wide
back.
receiver, wide
Saints
receiver.
pick
I want to
first.
see two
The
quarterbacks.
11th pick in the
Here we go.
2022 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Chris Olave,
Okay,
wide receiver.
I spoiled it.
Mike, you got it. Oh my god, you're
What a
one
guess.
for one
Oh
on
my
the
God.
broadcast.
Okay.
You
That
don't
was
even
so
do
good.
that.
Passionate.
I
You're
I
gonna
got to
bring-
run here, but
I know,
I'll be
do
back
this
in about
here.
20 minutes. You guys have fun. For the record,
Oh, we
I think
will.
the Lions are also going to go wide receiver, but I'm fascinated to see what they do. This will be a fun pick.
Now I have to stay for that one. I'm
I
sorry,
know it
guys.
is,
It looks
Bob.
like I'm just gonna have to stay forever. Damn, at this rate.
Look, we're gonna move. I'm gonna get out of here. We're gonna bring Mike, Steven, and Bob, and then I will obviously come back in because we are dealing with these storms out here in Winnipeg right now. So we're gonna come back. I'm gonna come back, and we're gonna have 3 new guests here. Sit tight.
I'm still.
All right. We are live.
What's up?
I'm Steven and the spoiler, Mike, dropping it in live in the chat.
You know that pick was 7 minutes ago in America. I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but in America, I don't know what time zone difference we have, but that pick was like 12 minutes ago.
It's because of Amazon.
The Lions had already traded. You guys were.
Man, I'm in Texas.
Yeah, no,
Hey.
honestly, I'm
Man,
shocked
I
you
know.
guys didn't know because
Was it
No,
on
I-
yeah,
My
that
Sports
pick
Update or
legit
something?
came out 5 minutes before you heard it.
Yeah,
I don't know
Was
if
it Ari
everywhere.
tweeted or
It's
something?
been all over the timeline for like. No, like
Yeah,
everybody
'cause some
tweeted.
people-
Like there was follow-ups, there was analysis.
Right,
Yeah.
because people
I
get
NFL
people get
Network
on
put it up
Twitter.
before you guys.
because they didn't announce it. Goodell didn't announce it until after that. Tony G. Eckler announcement was over, and that took years.
Yeah.
It's all their fault.
Oh, is that what backed it up?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like it's
Where are the Lions going is the question, right?
Wow. How's everyone doing?
I'm a little shocked that they were even able to make an in-division trade for this too. I mean, how often do you see that?
I wonder what they had to give up. Steven, I like the fully
all the way
zipped up headphones
from 32, I imagine.
I like
this is the rare shot outside of my cave, so I can actually see what's going on in real time.
You're not surrounded by the phone this time. I'm just happy you made it. We were wondering where you were. We were getting delayed.
Yeah, that is a 100% bad on me.
Bob showed up a half an hour early because he wanted to get in here and rag on you.
So we averaged out, and so now we're together. So it was meant to be.
I shot him in Texas. Well, where are you?
I mean,
that's so funny.
In fairness, you showed up for the Olave pick, which happened at 9:15, so you were right on time.
Yeah.
I tell you, it's so all over the board. I have muted every single app on my phone.
Yes,
and it's just absurd how much earlier they get every year. And now I'm even worried about USA Today trying to spoil picks for me. I'm like, I already got Sleeper and Fantasy Pros and all these others I got to worry about. Now I got USA Today. It's like, what the hell is going on?
Oh, there's another trade.
It's like they're in the draft room. Swear to God.
The Eagles just moved up to 13.
What?
Wow.
Oh my God.
All that movement that we thought in the top 10.
Are they going to pick another receiver?
I
feel like Lions are going to go JMO or something, and then Philadelphia is going to...
I think that, they're going to ruin Brown, aren't they? This is going to be the death of Brown.
Is it going to just be a huge wide receiver run from 10 to 13?
The fact that the Eagles
Johnson.
The fact that the Eagles trade up made me think this isn't going to be a wide receiver for the Lions.
I think it is.
What Jordan Davis would be a very
I think it's wide receiver
knee biting pick, right? Like that would be a very him kind of pick.
Yeah,
you get Hutchinson and you get Davis, and
why would you trade up for him though?
Well, he's
I think both these teams that moved up saw that. I think the Saints saw the other teams are trying to move up. Damn.
32nd, 34th, and a third rounder for
that. I think the Lions got a steal though because they got the 46th back.
Yeah, they did. That's a hell of a deal. Make that anything.
For people listening, right, and maybe not being able to watch if they're just listening to the broadcast, the Lions get the 12th overall pick and the 46th overall pick. The Vikings get the 32nd overall pick, the 34th overall pick, and the 66th overall pick. I didn't expect Minnesota to trade down. But I don't know how many people actually expect Minnesota to be absolute doggy do again. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense for them to just, get an extra pick in this. I don't know what this pick is going to be. Bob,
wide receiver. I feel like the Saints moved up knowing that other teams are going to move up for wide receiver. It's just a huge run.
Yeah, we've got a wide receiver run brewing.
There it is.
Yeah, we're going to see Burks go next.
Traded the 12th pick. To the Detroit Lions.
Brown shares just went up in flames.
12th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select Jamison Williams.
Whoa!
Wide receiver.
How do you mess that name up?
That's one of those tricky names, Williams.
Let's go.
So I get the St. Brown position,
crazy.
But Williams probably you can't really expect him to like really be out and about doing his thing for the first couple weeks of the season. I would just trade St. Brown in like week 5 and call it a day.
Time to trade for St. Brown. Targets earned. I think he'll continue earning targets even with Jimmo there.
Fair. But
you can have multiple good receivers on the same team, guys.
Well, and the thing is, I think it'd be rather foolish to believe the Lions weren't going to take a wide receiver in the first or second round this year. Just with the fact you look at what else was catching passes at the end of the season last year.
In the new receiver room, Chark and Williams, they have speed.
Chark, JMO,
knees. They have bad
Smith
knees,
Hawk.
but they have speed. Very interesting room. Now, Goff, we have to watch Goff for a season. underthrow these receivers.
I don't know. They have the 30.
But what you said they got 46 back?
Nah, 36 gone. They got 40.
No, they moved it. They moved.
Yeah, they moved it to move up.
46. Though you still might see like a corral there or somebody.
Maybe you're right, because I mean I don't remember the guys. I'm a young man, okay, so I don't remember the last time this many quarterbacks slid. I think it was the EJ Manuel year. Correct me if I'm wrong. One of you grizzled vet.
Yep, I think he went 16.
EJ Manuel went
to Buffalo.
All right, guys, I gotta get out of here before my wife comes.
All right, Kev, absolute blast. We're gonna have you back
out here. My kids, I gotta get them to bed. All right, see you guys.
Appreciate it, Kevin.
Kev, see you. Yeah, I love it.
Guys, I promise you can get rid of me as soon as interesting stuff stops happening.
Mate,
it's just getting good now.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going anywhere.
Hey, man, I'll take you over Jacob. That's good. We're not spoiling stuff.
Full Tilt Dynasty podcast is in need of a new lead analyst, as we've fired and yeeted Jacob from the organization here.
I'm your guy.
Mike is down there going wide-eyed.
I'm your boy. Let's get it.
That's just Mike's natural watching TV look. Either that or he's looking at a picture of one of his famous sandwiches.
Hey man,
oh no, I'm looking at the next pick. I'm looking at the next pick.
You're about to spoil it again. No.
Now I'm
13 and Philly.
No, I'm just confused.
Well, give us the read off, Mike. Let's hear it.
Who are we guessing?
Yeah. We're gonna play the audio anyway. Go ahead, Mike.
Are we gonna play guessing game?
Yeah, let's guess it. Let's guess it.
Yeah, you want to play? Yeah, let's play guessing until the announcement happens. Okay, go for it.
Okay.
And then we can argue about the guesses.
Billy?
I'll take Jermaine Johnson.
Okay, Bob.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, Dodson.
Okay, Steven?
Ooh, that's a good call.
I'm gonna go. Oh man, I feel like they're gonna throw a complete wrench into things. I'm gonna go Trevor Penning.
Okay, Penning. We had Burks. Man, I'm gonna go Johnson. I'm gonna say Jermaine Johnson. I think they get a rusher. I think they moved up with Houston.
You guys,
because now I don't know. Does Houston take the safety then after Kyle Hamilton?
I mean, there's some value that's just plummeting here, but I really hope it's a wide receiver, so the Packers are just panicking in the 20s.
I want to see the Packers draft Sky Moore at 22.
I put on my Alan Lazard jersey just for this.
Wide receiver one, baby.
Actually, did you?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
You should call Fanatics now and see if you can trade it for a Traylon Burks jersey.
It's signed. I won it on pristine auction for $12.
How many retweets does Billy need to get to trade in his Lazard jersey? I think Burks is a good pick. I mean, if the word is that receivers are not going to be there for people anymore, then Burks to play inside with Smith, I think, is actually pretty dope for them.
Yep.
And it also allowed me to make fun of Jacob for saying Burks was getting moved to the second round.
He didn't foresee this happening. I don't think anyone did.
All right. So, do you guys want to do another round of guesses since every one of you was wrong, or do you want to be wrong?
I want to go ahead and guess, but I think Lucas just dropped it in the chat. So.
Corral.
That's not a spoiler.
Yeah, they're gonna pick Corral, and I'm gonna be right about Jalen Hurts.
I can't pick. I've already seen it.
Oh, so Bob's out. He's seen it.
Well,
picking Mr. Malik.
All right.
Oh, it was a guess in the chat. Okay, I was like looking at it. Like, okay, is that real or is that?
Hey, Lucas, I appreciate you playing along.
Man,
yeah.
I mean, did anybody pick Kyle Hamilton yet? I don't know. Like, that's the only other guy in that range.
That makes sense, though. That would be.
I still think Hamilton ends up in. Oh no, because Houston's behind Baltimore. Don't take Hamilton, Philly. Stop
Baltimore hopped up. They're at 14 now.
No, they're always at 14.
I'm sorry. I saw Houston and Baltimore flip. And
it's the rarity that Baltimore is picking that high, but they are picking.
I'll give you a hint. It's nobody fantasy relevant.
No,
Kyle Hamilton.
Johnson.
No, that's fantasy relevant. No,
Zion Johnson.
Wait,
it's Jahan Dotson. That's not fantasy relevant.
So what if it is Davis for Philly?
Damn.
Yeah. Is that it?
Yeah.
Son of a bitch! Sorry, I forgot. Son of a.
So you've now learned why they traded up over Baltimore was obviously what the move is. We thought it was for the wide receiver run. It was just to get in front of your boys. Yeah, they did that to you. That was on
Baltimore
purpose
gets,
too. They meant for you to hurt. They wanted you to feel this pain.
You're going to take Penning, and I am going to yeet my hat across the room when that happens.
Yeah, I'll have to host.
At this point, they should move the pick. They should move the pick.
1,000%. Yeah, absolutely, they should move the pick.
The Packers are here to buy.
Nobody wants it.
I'm so sad right now, but also that means Hurts is QB1
Can we go back?
Well, not yet.
But can we go back to the pick that landed them the trade? Yeah, they do. Yeah. So, but can we go back to the trade? So the Vikings didn't get anything in next year's draft out of this from the Lions.
No, they were just
they swapped seconds and got a third.
Yeah.
Hold on. So you trade with the trash team and don't get any future assets out of it.
I don't think they were giving.
And everyone's okay with this.
Yeah. Oh, I was all for the Lions side of that when it happened.
Yeah. The Lions getting that second back really helped.
Yeah,
Maybe if they got a third back, I'd be more on Minnesota. But
like they moved down 12 picks in the second round, moved up 20 picks in the first round for a
that's
third.
just incongruous. Yeah, doesn't make sense. And then all the
it's a terrible trade for the Vikings.
Especially in
and that's what I thought you guys were wrong about. I'm like, no, but what's coming in the next draft? I was like, something else is coming in 23, and the fact there isn't is bothersome. Like I'm actually angry for Vikings fans. It's funny, but I'm angry at the same time.
Mike,
last time a quarterback was not selected in the first half of the first round was Chad Pennington in 2000.
Is 16 top half? So EJ Manuel not counting? That's crazy.
Manuel is 16, yeah.
Pennington.
Yeah, Manuel.
Yeah, so
and Pennington was what, like 22 or 21 that year?
And we saw how that worked out. We all know the
Pennington. Hey, to Pennington's credit, he's a 2-time comeback player of the year award winner on 2 different teams. So
that's just right.
And
his, tell you all you need to know about him.
Shoulder.
This is true.
Absolutely awful. Well, I was hoping we get the audio right away, but we got like another bunch of people on the stage, so it's going to take like another.
Yeah, I don't know why our streams are that far behind.
Yeah, you guys are really lagging.
Are the streams behind? I don't think they are.
Look, really? Mine is.
Mike's had the pick for like
using audio.
2 hours.
Yeah, it's again.
Yeah,
I'm 90%.
They should have announced it by now.
Happening.
That Goodell is currently.
Yeah.
I mean, the Ravens pick's already in.
Don't ruin that one.
Ari's already tweeted about it.
All right, we won't ruin that one for you.
I don't want. I got all my buttons. I have got my soundboard ready for me being super depressed and upset.
Okay, so
that's it. So what are we gonna do for 10 minutes?
All right, so we, let's talk about where the quarterback's gonna go, so we don't have dead air. Yeah, no, we're not going to get the pick for 20 minutes because you're in Canada.
I mean,
you're just saying that. You just beat me. You're just trying to be offensive.
I am, yes. No, the first quarterback take is going to end up being in Pittsburgh.
I still think you have a quarterback potential.
Jordan,
I'm okay with Steelers getting Malik there just because I want to see Sawhook do that challenge. That'd be fun.
I'm so sad. No, it's going to be. It's going to be
quarterback.
But I still
15
think
and 16.
But I don't think it'll be Willis.
I don't think 15. I think 16 and 18. 16 and 18 are real possibilities. 15, I think they like Mills.
Don't forget about 22.
But 16 and 18, I would. Oh,
yeah,
no, I'm talking
before
20. I think the Steelers could end up out in the cold.
Well,
I don't know.
I was just saying
I don't know. With the way quarterbacks have gone so far, I don't think there's going to be a run on them right now.
No,
I think you might see one.
No, but look at what's coming up.
Right.
Look at it. You have Washington,
Philadelphia,
and New Orleans,
Houston,
all picking.
Houston wild card for one. I don't know.
And you never know what the Packers are going to do.
I like Bills. I don't know.
Pick another quarterback. Let's go.
Right? Yeah. Take Matt Corral.
Keep Alan Lazard safe.
Jordan Love can teach Matt Corral how to
yeah.
I don't want to see my friend Billy yeet himself into the sun with them taking another quarterback. I can't emotionally handle that again.
Like 3 weeks, and I'll shave it if they take a quarterback.
He's gonna shave it with insanity, though. That's gonna be the key for that.
I think honestly, if you don't see one go 16, 18, 20, or 20, you're not going to see one in the rest of the first round.
How crazy would it be if we went entire first round without a quarterback?
I don't think it's possible. I think someone's either trading up again. I think someone will trade back in at that point. I really do.
To get that fifth-year option. Definitely.
Yeah, but I mean, even Minnesota on the back end of this first going to that pick. I mean, they could easily snag one too.
Nah, they extended.
Nah, they just resigned. Didn't Cousins get like 2
with
more
the
years?
Cousins extension. I mean, again, you get that 5th year. I mean, it's one of those things where you look at all.
They just saw the Packers do the same thing, and it totally messed them up.
I mean, would you be shocked? Would you really be shocked?
I would. I mean, they haven't been linked to it at all. They're in a prime position to move down again. They moved down. The first move maybe wasn't ideal, but the practice of moving down, they can do it again if someone wants to move up to the very end of the first and grab a quarterback. Same way that the Ravens traded up for Lamar a few years ago.
I'm just trying to think
that's the cheapest way you can get a 5th-year option, trading up with Minnesota. That's attractive.
Yeah, so it is a valuable pick. It's just they still could have got more and gotten 32 is the problem with the trade.
Yeah. The trade down with Detroit was pretty bad, but where they're sitting at with 32 is I don't know. You're looking forward, ignoring the bad move they made before. They can make a good move here.
So have you all seen the pick?
Absolutely.
No.
I've seen the Jordan Davis pick. I haven't seen the Baltimore pick yet.
I haven't even seen Baltimore beyond on the clock.
Oh, wow. I just got the Baltimore pick.
Oh my.
Okay, I'm gonna go look it up now.
Yeah, Baltimore pick's been in for 2 minutes.
Is my stream lagging? Am I secretly behind?
No, it's gonna bother me. I have to know.
I mean, do you want to know? I can announce it.
I feel like they're gonna go like Hamilton or something. Let's guess again.
Not
let's
Penning.
be guessing game.
Just tell me it's not Penning.
Just tell me it's not a wide receiver.
I think it's Johnson.
Stop it.
I'm either going to tell you the pick or I'm not going to tell you.
Okay, tell me.
Look at it.
Just
with
tell
the
him it's Penning.
14th pick,
Don't tell him it's
the
Penning.
Baltimore Ravens select Trevor Penning. Tom, I'm lying.
You're so mean. They took Hamilton, you jerk.
It's Kyle.
The steal of the draft goes to the Ravens.
It's a good ass pick. Wait, I think I had that in my mouth. Let's get it. Let's go. Right. I had that in my mouth. Ball.
So much as a person. Everything you embody as a human.
We're so
whoa. Philly just traded up again?
Nah, I feel like he capping his hell.
I mean, that does sound like full cap.
I've heard so many lies so far.
That does sound like full cap.
They're trading up for Malik. Hell yeah.
Look, we have one
Philly
more to join the party
with Houston.
He's right on time, and you know what that means for me, because I have to step out because connection stuff when somebody comes in right now. But I'm going to step out, and we've got John, or as we know him, Mr. Dynasty Coach A himself, the man who disliked Willis more than anyone else I've ever seen in my life, who's also going to have to watch, hopefully on our show, that Willis is the first quarterback taken off the board. So how about how you doing? So I'm gonna leave. Bill's gonna bring him in, and when I come back, we're gonna chat it up. Sit tight.
All right, there goes Tom again. Every time he leaves, like I have my mouse hovering on the new guy, and then he leaves and it just like shifts over. It's like juking me out. How you doing, Coach? Mr. Nia?
Good. Good. How are you guys doing? I was listening in the backstage, and how you guys didn't say that that the Ravens took Malik Willis. Like I was just sitting there screaming, like, tell him to take Malik Willis. Like
I knew if I said that, he'd know it was a lie.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, even if it was like a split second of tilt, like the tilt would have been there, and I would have appreciated it because it was as I jumped on, and you guys were already getting him to tilt, and I was like, God damn it! If they had just said Malik Willis, that would have been amazing.
Yeah, it had the chance. I thought there was no way he'd believe me if I said Malik.
Whoa. Yep. Hey, guys, hold on. Marquise Brown was just traded to the Cardinals.
Nah, you kept him.
Hollywood Brown to the Cardinals.
He's lying. He's lying.
I don't believe that.
Mike's
just saying. No, you don't have to. So
Field
Yates with the big blue check mark park next to him. Just announced.
All right.
Damn. Well, this is why we like all.
Okay, no, you don't have to believe it. It's fine.
I don't.
No, it's true. It's true.
I believe it when I see it. I can check my phone right now.
Talk about Tom tilting. He's not even at his desk right now. Oh, there he is.
Damn, that's crazy.
Hey, Tom, you don't have any wide receivers left, and you just
we still like
and you just didn't draft one.
Hey, bud, I got some bad
Tom,
news.
did you hear the news?
Is Tom dead?
Hollywood's not on your team anymore. Hollywood Brown is now a Cardinal.
What?
Let's go, bro. That's like
I got it too.
That's like a
Oh
top
my
5
God.
passing offense. We ball as
That's
hell.
like the best thing that could have ever happened to Hollywood.
Pick
I wonder who's
100.
gonna
It's
who's gonna have
Marquise
more
Brown
targets in
and pick
2021 and
100
2022.
to the Cardinals for pick 23.
Ooh, wow.
That is a
They're gonna
hell
pick
of
trade.
a trade.
That is a good trade. Wow.
What
All right.
What were the Cardinals thinking?
We ball as hell.
Did they just panic? Did they tilt because the wide receiver run and overpaid for Hollywood? That's embarrassing.
That's what it looks like.
That seems like an underpay to me. I don't know.
Underpay? 20?
Underpay for Hollywood?
It's not fantasy.
Yeah, I would give a top 5 pick for Hollywood Brown.
He is Hollywood's biggest fan. So
wait.
Oh, that's true. That is true.
Marquise Brown is not on the team.
Okay, so
he's
just so we're clear, they got slightly less than what was given for Tyreek Hill. I mean, so we got to be crystal clear.
Tyreek also fetched a second.
They got pick 23. I'm happy. That's fine. I'm okay with that. They have a plan.
So I mean, they'll obviously
it's a great trade
from one less.
That's a great trade for Baltimore.
Yeah, I mean, the Packers are going to pick a wide receiver. At 22.
John, I just want to ask you a question now because I remember when you and
now they're going to trade up for Malik. They're going to trade up to 19. They're going to get up one spot ahead of Pittsburgh and get Malik.
I'm going to find you in Canton and bury you somewhere.
Well, that does make sense because then Lamar would be their wide receiver 1. That's good. He'll fill in for
It's time to sell off.
I want to know because you once told me that Hollywood Brown would be Tyreek Hill with a better quarterback. Are you willing to put your money in the line with that?
Wait, did I say that soberly?
And I have the receipt. You still send it. So I just want to know if you're willing to put money on that because Kyler's still your undoubted.
I mean, well, all right. So Hollywood Brown will be better on the Cardinals than he was on the Ravens. I will say that. Yes.
I
don't know if I'll say Tyreek Hill levels. That sounds like something like maybe ask me in 3 hours and I'll say Tyreek Hill levels.
Brown's definitely their wide receiver 1 at this point, right?
Yes.
You would think he would easily
DeAndre Hopkins is the wide receiver 1, but
no, he's washed.
Yeah, DeAndre Hopkins. What did
games?
Did he die?
He's dead.
Is that why why they tilted and they made this trade? Because he actually died today? Because then that didn't make sense.
Well, I mean, he's washed like my laundry. That's for sure. He's a
because he got hurt last year. I mean,
touchdown or bust.
No one can ever get healthy.
Even outside of DeAndre Hopkins getting hurt. Even outside of DeAndre Hopkins being hurt, he was touchdown or bust, really, aside from one game last year.
His body weight over the last year. It's very there's a real chance that we saw him decline. He could easily bounce back because you trust the years and years of DeAndre Hopkins being really fucking good, but there's a chance that when you see a guy who's 30 years old have a slight decline, that it's the beginning of the end.
I'm worried he's AJ Greening himself right now. That's all.
It's possible.
I mean, regardless, I am excited for Hollywood.
Marquise Brown. He's reunites with Kyler Murray, bro. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah.
I do like. Look, I know everyone was waiting for Tom.
He's going up.
Using his censor button over here as I just start saying, all the awful words. That's why I have this because I was told I swear too much. So now I can swear as much as I want.
It's been a lot.
I have a censor button. So I know everyone was waiting for me to tilt, but I'm not gonna. I actually like that deal. That's a smart move by Baltimore, 100%. I think they were gonna have to sign Marquise Brown, and with the wide receiver market, are you paying, Christian Kirk money for Brown? I wouldn't. Not with their cap situation, and they have Bateman. I'm actually not.
I think it says more about how they believe in Bateman.
Yeah, Bateman, Duvernay. Right?
Duvernay, no.
The guys they
Andrews
before.
I was saying Duvernay he's a thing.
Guys, is in the third stage.
Pro Bowl year. He haven't been off anyone's taxi squads.
only a Ravens fan would bring up Duvernay. Like he's actually a player on
I
the
had to
team.
listen to Ravens fans bring up Boykin for like 2-3 years straight, and then he gets cut because he's bad. The same thing with Duvernay. Bro, I'm literally getting tagged by so many people right now about Marquise. The brand is so strong with me that everyone immediately goes, hey, what do we think? What do we think? This is good. I like this.
No, it really is. I mean, taking all biases and jokes and everything out, like it's a great trade for both sides. Honestly, like I think it's an overpay from the Cardinals, but they got what they needed at least. And like, I think Hollywood is better than what he's been portrayed as, and like now we'll actually see what he can do.
But here's the problem, though, right? Is that they could have gotten a Hollywood type receiver by trading the Rondell Moore pick last year. So honestly, they've put a ton of draft capital into the wide receiver position to only come out with Marquise Brown. It's not a good look for their front office. What's happened the past 2 years to try to fill that spot.
We can all agree that Rondell's dead, right?
I just wonder if
is he?
I
can't tell. I don't think he's dead.
No, he died.
He could be dead. It's a risky proposition, but
I think this is a little bit of them sucking up to Kyler Murray for contract. Like, hey, bro, look what we just did for you, bro.
Yeah,
because that's a quality receiver,
we
bro.
got your new toy, yeah.
Now you can have the shortest QB wide receiver connection in the league, bro.
They could have also just taken Traylon Burks with their 23rd pick and not
turned on Marquise Brown in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, so I just want to say I just want to say like the reason I'm happy for this, right? Because obviously I've written like 2 of my longest articles were on Hollywood Brown, right? Like, and I still like him. I like him actually more now, so I'm happy. But Baltimore is being smart, getting years of contract service with how their cap is. They know they have to pay Jackson. They're already tight to the cap, and Brown has kind of been a whiny little.
Where's your button? There.
Yeah, I've had to find the button.
It doesn't work if you're gonna just wait till it bleeds.
With his Twitter and Instagram and how he handles things, they're gonna have to pay him a ton of money. I like this, and I had Burks 23 to Arizona. If Baltimore walks away with Burks at 23 right now Lamar Jackson can miss all he wants because Burks is a unit and has a wide wingspan for all of his inaccurate passes, which I like. So I actually don't hate it.
I mean, I just don't think he's going to be there. That's the problem.
Maybe
can we get to the real fantasy point of this trade though? Is that Mark Andrews now will compete for the tight end 1 overall? Like Mark Andrews,
like you already did last year
with this trade. Yeah.
Wait, Tyler Huntley's going to start again?
No, but
John,
when you look
the split data doesn't matter.
When you look at
I'm really trying to find back puke.
Yeah, that's what you're doing to me right now. All right, remember that. Look, I will
#, vacated targets.
Oh, I just saw what Washington did. Oh my.
Yeah. I've been trying.
I just been paying attention to Hollywood, bro. That's crazy.
I've been trying to sit on it. Washington did something.
So bad.
You can say I'm gonna play the audio anyway.
With the 16th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders selected Jahan Dotson, wide receiver, Penn State.
Oh no!
Oh my fucking god!
I feel like the last 2 years in a row. Last year was Kadarius Toney. Today is Dotson. I love it.
So there's no one left for the Chargers to take at wide receiver now. There's no one left.
Burks.
Except for Burks. I don't think Burks is their guy there. I think they go tackle. Penning is still there. I think they go tackle.
Sky Moore, bro.
They need a tackle.
Who Dotson went top of the first round.
Quick, Dotson, I'm thinking if everyone hates this move the way they hate Tony, you can't ignore the 16. I don't like Dotson's profile, but he's like,
Tom Lee, don't
be a
do
late
that.
first rounder.
Why are you going AJ Brown? What Tom Lee's in our chat now. Co-host
AJ Brown to the Eagles? What?
Shut the don't. I'll fight you. Actually?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
AJ Brown has just been traded to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Fuck.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
Shut up. There's
I'm
no
trying
way.
to type out these quick Hollywood shots and everything's happening in between.
Oh my god, AJ Brown just died. Like we got Rondell dying, we got AJ Brown dying. Like holy shit.
Adam Schefter.
No.
That's
AJ Brown traded to the Eagles.
That's crazy.
How is this? We knew this was going to be wild, but this is beyond belief at this
They
point.
must be getting 18.
Where's Jacob? Is not going to come. He's on player profiles right now. He's not coming back. Like he is going to be there crying about this for hours.
Jahan Dotson, AJ Brown, Marquise Brown, bro. What?
All right, guys.
What is happening?
That's
brutal.
I do have to bounce with that. I think we've had enough wildness for one time.
Might get some sleep.
Next year.
Bro, is Debo Samuel going to be the only
See you,
wide
bud.
receiver not getting
It is AJ Brown for the 18th overall and another 3rd round pick.
That's so bad. What?
That's it? Oh my god!
Wow.
What Arizona paid
Oh
for
my
Brown?
god! What? Okay, they're gonna
Robert Woods. Robert Woods.
Are they gonna
Yeah,
pick
really?
wide receivers? Then?
Oh my god, the Robert Woods.
Oh
Guys,
God, he will never die.
Henry's going to get
Hold on.
500 touches if he stays
Wait, yeah,
alive.
Titans could pick Burks or something.
If
Guys,
he
the
stays
Titans-
alive.
The
Titans
Titans.
just-
Hey, so, like who's basically the closest comp to AJ Brown? It's Traylon Burks.
Traylon Burks.
Like,
Guys,
yeah.
no, legitimately,
hilarious. That'd be amazing.
I think the Titans are about to take Malik Willis or Kenny Pickett.
Oh, maybe.
They could. I mean, that's a great point. They
That
could
would
go
be hilarious
QB.
just to see all the
Guys,
three
one
reactions.
sec. Look, we have Wyatt. He's chilling in the back. We're going to bring
I gotta
Wyatt
calm
in because
down.
he looks
I gotta
like he needs
And
people
I
to talk
actually
to.
have to duck out, so we'll do a switcheroo.
Steven's
All
gonna
right.
go. I love the
I will
AEW
add
shirt.
people back in.
Have a wonderful
I love
rest of your show.
You too, man.
Have
I
a good
love
one,
the
Steven.
AEW
Appreciate
shirt and the zip up headphones. I love that. We'll talk soon, man, for sure.
All right,
Look,
take care,
Jacob's
guys.
back. We're gonna bring Wyatt in. I have to leave while this happens because connection stuff. But I'll be back in a second here. Let's talk some AJ Brown. I can't fucking wait.
Here we go.
Oh my god.
All right, Jacob.
What the fuck is
I
that?
know the most interesting
What
thing
an
you're waiting on.
insane! I
I'm
mean,
on
what
the
an
rest of my
insane,
drink.
insane stretch. Like I was gone for
It's
about
not
25
enough.
minutes, and half
Yeah,
the wide
you-
receivers in the NFL got traded.
Yeah, you
It's
should
not
probably
enough.
leave again.
AJ
Yep.
Brown to Philly like ruins him.
Chargers picking right now?
It, like,
I don't
also
understand.
Ruins Devontae Smith.
Yeah, they
It's just
already in.
ruins the
Zion
the-
Johnson
yeah,
for
the
Chargers.
Brown.
Good pick.
Yeah.
The Brown to the Eagles thing is like really awesome for the Eagles,
Zion
but
Johnson to the
Jalen
Chargers.
Hurts is about to be like
total
top
total
5
disaster
QB in
for
Dynasty
everyone
now
involved
by
there.
people.
All right, we have
think,
18 people talking at once.
yeah, I would say that the two Brown trades could not have been more opposite. Like the Hollywood trade, except for Rondale, it was good for everybody else. Like good for Hollywood, I think. Good for Bateman, obviously. Good for Andrews. He was going to be fine anyways,
Yes.
but certainly a plus. And then the AJ Brown trade is the opposite of that, where it's
Bad for
I guess
everyone.
good for Robert Woods,
Waste
but no one cares. And it's bad for AJ. It's
All right.
bad for Devonta Smith. It's bad for Goddard. It's good for Jalen Hurts.
So
That's about it.
But they're just
So
gearing
Wyatt,
up for like
how are you
Stroud
doing?
next year, anyways.
Wyatt, you look
No.
like you were stressing out there in the back at this.
Yeah, it's just like why, and none of it made sense. That it's not enough, I don't think, for AJ Brown. And like as Jacob was just saying, like with that trade, just like hurts everybody basically, except I guess Jalen Hurts. But do we care? Because is he even the quarterback next year?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
Stop
Yes.
it.
guys,
Stop this.
here comes Pickett. Get ready. I'm calling
Yep.
it now. This is my
I
shot.
guess I'm
I
still.
can't-
I
we
guess I'm
had
still on the train
Marquise
that
Brown.
they're accumulating enough draft capital that maybe he's not. But
We had
I don't know.
Marquise Brown and AJ Brown traded nearly like damn near back to back. I didn't have this
Also-
many trades in the book. I
if
don't know
your
anyone
last
else who
name is
had
Brown,
this
you're
many.
on
trades.
notice.
Somebody made a post earlier today talking about I won't name names, but they talked about 1.5 taking the under for 1.5 trades in the first round.
That's crazy.
Guys, the Eagles
Oh,
are playing
Luke.
Madden right now.
Oh,
They
man.
are.
It's like such a good deal for the Eagles, but I just can't enjoy it because like they have 3 guys that I really like, and they're going to be on a team that won't pass. This sucks so much.
Yeah, 20 of pass attempts per game.
You said landing spots don't matter, and unequivocally, AJ Brown is your wide receiver 3. Is he still the wide receiver 3 right now?
Man, I mean, I don't know. I got to think about that. It's been 5 minutes.
It's
hard.
It's the
Like-
journalist in me. I gotta ask.
Yeah, it's
We're
a
gonna
pretty
bring-
awful spot. Like I honestly
It's
think
horrific.
like because when there was trade rumors, like my take on AJ Brown was like it's great if he gets traded because pretty much every spot is better. And then I think this is the only spot that's worse. I'm pretty sure. Like I literally can't think of a worse place to be, right? Like there's basically 3 ways that a landing spot can be bad. You can either have a quarterback who isn't very good at passing. a team that doesn't pass very much, or a bunch of target competition. And right now he's batting 3 for 3. So that's not ideal.
You talking about the Ravens, or you talking about Philadelphia?
Hey.
Well, the Ravens are no longer one of those things.
Yep.
No, I mean it's not good for AJ. There's no way around it. Like it's one thing if your team doesn't pass a lot, if you can get a 30% target share. I certainly think he will lead the Eagles in targets. He's the best player on the Eagles, but I don't think he's going to get a 30% target share. That's for sure. It's as bad as it is for AJ. It's probably worse for Smith and Goddard also. So it's just bad for everyone except for Jalen Hurts, basically.
Look, the Eagles just became the new Ravens, just without a good quarterback.
No, Hurts is a good quarterback, but they're not going to throw it
mid.
that high of a rate.
Sorry, bro. He's mid.
Okay, look.
Maybe this is a sign that they're putting the faith in Hurts.
Maybe. I hope so.
Yeah.
Look, we have Nate. Nate is ready to pop in. So as Nate comes in, I'm going to leave and I'm going to come back because it's how this stupid thing has to work. And we're going to argue more about A.J. Brown and what happens in a minute here. This is going to be wild.
Yeah, maybe the Eagles are just saying, like, hey, Jalen Hurts is our guy, and we're going to start building the offense around him.
As they should.
And maybe your hope for AJ Brown is now that they believe in Hurts as a passer, and then he's growing, and that they're going to throw at a higher rate than they were before.
All right.
Even then, though,
I just saw the Titans pick.
Yeah, I've seen it too. I've seen it too.
I haven't seen it yet.
That does not make sense.
Don't spoil.
No, it does make sense. It makes exact sense.
Wow.
It's exactly what I said was going to happen.
I mean, well, it makes the most sense.
Spoiled. Hang on. Akash is waiting. Also, we got a big circle here heading up the podcast. What a crazy draft. For a draft that we thought was going to be boring for fantasy, This has been very fun for fantasy.
Just not in the way we thought.
No.
It's exactly what we thought, but the opposite.
Yeah, that's, man, awesome for the Eagles, though. Like, if we could talk real football for a second. I mean, what an incredibly fun offense where you get to play 11 on 11 with Hurts' dual threat ability. And now teams are going to have to guard Brown, Goddard, Smith. And they're able to get all their motion.
Wait. Jacob, tell me what this means for my Jalen Reagor shares.
Well, your Jalen Reagor shares can probably be dropped.
Last I've heard, the Eagles are opening to listening to offers.
Really?
Man, they're going to throw them in the Titans
my Quez Watkins bags.
2026 7th.
You're right. That sucks.
I do think that like people are going to get overly excited about Jalen Hurts, and I'm not saying that you can't be excited about him this year, but they still have 2 first rounders next year. So like he's definitely not guaranteed anything at this point. They're saying like, here you have everything, go do it, and if he doesn't do it, they're going to replace him.
I mean, Hurts is in the same spot too as in, right?
Miles Sanders.
It's good.
I would agree with that.
I mean, it's good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's same exact thing. I'm not just saying it's Hurts, but like he has to improve as a passer this year. He has to.
I mean, Hurts and Tua to me are in the same spot now, where except one of them actually scores fantasy points, but Hurts and Tua are in the same spot where like they're certainly not. They haven't been awful. They haven't been great. We'll see. Their team has given them every possible weapon, and it's a referendum year for sure. I have a lot more faith in Hurts than I do in Tua, but we'll see.
I think
I've seen people do that trade straight up, like in Dynasty, like, and I don't. That's the value seems way off.
Yeah. I'll break some more news. With this trade happening, AJ Brown has signed a 4-year, $100 million extension with the Eagles.
Yeah, that's what happens when you trade for the boar.
Yeah, Can't imagine they would trade for him without having a contract ready to go. I think it's wild.
But that's also why they got him for just 18 and a third, because you still got to pay him $100 million.
He's not leaving the Titans.
Yeah, and have we talked about the Titans pick yet?
I haven't seen it.
I saw it.
It hasn't come up.
Are you announcing? Or can we announce it?
I want to see. Oh, good. No.
Yeah. Let's do it one more time with passion. Let's do the
draft. Now we'll draft somebody else. We'll see.
Who knows?
The Eagles traded the 18th pick to the Tennessee Titans. With the 18th pick, the 2022 NFL Draft.
They literally did.
So there you go.
So remember when I said on our show that we were going to have minimum 7 wide receivers drafted
There we go.
I think I undershot it. I think I undershot
We're
it.
going to see Sky Moore around one, bro. Hell yeah.
Sky Moore's.
Guys, what are the Packers going to do?
They're going to draft
They're going to draft an interior defensive lineman.
Alan Lazard jersey.
They got 2 picks. They can reach on Sky Moore and then pick someone else.
Remember when they traded Devontae Adams for 2 firsts so that they could, or for an extra first so that they could get a wide receiver?
I do.
Yeah.
That was fun.
There's something we got to get out of the way.
I think I remember someone earlier. I can't exactly remember who saying Traylon Burks was going to slide to the second round.
I mean, he's a 6th wide receiver taken. Prices are going up, man. We got inflation.
Yeah.
No, I like it's a good spot for Traylon. I mean, all these landing spots are not perfect. Like between the 6 wide receivers, we have what? So it's like London ends up with a terrible team. We got Garrett Wilson on a bad team, Olave on a low volume bad team, Dotson on a Wentz team with another alpha there. Yes. Jameson on the Lions with a few other guys. And then we have so far, and he's going
until they draft Ritter in round 2. That's true.
Yeah.
Look, guys, one thing we do have to get out of the way here, what we have right here now that we have a bunch of crazy news and we kind of think maybe we know what New Orleans is doing, what we have here and what we've been talking about here on this show for a while is this beautiful piece of apparel. This is your Penn State signed Saquon Barkley jersey that we have been collecting entries for. And I have the winner. It's right here. It's in my hand. So I want to give him a huge shout out. Look, he had to be subbed, post the ratings. He went above and beyond. And we definitely want to give him the shout out he deserves. So the winner of the Saquon Barkley signed jersey giveaway, which we are shipping. We're paying for it. It's not you, John. You've trashed Lamar Jackson too much. You're out on every giveaway.
God damn it. I signed up 86 times.
That's why our numbers went up so much. Look, we got to give a huge shout out to Derek Hale. That's at DERRTY1187. If you're watching, if you're in the chat, feel free to celebrate. This jersey is going out to you from us. We're paying for it. All shipping, everything. We're going to get all your information. I'm going to DM you. But huge shout out to you. Thanks for the support. And, man, enter the next one. Hey, and if you are here, your comment would go toward potentially winning the Full Tilt Dynasty Podcast Custom Championship belt. So just remember that. That's the next giveaway. So huge shout out to him. It's a beautiful jersey. It's phenomenal. It's from his best years, one might say, when he was generational.
That was the last time he was relevant.
What are you talking about? We generational.
And not old and busted.
So I'm super confused. Like maybe you guys see this differently, but one thing that's mesmerizing to me is that the immediate Twitter reaction on the Burks landing spot has been really positive. Have we not been complaining about AJ Brown's Titans situation for the last 3 years? Like every week, AJ Brown goes out there, gets 35% of the targets, and turns it into 4 catches because the Titans never throw. I definitely think the Burks landing spot is better than some because there's nobody else there except Woods, but I would hardly say that the Titans with Tannehill and the most run-heavy offense on the world are like some dream landing spot.
I can tell you
trying to approach Twitter reaction to breaking news rationally, and we don't do that here. That's not something you can expect.
I can tell you why. It's because Derrick Henry is going to go down again, and they need a suitable size adjusted player to play running back for them when that happens.
That's right. Yeah,
That's
they lost their fullback, Jonnu Smith. They got to replace him.
Because, Derrick Henry is like 97 years old in running back years. So we know it's going to happen. So I think that's the reason. They're going to run Burks with the football, I think, more often than people might. Why they wouldn't do that for AJ Brown is fucking beyond me, but I don't know. You can't look. One thing we said at the top of the show: you cannot expect NFL coaches to do things rationally. There's no rational thinking in this in our terms. Not NFL teams, but teams. Actually, wouldn't surprise me the NFL did, but teams have cut players for ordering pizza, not chicken salad. We've seen that now. We are aware that these awful decisions have happened. We've probably all seen episodes of Hard Knocks. We know that they do really weird shit all the time.
That's
one question I do
mostly just for entertainment and none
yes.
of
1000%. 1000%. I just want to ask the person who looks the calmest outside of Bob, because I don't think I've ever seen Bob not calm. You are the most calm and collected. You got the legs crossed. You're just chilling. But Nate, you are chilling right now because you don't have to worry about what your team's going to do in the first round. How nice of it to finally not have to worry about these quarterback picks or who's going where. You're set. How does this feel from your perspective in the NFL draft?
Feels fantastic.
You're just vibing right now.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, our pick was Russell Wilson. Our pick next year is Russell Wilson. I'm pretty happy to lock that in right here, especially given the absolute insanity of what we've been seeing. And just to add to the overall insanity tonight, I got somebody here with me who you guys might want to see. I feel like
see it.
Penning at 19. So
TD,
are you
so boring?
Are you ready, John, for Willis to be the first quarterback off the board to Pittsburgh?
Oh,
are you ready to
I've
handle
been
it?
begging for Willis to go to Pittsburgh more than anything I've ever wanted. Like, I will give up all my Christmas presents from when I was a kid. I just want Malik Willis to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers so bad.
I want him to not just see people freak out because that'd be pretty funny. But yeah, I do want him to get drafted as soon as possible.
Oh boy.
No, Deontay Johnson being ruined by Malik Willis is something that I need to see in my lifetime. So,
I co-signed that message.
Did you see the same?
I think we've taken this a bit far, guys. Come on. Let's all stay rational.
Tom, I never even heard so you're obviously a Ravens fan, and I was gone during the Hollywood.
Damn it! I've been muted for 5 minutes.
Oh, he was gone too. He was gone too.
Oh, was he? Okay, so I mean, it's kind of crazy that Hollywood Brown got moved in the middle of the draft for a first and a third, and then 2 minutes later, it became not even an interesting storyline compared to the other guy named Brown who also got moved for a first and a third.
No,
what are your thoughts on that one? Because I like that one for everyone.
We did talk about that, and I even said I like the move. I think it's smart by them. They didn't want to pay him Christian Kirk money. They couldn't pay him Christian Kirk money. I think it's good for Bateman, and I think they will go back to running the ball. I think it'll be closer to 2019 and 20 than this year, I think, with this move. But I still think they can grab a receiver. I mean, obviously, we think Green Bay's still going to take one. So, and maybe New England take. Who knows? I don't know if Bob's got his ears to the ground on what New England's going to do here. It's kind of a weird spot. Off-ball linebacker might be.
Oh, they're going to trade back.
You think? Okay. So if that's the case, then Baltimore's looking at, maybe they reach on a receiver, maybe, but knowing them, they're going to take the best player available. I'm happy with Kyle Hamilton, right? I think that locks down one need that they had. There's still corners on the board.
Yeah.
I don't see why they don't just draft a corner. That's the most Baltimore Raven, or they'll draft a D tackle. That would be the most Baltimore thing ever. But corner safety combo at these prices all day.
Out of curiosity, guys,
I agree.
What are we doing with these picks? Are we now tipping them? Are we announcing them? How would you
Go
like
ahead.
to do Pittsburgh?
Announce it, and I play the audio when I can.
Okay, so we have Kenny Pickett is a Pittsburgh Steeler.
No, wait, you actually announced it?
Willis.
Damn it.
Ooh.
Damn it. All right.
Go, I'm so hyped for that.
I think it's good for Deontay.
So I didn't announce it.
I think he's much better for Deontay.
Yeah, I like Willis more than Pickett, obviously, in terms of their fantasy value. But for a wide receiver,
that
great news
was
for
the
Deontay
biggest
and Claypool.
smokescreen ever for the Steelers.
Yeah,
that is a really good landing spot for Pickett. I mean, he just lands in a good place.
Yeah,
it was the best quarterback landing spot.
Yeah, the best wide receiving situation he could land in while still throwing to good players.
I like Pickett now because of this.
I wouldn't go that crazy.
Also, just so that we're keeping people up to date, Jacob, I'm on my final drink.
Wow.
And I couldn't find Guinness, so I got a Dragon Milk Stout.
I accept Dragon Milk Stout.
Yeah, I approve.
But the problem is it didn't mix with the Baileys, so this is just really gross.
Is it curdled?
It's just not mixing. I can put.
It's I remember the first time I ever took a.
Yeah.
The first time I ever took an Irish car bomb shot, I didn't know you had to like drink it right away, and I just let it sit there, and I was like slow drinking it, and then all of a sudden, it was all curdled milk and shit.
Yeah.
You don't want to drink that.
Yeah, it's not curdling; it just isn't mixing. Like there's nothing fun here.
No, it doesn't sound good.
So Kenny Pickett, first
Holy
quarterback
shit.
off the board.
I was
What
not
a
prepared for
great
that.
moment. Nate, any hot takes down there?
My hot take is that Kenny Pickett is not good, and I'm not interested in him for fantasy football.
I don't know if that's a hot
Does he
take.
even
I
have
think that's
hands anymore?
Yeah, they've been slowly shrinking over this draft process.
They don't have weather in Pittsburgh, right?
No, never.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. No, but he played in that stadium, so he knows how the wind swirls. So it'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
I saw him throwing in that hotel with the 2 gloves, so I think he'll be fine.
That was pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we could just have him play in the hotel.
Lamar is so mad that
do end up picking,
Hollywood, bro. That's crazy. He's not mad, but he's like upset.
What's this?
Lamar.
Yeah,
someone just tweeted, "What the fucking fuck? We traded away Hollywood. Heartbreak." And Lamar Jackson retweeted that.
Oh boy,
that's
Yikes.
crazy.
One crazy thing that I'm thinking, like, so I mean, we'll see where Breece Hall ends up going, but assuming that he still goes somewhere normal, either Buffalo or wherever on day 2, like he'll be the 101. Is this the flattest tier 2 and the longest tier 2 ever? Because we have like all the top wide receivers going to these really gross landing spots. We have Pickett now getting a nice landing spot. We don't know when or where Willis will go. We'll see. We're probably about to get some like very mediocre wide receivers going to exciting landing spots. Like it's just going to be a very long tier.
All right, shock of the draft. The big reveal, the main event, the final pick. Malik Willis to the Minnesota Vikings.
Malik Willis to the New England Patriots.
At pick 32. That's what I'm calling.
At pick 32, we're basically treating him like rookie Jalen Hurts. No.
We have Andrew and
rookie Lamar. Yes. Hell yeah. How was Tom? He was gone.
Man,
there we
Tom
go.
was gone apparently.
Look,
I just want to know what all the Malik truthers are going to do if he falls out, if Malik falls out of the first round, because all I've heard is if he goes first round. Well, what if he doesn't go first round?
Somebody has to trade in at this point, right? Because there's no one left.
That's right.
There's no one left.
I don't know. There's been a lot of talk about how the 5th-year option doesn't really freaking matter anymore. So I don't even know if trading up makes sense anymore.
People are crazy. I just want to answer Andrew.
Option on your quarterback.
Yeah. Andrew,
that means that they haven't been good enough to re-sign. Right. So, you don't even want them at that point. I really I think there was a time and a place, but I'm not even saying this is my take. Like other people have talked about this, but I think that it makes sense that it's not something we need anymore.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Of course, it's Franco Harris.
Select
Franco Harris.
Kenny Pickett.
Okay.
Quarterback, Pittsburgh.
Okay.
And the Patriots have traded back.
Did they?
Oh,
Yep.
I'm flabbergasted. Oh, wow.
Oh,
It is coming.
Who traded up?
Who did they trade with, though?
I don't know that, but it just says that they did
Okay,
trade
whoever's
back.
trading up is going to grab
Man,
Malik. I'm calling
JJ is going to be so fucking fired up when he comes on the show later. Like the Pittsburgh alum, Pittsburgh Steeler fan. His Twitter page got to be lit right now.
Oh yeah.
So who traded up?
Pitt,
We have this. Who traded up with the Pats?
Who traded up? Yeah, that's a
We're trying
Cardinals
to figure
pick
it
up
out.
Marcus
We're trying to
Brown.
figure that out.
Baltimore traded up.
Pick Malik, yeah.
Man,
To get Malik, holy shit!
So,
I called it. I was a couple picks late, but I called it. Man.
Lamar Jackson demanded his release after that trade.
Okay, so this is literally just what I was going to say. So I just saw Ari tweeted, my guy Ari Mayron just tweeted, Ozzie Newsome drafted Lamar Jackson his final draft as Ravens GM, Colbert drafts Pickett at his final draft as Steelers GM. When I saw that tweet, I just saw Lamar Jackson. I was like, what the fuck? Like, I thought it was going to be like, Lamar Jackson's been traded. Lamar Jackson demands a trade. Lamar Jackson has gone back into the locker room to take a poop. Like,
damn.
Listen,
And people
as a
said
Browns
this was
fan,
going to be a
there's
boring
very
one.
few things
This
worse
draft
than
is
losing to the
wild.
quarterback
I love
who
it
had
for
to take a
Baltimore
shit
because I don't think Pickett's that good. So,
All
I
right,
mean,
so where do y'all think DK is going to get traded to?
Guys, Chiefs.
Where's
traded
DK
up.
going?
The Chiefs.
Chiefs?
Okay,
Oh,
so this
they're
is
gonna
going
get
to be a
Sky
wide
Moore.
receiver because they're
Oh,
moving ahead
Coop's
of the
gonna
Packers.
be so mad. Coop's gonna get so mad.
Right?
Oh no!
Oh, if it's Sky Moore, I'm going to be sad because then he's going to be the consensus
like that
102, and I want to draft Sky Moore. So I
Oh,
hope
dude,
I know.
hope it's
I
Christian
got
Watson.
you'll never get him.
I want it to be Christian
Okay,
Watson
there we
because
go.
I need someone
Here
to
comes
fade.
Brees
Oh,
Hall.
that's a good fucking point. But I still want Sky Moore to get round 1 capital. You know.
No, I don't. Because look,
he can get that from Green Bay. But then
no,
he'll
Sky
also
Moore
skyrocket.
can still be bulletproof round 2. I don't want him flying up boards. I want to get him nice and cheap.
You're right. Yeah.
Or some shitty spot in round 1.
I think even though Sky Moore is bulletproof for Drew, we like him more than Drew does.
Yeah, but that's fine. I would prefer to clown on Drew. Who do we think the Chiefs take? Like, it has to be a receiver, right? You don't trade up to trade ahead of the Green Bay Packers by 1 slot to not take a receiver, right? So it's got to be
Watson,
Pickens, Watson, or more, right? Pickens, Watson, or more.
It's one of them. We're gonna have fucking so many receivers in the first round, bro.
Yeah.
And we still got Dallas and
Dave
Green
says
Bay.
David Bell.
Yeah,
No.
let's
AJ
see.
is like, fuck everybody. We want some of these guys.
Yeah, they're gonna draft David Bell. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I think who called it earlier? Was it? Yeah, it was. Who earlier said that we're gonna get first round David Bell? Hell yeah.
Toronto Dave.
I
didn't even see it.
Definitely be Toronto Dave. Look, we got to get Nate in here, so I'm gonna step out. We're to get Nate in here, and then Herms is on his way as well. When he's there, can't wait for that. That's gonna be great. I'm gonna take a second. I'm gonna eat the sandwich real quick before Baltimore gets on the clock and I lose my absolute again. So sit tight. I'm gonna leave. Nate's gonna come in, and then wait.
Yeah, we got the pick. It's not a wide receiver.
Shut up.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, they're taking cornerback Trent McDuffie.
Oh my! Yeah, he fell a little bit, but that's crazy.
That's a great value.
They still got their late burst. See what happens?
My favorite thing is
still on the way.
My favorite thing is how meta this is. Like the Chiefs knew that the Packers would be likely to just not take a wide receiver and take another cornerback. And they were like, we got to get out of the Packers because they're going to take a corner. They always take a corner.
Yeah, they jumped up and drafted Jack Cohn because they knew the Packers were going to take him. How you doing, Nate?
This leaves Baltimore in the perfect spot to draft Matt Elam's nephew, cousin.
What's up, guys?
Didn't realize you were on for a second.
I didn't, which I mean, go figure. This night has been wild. Like this draft, I don't even know what to think.
What a day!
What a day!
It has been.
All right.
The most boring draft ever for fantasy purposes is actually the best draft ever for fantasy purposes.
I don't know though. Like some of the trades, like Marquise Brown, dude. I mean, I feel like this elevates his value enormously, and I think it really helps Kyler a lot too.
Yeah.
So I'm not as low on Kyler as I was, given all the drama. He's gonna have Marquise Brown and Rondale Moore. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins, like.
You didn't have to say Rondale Moore.
I did. I mean, I don't want to leave the little guy out, you know.
All right, Bob, you're sending the message in there. We appreciate you stopping by.
All right, thank you, guys.
You go ahead and be calm somewhere. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
Somebody's gonna do it.
Jacob, you see what Cooper tweeted?
What did he tweet?
Big dumb idiots at Chiefs.
Oh my god. Yeah,
he's so heated, bro.
Well, the fact that they traded up and then didn't even take a wide receiver is
I know.
Funny.
It would be funnier.
Come on.
That's what makes it funnier. It would be kind of funny if they did draft one, but the fact that they, oh my god.
Here's my question. I have not heard anyone ask yet. So it cost the exact same in draft picks to get Hollywood Brown that it did AJ Brown. Why would the Cardinals not just get AJ Brown?
Because Marquise is better.
No, because they don't have to pay Marquise $100 million.
Yeah, and they got that Kyler Marquise.
That seems like a bad
reason. They could probably pay Marquise. They could probably give Marquise like a
we're doing currently,
like a $36 million guaranteed, like they did with Christian Kirk.
I don't know. I think you trade your first and third for a guy with 1 year left. You immediately give him all the leverage in the contract negotiations.
Oh, Marquise, they got his 5th year option.
Yeah, they got a third back.
Still, I don't know. Well,
sorry. Oh.
Yes,
not
like
something that happened.
They sent the 23rd pick and they got the 100th pick back.
Yep.
Oh, okay. So it was basically just. Oh, I thought it was a first and a third. They got a third back.
The thirds went
with
different
Marquise.
directions in the 2 trades.
Okay, that makes total sense then. Okay, that makes way more sense.
Honestly, like when I saw that they got the third, I was like, this is actually not too shabby. Like it's maybe it's still an overpay, but I don't hate it as much once they got the third.
Yeah. Okay. Trading 23 for Marquise and 100. Okay, I think that's more reasonable.
Well, I guess technically that's a fourth. I don't know.
No, it's a compensatory third.
Yeah. They'll be all right. Okay. That's a solid trade for them. I like it.
Essentially, it's a 2/3 difference and probably 20 or 30 million. I think that's fair enough.
I do want to shout out the stream. We've officially been live for 3 hours.
Damn, guys.
Nice.
We're going strong.
What a time. I feel like I've been on like a drug high this entire time. Like
I know.
Right?
Somewhere like so and I feel like multiple different drugs. Like I feel like early on in the proceedings, I was just like smoking a little indica, watching a bunch of defensive players come off the board. And then somewhere around pick 8, I was like, okay, let's take a little bit something harder. And then once all the wide receivers named Brown started getting traded, the Molly dropped for sure.
Oh shit. Okay, all right.
It's true.
The Packers pick is in. I'm stressing out now.
Okay, Billy, how would you like this pick to be revealed? I want to make sure that we make it as good as for you.
Don't reveal it. Don't reveal it.
I'm asking Billy. I want to know how Billy would like the pick to be revealed. He's the Packers fan.
Holy Jalen Tolbert! I can't believe it.
I just saw it. God damn it!
Was it not a receiver?
No, it was Quay Walker, linebacker.
Okay.
Georgia linebacker. The Georgia linebacker that isn't Nakobe Dean.
Oh no, Billy!
Oh man! And in unrelated news, Aaron Rodgers just retired. And
this is that motherfucker's
Packers gonna
fault.
Packer.
Okay, so I'm going to give the Packers a benefit of the doubt. They have another first-round pick. There are 3
Also,
wide
all the good
receivers
got
left
taken.
now that are commonly drafted in the same range. Like all of the ones that were lock round 1 picks are gone. It's now Moore, Pickens, and Watson. Obviously, I don't like Watson as much as the other 2, but those are the 3 that have been going in the same range for most mock drafts. Maybe they just figure we'll take whichever one is available at pick 28. Maybe all of them will even be available at pick 28. Either that or they will draft like a center.
Yeah, I agree. Trading or drafting or reaching for a wide receiver there doesn't really make sense.
Look, no, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. I did not think it was a good idea to take a wide receiver. But now I have to wait another half hour to figure out if we're taking one at all. Which is what
But you got a linebacker, so you got a linebacker.
Look,
well, that's true. Yeah, I mean, game changer.
It's fine. Also, was Quay Walker the first linebacker off the board?
First off-ball
I think
linebacker.
He went ahead of Lloyd and Dean. So that's interesting.
Hey, good for him.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
all right, look, I'm gonna jump out. I'll see y'all later.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good, homie. Look, we got 3 more people waiting, so we're going to say bon voyage to Coach for now.
Coach,
you've been voted off the island.
I was literally typing that I was out, so we're good. I'm out of here. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, good one, Coach.
We love and appreciate you, man. We're going to bring in Herms. We are going to bring in Jeff, and we're going to bring in Paul, and I am going to step out.
Bye, Thomas.
All right.
Oh, who else did we lose just now? Oh, never mind. We're good. Okay. All right,
yeah,
Billy,
Billy,
do the thing.
I got it. We got Paul, we got Herms, and we got Jeff rolling with the Zoom background. I love to see it. Coming live from Vegas.
Nice.
How's everyone doing today?
Awesome.
I got a feeling the freezer's got to be loving life right now. You have a new $100 million man.
I feel incredible. AJ Brown is my new favorite player in the NFL. All of Howie Roseman's past wide receiver crimes are forgiven. I love it. I mean, it's fantastic. I'm sure the salary cap will exist someday, but I don't care right now. Not great for fantasy football, but.
And let's move from Eastern Pennsylvania to Western Pennsylvania. Herms, your new quarterback. How's it going?
Bills have traded out of their pick real quick before we jump in. Sorry, Herms. Oh no, Ravens traded out. Bills traded up. Now, Herms, how are you doing? All right.
Says it all.
Buddy. I don't know. This is such a tough day.
We go now live.
You're not a Kenny Pickett fan, Herms?
He's having an existential crisis.
It's okay, but not for what happened. So I have alcohol.
Look. Also, hello everyone. Did Baltimore just trade back?
Yeah, they did.
I'm so miserable right now.
With my
life. I'm miserable. They trade Brown to get that pick, and Kansas City's like, oh yeah, go self. And we're gonna take the corner that you wanted because we're holes, and it's fine. I'm not emotionally damaged by this at all. But now I am genuinely concerned where they're like, they got great value. They traded back and got great value, and now they're screwed. Also want to say shout out Paul, Herms, Geoff joining us. Much love to everyone. If you don't know Geoff, that's the man over there at Going for Two. Herms is just dope as shit everywhere he is, but mostly at Fantasy Pros. And we've got Paul here. I got to admit, Paul, not super familiar where you're. And Nate left. All right, sorry, Nate. Jeez.
I was like, no, I'm still here.
You're in the center. Got a lot of Nates.
Boy, Nate is still here. Paul, your work is probably the work I'm least familiar with. Where is it found, and what's your deal? Like, what in this draft has maybe tilted you the most so far?
Well, I write over at Dynasty Football Factory. So I'm the head of redraft over there. I do some Dynasty stuff too. Actually just had an article published on Player Profiler 2 days ago. So very excited about that as well. So just writing what I can, wherever I can. But honestly,
joining Jacob on the Player Profiler.
I actually forgot everything else that happened in this draft when the Eagles traded for AJ Brown. So if somebody could just give me a quick recap. I don't know.
You're in heaven
did
right
anybody
now.
get picked? I don't know.
That's all that matters.
Honestly, I'm the most tilted by a pick that hasn't happened yet. The fact that Malik Willis is still available is really tilting me. I was very excited to draft him at the 102 and all of my Dynasty rookie drafts, and now I don't think I can justify that. I don't know.
I asked this on the last podcast I was just on before I came here. Is Malik Willis out of the first round now? I mean, if someone doesn't trade,
someone's got to trade back in.
I think someone's going to 32 to get him.
Someone's going to trade with Baltimore so they can trade down again. I'm so upset.
Trading down is actually the thing that smart GMs do.
Not after trading Marquise Brown, though. You were G there. Like I don't know. I'm lost in life right now. I'm miserable.
I think this Malik Willis fall kind of like makes sense at the end of the day, and that
this is the Lamar Jackson fall.
Just off smoke screen.
This is what that is. This is the Lamar Jackson fall. That's what this is.
That's what it is.
Sure, except like a worse prospect.
Yeah, a lot worse. I mean, I don't know. I'm loving it. Buffalo's pick. I have money on this being Hall. So what do we get? So okay,
they're not going to trade. They're not going to trade up past the Cowboys to take a.
They got another fourth round pick because they needed a fifth one for sure to move back 2 spots. So I'm actually not mad now.
I just think I don't think it's going to be Breece Hall because the Cowboys aren't taking a round 1 running back. So what do you need to jump the Cowboys to take a running back for?
So who are they jumping him for?
I think they're going to take a corner. I think Booth or Elam.
Linderbaum?
I'm going to say Booth or Elam, one of the 2 corners.
Okay. Man, I don't even know. I mean, I understand Billy being as upset as he is. That was rough to watch. That was very rough to watch.
Meanwhile,
but Booth makes sense.
Yeah, I think that would be a good pick.
If Bill's traded up to take Kenneth Walker, who's going to be more insufferable on Twitter tomorrow? Gabe Davis truthers? or Brees Hall stands just fine.
Not going to be a running back.
Yeah, I mean, there
would be Kenneth Walker truthers for
if you're
sure.
If you're listing an order of like teams that you need to trade ahead of to draft a running back, the Cowboys are the last team that you need to trade ahead of to draft a running back. Like they're not taking a running back in round 1. Like they already pay a lot for running backs.
Yeah, I think quarterback makes sense there for sure.
Geoff, I know you have been writing like a maniac at Going for Two lately, especially with prospects. Who's the wide receiver? I'm going to get the answer to this after we play this audio here, but I want to know who the wide receiver is going to go to Green Bay is going to be. Just one second.
Round 4.
Baltimore Ravens have traded the 23rd pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 23rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Kaiir Elam, defensive back.
There we go. Cornerback.
Not the corner I expected, so maybe.
Yeah,
oh my God! Maybe Baltimore will walk away with Linderbaum.
I hedged. I hedged, and I said they'd take Elam or Booth. So if I just give myself 2 chances every time, I'll get it right.
I love that, but obviously Green Bay now taking a linebacker, Geoff. Not what we had expected, and poor Billy. Who's it going to be now? Is it Sky Moore? Is it Pickens? Who's it going to be now?
I think it's Pickens. I think he's fallen because of some character issues, but I think going there with Aaron Rodgers, who say what you will about Aaron Rodgers, he's a great quarterback. Off the field, he got his own little thing going on, but I think Pickens there with Green Bay with the strong coaching staff, a strong. I think he'll be just fine there.
I think they're going to take a punter.
Okay, no, absolutely not. Herms, I didn't get to talk to you too much when you came in because I got to do this weird going out, coming back in thing, storms, connections. It's Winnipeg. It's a lot of fun, but not Willis. Not Willis. You get baby hands, old ass Brandon Whedon cloned with a weaker arm, Kenny Pickett. Not to dump on you at all, but I just really dislike the Steelers. But I love you as a human. But baby hands Pickett playing in cold weather in Pittsburgh. Are you more willing to just sign Trubisky to a long-term contract and be happy? Like what? How are you feel? I know your name is Sad Herms, but like really quantify the sadness for me.
Is your mic picking up my sound, Nate? Okay, cool. So all of them are left by the time you pick. All of them.
Everyone.
Any one of them. And your options are like unteachable, physical, raw skills, fat, maybe, I don't know, seems like a good dude. And best case scenario, maybe Andy Dalton. And we're like, that guy. I'm like,
is it?
I don't know. It could be worse. And like, I get the small hands and the cold weather thing, but also like he played his college games in that stadium. He's fine with that. But like,
okay. Well, in his like 7th year starting, he was okay with that.
That's true.
Let's point that out.
Oh,
you had to learn.
I'm so mad.
Yeah.
Like, you had all of them to pick from. Like
I know.
Like 3 other quarterbacks better than him. So it's like, okay, all right, well, they're the ones making the decision. And I just have a T-shirt. Their paychecks are signed by the Pittsburgh Steelers for a reason. Whatever. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But like,
that's very good rationale.
You said Herms that they had everyone to pick from, but all they wanted to do is pick it from.
Oh,
all right, I'm out.
Yeah, hang on.
Herms, if it makes you feel better.
That's the best worst joke of the night so far. I got to give him it. That was, that's rough.
I
don't know.
In the private chat, but
guys, I'm concerned.
What are you concerned about?
Your team, I would be.
Are you concerned about the Ravens? What if the Ravens get Jermaine Johnson? Because he's still on the board, and he was being routinely mocked in the top 10.
I'm just going to stop watching.
You're right. Like, what happened to that?
2 rumored top 5 players are still on the board. Like,
There
well, Malik hasn't been in a long time.
What's his name? Larry
All you need to know is that like no one knew anything going into this draft.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Who the fuck?
Yeah.
If anyone nailed this mock draft, we need to arrest them because they're a time traveler.
Ron Stewart is currently crushing it. Ron Stewart, I think, has 10 correct so far.
No kidding.
And that's crushing it. I mean,
it is.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah.
And crushing it in a normal draft.
So like last year, Josh Norris set like a record for the most accurate mock draft for as long as they've been running the competitions with 16 out of 32 correct. So if you get like 10 or 12 right out of a mock draft, you're honestly crazy.
Pick is in for the Cowboys.
I mean, part of it is because like once you start getting them wrong, then it all cycles, right? It's like you get one wrong and then you
thinking a certain way, and
it's a delicate house of cards.
Yeah. Yeah. So the Dallas faithful.
Yeah. Well, Dallas. I feel like Dallas might take Johnson because Dallas just seems like a team that doesn't have as large of a draft board as other teams. So
yeah,
I feel like they kind of I feel like they read the ESPN Insider articles and they take whoever's highest usually.
Yeah, it seems like they just like to pick at value. Like if this was Jermaine Johnson, why not?
Maybe Malik Willis.
No,
so much value.
This makes me sad, but I actually think this is Linderbaum.
It makes sense. Like Linderbaum here makes a lot of sense.
This is the other player I wanted Baltimore, and now I'm more convinced that Johnson is going to go to Baltimore now, which at 24 maybe, but
I mean,
Jacob,
yeah.
If I can stomach it, this is the last drink of my roulette. After this, I will be drinking water for the rest of my life.
I can't wait for next year's bet.
This is the Irish car bomb that didn't mix because I didn't want to down it. So it's just like curdly Bailey's Irish cream.
Oh no!
So for everyone, Billy lost a bet. Look, Billy lost a bet. Mike Williams versus Allen Robinson after like week 3, and the loser had to drink whatever the winner had chosen. And Jacob gave him a 5-course meal of beverages, and he's been fighting it. But we got Dallas.
Here we go. We're going down.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Smith, tackle Tulsa.
All right,
so I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a need. Didn't know if it would be a tackle.
That's a
hyper athletic tackle.
Yeah, well, you did say they were going to take an offensive lineman named Tyler, so you were 2 out of 3 correct.
Hey, look, I've vetted myself, and if I pick 2 each one, I'm going to get it right one way or the other. I guess Linderbaum to Baltimore, I'm going to be pretty stoked with. I mean, if they screw that up, I'm going to be livid.
You don't want Johnson here? You don't want Johnson? My co-host Ryan on my first show, he was all over Jermaine Johnson. He wanted him.
I know him and I have gone back and forth, Ryan and I, on Johnson, and I think he's an overrated prospect personally. And center for Baltimore, look, just schematically, center for Baltimore is so important. That whole watching them airmail. Oh, Wyatt, are you leaving?
The first shoot I've ever been on with you, and I didn't even get to say hi.
I know, Nick. We'll talk. We'll see each other.
We'll talk.
Wyatt, I love you.
Buddy.
I love you as well, Full Tilt. Thank you for having me on it. I had fun while I was here. Have a great night, everybody. Enjoy the draft.
Oh, it was a pleasure, Wyatt.
From here.
We love you, man.
Yourselves.
We'll see you in Canton, buddy.
You absolutely will.
Look, it's that Baltimore's scheme needs a center, so it needs it. Watching them airmail the ball 20 yards over Jackson's head to watch him get murdered in Cleveland and ruin their season. This for me is why this is the pick. We have returning, right here, right now.
I was with Chase when the Dotson pick came in for Washington, and I was worried that he was going to increase the suicide statistics in Virginia Beach this evening. Damn. He was so upset. And I'm just happy that he's still with us. Chase, how are you doing?
I thought about going to the bar, taking multiple shots, and just literally drinking myself to death. But unfortunately, I chose a different route.
It's good.
I guess fortunately. It was very just damning to my mental state to understand that Washington would be coherent enough to take Jahan Dotson Like, are you joking? This is insane, guys. I'm trying to act rational right now, but this is nuts. That
I mean, they
Washington
had to build around their
thinks this
franchise
makes sense.
quarterback, Carson Wentz.
Yes,
Yeah,
and so they go with
really
the second.
Really should have traded for AJ Brown. That would have been cool.
Everybody should have traded for AJ Brown if he was on the
I
market.
really wish.
Like,
but you can see him twice a year if you want.
Chase.
Oh, how do I do this? I'm trying to point at Nate, and I can't figure out how to do it because it's like,
dude, that's the worst, right?
There we go.
The exact opposite of what you think it should be.
Just roboting our way.
You guys just reach.
It should be
just
this,
reach up.
but this goes the opposite way.
Right? No, I'm like, wait.
I know.
I can connect you guys.
Oh my god, this is a disaster. I can't figure it out.
Oh wait, no, hang on. I got
Can
it.
you just put Jacob and I next to each other so it's easier to point?
Oh my goodness.
There we.
Wait.
Oh,
okay. I got it.
You got it.
Tom, quit moving them.
No,
it's fine. Wait.
There
really,
it is.
you're
There
drunk
it
with
is.
power. No, there we go. We're good.
Rearranging the streams is my job.
I agree.
It's true.
Teams should have traded any. I mean, the nice thing with the Eagles, right, is they have Hurts on a rookie deal for one more year, and so they can afford it. We'll see. I mean, Hurts. This is decision time. Well, they have Hurts on a rookie deal for one more year after this year, so 2 more years with AJ and Hurts on a rookie deal. And yeah, I was talking about this in the Bulletproof Discord the other day, but like I don't know that a team would do this, but if any team will, it's the Eagles, because I think that they're like, as much as people clown on them for their wide receiver picks, I think that at a macro level, they really do focus on the right details. And I think teams should just churn rookie contract quarterbacks, trade them when they're average, and then just keep drafting quarterbacks on the rookie contract until they get one who is like at a Herbert, Mahomes, elite level. Like the Eagles essentially crushed this, where they have Carson Wentz, whatever, they traded up, ended up getting a first plus for Carson Wentz. They used that first to go trade it for AJ Brown. And now they have this awesome team built around a rookie contract quarterback at Hurts. They give him 2 years. If he can step up in a big way, they'll extend him. If not, they can probably trade him or let him walk and take another rookie and just keep churning this roster.
Well, I think what you said is important. Prove himself, because if he can't prove himself and step up with AJ Brown,
right,
then he's never going to become the quarterback they need him to be.
And I think it's imperative that you give your quarterback no excuses, right? I mean, he's going to have a good O-line. He'll have Brown, Smith, Goddard. It's fully on Hurts now. He will be set up for success to the extent that anyone can be.
Yeah, and all those guys are young, and you have 2 first-rounders in next year's draft. Even if you do have to replace Hurts, you're bringing him into a really good situation. You're bringing a new quarterback into a really good situation, and a conference, by the way, that doesn't have any quarterback talent. I mean, the NFC is just like
Carson
so up for grabs. Jalen Hurts could not make the Super Bowl in the AFC, but in the NFC, it's possible.
Chase, you look so unhappy, buddy. I'm so sorry.
Look, the first mistake he made was being a Washington football team fan. Whatever their name is, it doesn't matter. This hasn't been a team that's won anything since what? Like John Riggins was their running back. Like, let's be real here. It's like being a Rockies fan. I know what I'm getting myself into. They suck every single year.
Hey, they look good this year.
Chase, are you in the Washington D.C. area?
No, I'm in Virginia Beach, so I can choose between the Carolina Panthers or the Washington football team. However,
you made the right choice.
Those are 2 horrible choices.
It's terrible when it comes to location.
Not great, but
so I'm trying to figure out which team I want to be a fan of, and I've always liked the Colts. I've always liked the Arizona Cardinals. The Vikings make sense, but at the same time, you're always going to end up having that soft spot in your heart, and then it just tears you to pieces when they make a pick like Jahan Dotson. It makes no fucking sense.
It's really funny that the Jahan Dotson trade happened when it did, because it was like Dan Snyder was out there paying off other teams to be like, all right, just release your crazy news as soon as we draft Jahan Dotson. It was like he went, then Hollywood got traded, then AJ got traded. Like,
it's absolutely lunacy.
Stupid.
It feels like Jahan Dotson got drafted last year with how much crazy shit has happened.
So
yeah, it's like when I worked in politics, there was always a saying like you just release the bad news at 4:00 on Friday, right? It's just whatever you don't want people to know, you just send it out in a big press release, 4:00 on Friday. Nobody pays attention.
Ravens pick is in.
Okay.
I know. I'm waiting. I'm quiet.
so nervous about this.
Let's
I already know it. It's already
let's
on screen
let
for me.
Tom watch it live because I think it's going to be a special moment.
I'm going to stop listening to you guys because I tipped the Pickett pick to Herms because I was like, oh no.
With the 25th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Tyler Lindenbaum.
Yeah, baby. There you go, Tom. There you go, Tom.
You got your guy, and you got an extra fourth.
Another one.
Some teams like the Ravens do the right thing, and other teams trade up or take Jahan Dotson or.
It doesn't matter. In 2019,
that's what I
2019, the Ravens only had one guy to throw the ball to, and that was the best offense they've ever had. So maybe this two wide receiver thing is bullshit.
So is Malik Willis coming off the board here? Tennessee has the pick.
I honestly thought it was going to be Desmond Ridder for the longest time, but now that Willis is still on the board, it's like,
I think it's Ridder for them, but
well, no, but they're not picking. Did you hear that trade?
No, they should trade.
The New York Jets are on the clock.
Now the Jets should trade up and grab Andrew Booth.
Yeah, so the New York Jets just came up with the Titans. So the Titans.
That's what I've been calling the whole fucking time.
Wait, they took Sauce Gardner, right? Already.
They took Sauce already. They took Wilson already.
The Jets are going to be. Oh my God!
Are the Jets having a good draft?
Hey, well, you know what? Okay, so the Jets. Remember how the Jets got there was so much Jermaine Johnson steam on the Jets for the last week. At 4. And now they're coming all the way back at 26. They're gonna get Jermaine Johnson.
Yeah, Matt Donnelly just had him on deck circle.
They've been on the phone with every team.
This is a good draft for them.
This is an incredible draft for them. This reminds me of me when it was like the draft when I loved Brandon Ayuk so much and I was drafting in all my rookie drafts, I guess 2020 in my rookie drafts. And then I remember there were so many years where I'd be like, hey, I'm not doing another Brandon Ayuk rookie draft. So this time I'm going to take Higgins or Pittman or whatever. And then I'd see him drop. And I'd start texting all the other managers, hey, can I get back up to round 2? Can I get back up? That's the Jets, I think, with Johnson right now.
As of right now, if the Packers want a wide receiver, they have nailed this. Because not one has gone since their first pick.
True.
I'm in that stage of
They're showing wrestling videos right now.
Yeah,
I know, and they looped it like 5 times.
Because they know that they have a pro wrestler and wrestler right here. They had to show a wrestling clip for a Ravens pick. I don't make the rules. It's just how it is. Jeff, I just want to point out, I told Ryan and everyone else that the Ravens would end up with Linderbaum. And they were like, he's only 299 pounds, bro. They only draft 300 pounds. He can eat a sandwich. I have one. It's right here. He'll gain a pound with this sandwich. Trust me, I'm going to. He will. He'll be 300 pounds by tomorrow after the liquor flows true. So I just want to point that out for when you talk to Brian or when I talk to Ryan, it's going down.
So I can confirm that third time is the charm. Finally got Jermaine Johnson to the Jets right for the first time tonight.
Good.
Yes. Jacob, you and I both.
That was really
what a win for the
Malik Willis. I actually think the Jets and the Giants have made 5 good first-round picks on the same day.
I know.
That seems impossible.
They're sharing a draft room and they've hired
all busts.
This is what happened. The Jets and the Giants are sharing a draft board room and they've hired outside sources to run their draft. And that's why there's no camera into their war room right now. They have hired an analytics team or anyone else, a management firm, to come in and run their draft for them. That's why there's no cameras. It's the only reason that New York has had 2 good drafts for the first time possibly ever.
I do want to shout out, just because we were talking about the draft rooms, I'm pretty sure they leaked the Ravens draft board because the camera was right on their whiteboard with all the players.
Oh, really? Okay, look, guys, we got one more person to pop in. I'm going to pop out because we have the Viper Master himself on deck, Matt Donnelly, which I guess fair enough to say we're streaming right now to the Dynasty Vipers YouTube channel. So really, he's kind of, in a way, coming on one of his own
This
shows.
is Inception here.
Yeah, we're inceptioning the draft show right now, and I love it. So I'm gonna do the thing where I have to leave and then come back. All right.
And there he is.
Dingus! What's up, buddy?
How about those Washington Commanders? Hey, let's give it up to them right now.
Chase, we put him up front and center. Hang on, we'll move him into the center. Hey, Chase, how's Jahan Dotson feeling?
I hate you guys. I hate every little ounce of y'all.
Matt, are you following me, Matt? Because you were just on the last show with me, and now we're on this show together.
I am. I'm following everyone here right now. Chase was just on another show. I was kind of streaming there. I keep chasing everybody off. And I think that's what happens here. Everywhere I go, Geoff has to leave and Chase has to leave.
I decided to put this hat on forward for the first time ever on a podcast. I don't know if y'all have ever seen with the hat on forward, because I'm trying to hide my identity. I'm trying to act like I'm not a Washington fan. It is terrible.
Larceny whiskey out.
You know what I think?
Yeah.
You know what I now think that the football team did? Have you ever been in one of those super flex drafts where people start taking quarterbacks earlier than you hope for, and then you're like, I don't want to take Kirk Cousins in the 4th round, but I have to, and then everyone behind you stops taking quarterbacks, and no quarterbacks go until your pick in like the middle around 5. That's to me what Washington did. They were like, no, we're all taking wide receivers, and then everyone else is like, no,
it's just a terribly run organization that makes literally no sense. There's no hypothesis behind it.
Duval. All right, real quick, I just want to shout out the Jacksonville Jaguars have traded up with the Buccaneers.
They're taking a running back. They're taking another running back. They're going to take Breece Hall.
Bruce Bowen is coming back in Duval County.
Here comes Sky Moore. We're doing it.
Somebody's got to take Malik Willis eventually, right?
Well, not Jacksonville.
Wait, 2 quarterbacks at the same time.
Dude, why not?
They're going to play Trevor Lawrence and have Malik Willis play running back.
Yes.
Billy, we're getting closer and closer to the Packers taking Malik Willis.
Oh my God! It'll break the internet. It'll break the internet.
Y'all will have to call an ambulance to my apartment and hope they beat the amount of alcohol I'm going to consume.
You know what would be the craziest part is if the Packers did take a quarterback and then Billy tried for like 5 seconds in his brain to go through all the stages of grief to get used to Malik Willis, but then they took like Bailey Zappi.
Y'all would watch like my if y'all have seen a Black Mirror, that thing where like the punishment is he has to live 1,000 years in like 5 seconds. That's what I'm going to go through. I'm just going to become like a deity for a split second, then come back to my body, and I've just aged a million years.
Can we make fun of the Jags for a little bit? Like, why do bad teams trade up? This is so ridiculous.
I mean, jump in front of the Packers, take the wide receiver you want still here.
But didn't they just spend $100 zillion on wide receivers? I don't think they're taking a wide receiver.
But dude,
Justin Ross, I like that call.
It's so hard. I don't know what the Jags are going to do because the Jaguars are an insane organization. But they also spent a ton on Foye. They just spent money on linebacker too.
They'll take Trey McBride and have 3 tight
Charles
balls.
Robinson?
We've reached the point of the draft where I don't know anyone that's not a fantasy player, so I have no takes.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are trading up to draft Breece Hall.
Yeah, by necessity.
I already made that joke, Tom.
And they're going to play ETN at wide receiver.
For Sky Moore.
No, let's take corner.
Andrew Booth.
Oh yeah, Booth is
Trevor Lawrence
Booth
teammate.
has sunk way too far.
Trevor Lawrence teammate, Booth. Clemson connection, then they'll take Justin.
I do really like the idea of it being Booth because that means twice a team is straight up to draft a cornerback in front of the Packers.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
They know, man. They know that's what the Packers are going to do.
All right, everyone, while we're waiting for the Green Bay Packers to hopefully draft a receiver or purely for content purposes, deliberately not draft a wide receiver to watch
draft a wide receiver.
Billy
They're not going to
drink
do it.
heavy. It's got to be Pickens, but I want to do another guessing game. Let's guessing game this. I want to. Oh yeah, see, he brought the liquor out just for it. We understand. I want to start with Geoff. Who are the Packers picking after the Jaguars? Who's it going to be?
I think it's Pickens. I'm going Pickens with the Packers.
Oh, okay, I like that too. Paul,
do I have to pick somebody else?
You pick whoever you want.
I think it'll be Pickens. I think that makes the most sense.
Okay, Mr. Mustache.
I say it's going to be Malik Willis, just so they can have another quarterback in that room to piss off Aaron Rodgers.
And Billy, I like that. I like the boldness.
Wait, are we guessing the Packers pick or the Jaguars pick?
We're picking the Packers. We're doing the Packers. I want to go next to Nate.
Oh, okay.
It's probably going to be Pickens.
Okay. All right. I can look. I vibe this. Herms, the floor is yours. You absolutely beautiful human being.
It's true. Thank you.
I'm going to say Christian Watson.
Okay. Okay. Billy doesn't like it. Billy, who do you think your team's going to draft?
Not that. Funny enough, if you passed to me, I was going to say Christian Watson because I just want the Packers to piss me off. But the Jaguars pick came in, and it doesn't make sense why they traded up. So we're good.
Good.
We're going to get that in a second. Chase, who are the Packers picking? You look rough. I'm sorry you're a Washington fan. Travis Jones?
Yep.
Okay. Interior. I like it. Jacob?
I'll say Jackson Hill, safety.
I don't like how much
changing my pick.
How much sense that makes. Lewis,
Packers take Andrew Booth.
And for my personal homerism and now bout with Scott Barrett that I'll have all year, I'm going to say Sky Moore. Just so I can go to battle with Scott Barrett.
That would be an interesting one.
That's 102 territory right there for me anyway.
Got to make that tier bigger.
I got my bed right behind me. Y'all can just watch me go to bed.
The Packers get a wide receiver with good hands like Johan Dotson? Is that a possibility for the Packers here?
Oh,
already, right?
Look at the look on Chase's face right now. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you know what? I'm changing my pick. I'm going to take Boye Mafe for the Packers, D lineman out of Minnesota.
Okay. That's a good one.
Is it because you saw the pick already? That's why you were.
No, I didn't. I was just trying to figure out who the best D lineman that I had on the board, and that would be the guy.
I want to change my pick too.
Oh, me too.
No.
Can I go with Devontae Wyatt out of Georgia? I want Devontae Wyatt out of Georgia. I want to go with him.
I'm going to say
that's
Malik
an interesting
Willis.
one.
We're just going to go Malik Willis.
I'm not going to update Ari Marov's Twitter. So I'm
going
to find this out.
I will. Do we want to know the Jags pick? Can I say the Jags pick?
Yeah. Jags
so the Jags pick Devin Lloyd, linebacker out of Utah. I forgot who said linebacker, but you were correct. Matt Donnelly.
Nice. Even in the chat. I wrote it in the chat.
He did. He really did.
Devin Lloyd was top 10.
Treating up to draft an off-ball linebacker seems like a thing that bad organizations do, but especially considering they also spent how much money on Foye Oluokun?
I think, I wonder if that was Tampa Bay's pick. I wonder if that's why the trade happened.
Devin Lloyd was projected to be a top 15 pick, if not top 10. I mean, the guy is a monster when covered in the field. I don't understand why he lasts that long. Outside of being an off-ball coverage type guy, but you
probably nailed it right
there. Good value pick. I don't think that would have been the Packers pick because they just took a linebacker, and they have Devondre Campbell.
That was why I was saying I can't. There's no way that was who the Packers were picking because they just took Quay Walker.
I don't know.
I'm so scared for you, Billy.
So
I'm so scared for you.
People are laughing, so that makes me believe the pick is in and it's not a wide receiver. Do I want to go to Ari Marov's?
No. We are going to play it audio first. Matt, go ahead.
Jacksonville was not trying to get ahead of the Packers with that pick. They were trying to get ahead of the Patriots with that pick. I've had Devin Lloyd rejected to New England pretty much throughout this whole process. New England's been moving back, and then I think that's where Jacksonville was saying that. Hey, we think New England has a good chance of taking this guy. We want to get him or Nakobe Dean early in the second round. Let's make our move now.
Yep. No, that's a great call.
New England's probably content with Dean, right?
27th pick in the 2022 NFL draft.
I just want
the Jacksonville Jaguars select Devin Lloyd, linebacker, Utah.
Billy, I will put your mind at ease. I have not checked in the last 30 seconds, but at the time that you were saying everyone was laughing, Ari had not tipped the pick. So you were reading into nothing.
All
right. This
is a very upsetting moment for me. This is like 3 years in the making. Them taking
for
away
content.
at this pick.
For content purposes, the first time we did this was for the second round 2 years ago, right? So the nice J.K. Dobbins draft, the wonderful Jordan Love situation. So we came on and we started talking about the Jordan Love pick, and then it was A.J. Dillon, and Billy wanted to yeet himself into the sun. And then came last year where he again wanted to yeet himself into the sun. So for the third straight year, it's becoming annual. The Packers will likely screw this draft up. And for content purposes, I will be clipping and screenshotting every different facial expression Billy has. Lucas, who's in the back,
and I'm honored to be here for that.
In on things, is going to be ready with that.
Yeah, y'all are watching history.
He's ready. Yeah, he's ready. Screen cap it. Right, Lucas knows what's up.
I grew out my beard so I could look disheveled for this.
Billy,
that's dedication. I love it.
Keep your hands out of the way so we can see your pain. Don't hide it.
I just want you to know that the Full Tilt Dynasty does not have the coverage for counseling, so you're fucked. We don't provide you with counseling. I'm sorry to tell you. You're on your own.
I've had this Bitcoin screen up here for no reason for the last 3 hours, and I keep turning around and being like, why the fuck do I have this up?
I wanted to ask you that earlier, and I just decided not to.
I pulled it up because I just didn't want it to be on my laptop or my desktop background, but now I don't know why it's still up.
Well, I was looking at it as like, dude, this guy takes his analytics real seriously. Like, wow.
So Billy,
we know that's not real. Come on.
There's Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson. Oh,
that little green line that's on its way down. I don't know why it's not red, but I definitely think that's Dotson.
I have no idea what's happening on this graph. I literally
green
Googled
line on the way.
Ticker.
That's definitely Dotson right there.
I thought that was the probability of the Packers.
Guys, why are we bringing up Dotson? Just
because the look on your face is too good not to.
Leave Dotson alone.
This is my content. I will leave Johnson alone.
It's going to be so funny when Jahan Dotson goes for 1,500 yards.
It's the best receiver in the class.
Is going to be in Twitter just like, I told you all.
I would never say that. I would actually be like, I'm dead wrong. I'm an idiot.
No, absolutely not. He'd be on the Start Sit show Sundays with intervention being like, I told you, just start Dotson. He's a lock. He's an elite player. I've never right all along.
No. Stop. I hate Dotson.
Chase, if you're not pumped up about late breakout, late declare wide receivers, I don't even know who you are anymore. I thought that was your whole bit.
Was Charles Johnson one of those? I'm not sure.
Landing spots are my bit.
That's true.
Okay, one for one. Charles Johnson or Dotson? Who would you like ranking?
Wait, who?
Dotson. I love Dotson.
Yeah, no, I'm messing with my guy here. I'm trying to kill time until the Packers pick comes up live, so I can.
The pick is in. So
I know it's in. I'm waiting.
Packers pick, so it's going to be Chiefs for 2, Bengals
for 1.
And then Vikings.
Yeah.
Chiefs traded up. So Patriots, Chiefs, Bengals, and Vikings. I feel like some team is going to trade up with the Patriots and take a quarterback.
Yeah.
Or the Vikings, because the Vikings like to trade back. The Patriots like to trade back. The Bengals like to usually do absolutely nothing whatsoever and just take at the picks that they are assigned. Then the Chiefs, I mean, they'll do whatever. They're always a wild card.
Well, see, Seattle's interesting because they have those picks there, 8 and 9 of the second round. So they're definitely a team that could move in. Or, hey, they know teams in front of them don't need a quarterback, so they might be feeling pretty confident right now with only 2 off the board that they can just sit back and kind of relax. It depends if they want that 5th-year option, which, surprisingly, not very many teams do that as often as you would think.
Matt, I just want to point one thing out. I want to point one thing out, Matt. I need you to stop making sense because I have money on Ritter in the first round, And the more sense that you make, these things seem to happen. So I just need you to shoosh with the sense.
Sorry, man. I don't
Unless
think
the Packers
Ritter's
take Ritter right here, he's not going to.
Continue with the nonsensical hot takes and just let me make money, please. I need to pay for Billy's counseling in the next 10 minutes whenever we finally get a pick here.
Looks like Pat's already got their pick in as well, so they're not trading back.
My bed has been made.
Your it's ready. I can see it. Look at the lean right now. You almost remind me of South Park World of Warcraft guy right now with the way you're leaning.
Moving farther back.
for better view of what you're going to throw through your computer.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's getting up
now. We are just moments away from potential Sammy Watkins season here.
The 32 men drafted tonight will go on to do great things on the field.
Yeah.
But they'll also make tremendous impacts in their communities. Nobody exemplified that more than Walter Payton.
Oh, we're talking about Andrew Whitworth right now? Okay. You got another minute here.
Surefire Hall of Fame.
Packers traded their first round pick for
1,000%.
Andrew Whitworth.
That took a second. Wait a minute. That took a second. The Rams make a great deal here, get back in the first round, and they take a Tutu Atwell clone at 28.
So Rodgers retires tomorrow? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
I think this is his doing. He's like, I don't need a receiver. All of you, I don't need a receiver. I can do this without it. Watch me do it. I do like Whitworth though. He is a beauty.
Yeah, man.
He's
this one.
Like he's
good for him. I feel like his beard has gotten less gray since he retired.
I mean, that tracks.
Partying with the Super Bowl trophy is probably doing that. I think it was only that it took a few years after leaving Cincinnati for the gray to really wash out of his beard because
I'm terrified that you all know the pick.
Yeah, we're just staring at you. Everyone in unison just stare at Billy.
I'm trying to not look at any of y'all because I don't want to look over and see someone laugh and just be like, oh, this guy's about to lose his mind.
Eagles just went from plus 4,500 to plus 3,500 to win the Super Bowl.
That's too high. I'm still taking that.
We scored 1,000 points worth of odds off of the Washington Commanders. I think they just sent them right over to the Eagles.
So, how far behind is this announcement? Because the Patriots pick has already been announced.
Yeah. I know. Look, I'm still dealing with Whitworth. Okay, so relax. It's doing it for Billy. We'll immediately talk about the Patriots one. We're doing this for Billy.
Oh,
y'all! I mean, y'all didn't have to do this for me.
No,
we're doing it for you. We're doing it for you.
You want me to experience this?
Yeah, for content, 1,000%.
Great man, we're so proud
of
you.
I'm not even gonna lie to you about it. This is why.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Devontae Wyatt, defensive tackle, Georgia.
Wow.
You really got to admire the NFL for setting the Walter Payton Man of the Year award speech before arresting the guy with multiple domestic violence charges.
Oh, no. Oh, my God.
So I got a quick question for you. Now, you mentioned that this guy's got some off-field issues, right?
Yeah.
Hell of a player. Is this the Green Bay pick or is this the actual Raiders pick? Because this seems like this could have been. We may be doing this for the Raiders.
No.
That's true. It's a good point.
I love that. It may have been in the finer print of the trade. It might be.
What the? I don't.
Also,
I don't
I made this call. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
You did.
By the way, we got Ari Mayrov has immediately posted. He said Aaron Rodgers says live on the Pat McAfee show that he knew the Packers only had 6 wide receivers with first-round grades, and all of them were gone. They would go defense if that happened. He was aware.
Yeah, I like that pick. I don't understand why there was a discrepancy. That
also
they need a wide receiver.
New England with the most New England pick that's ever happened.
New England took a guard from Chattanooga.
Oh yeah, that's definitely.
It's a very strange pick, if I may.
And then Kansas City.
Nice.
All right, fellas, I gotta head out. I
Jeff.
appreciate you having me on, Thomas. I had a lot of fun, and appreciate meeting everybody that didn't already know.
All right,
Tell Ryan I'm
See you,
coming
Jeff.
for him.
I will do. All right,
Take
guys.
care. Enjoy Vegas.
Yeah, have a good night.
I'm doing the same. I just had a bunch of friends text me and said, "Hey, we're getting drunk because Washington makes no sense," and I agree with them. And it's very sad to be a Washington fan.
I'm
What do
sorry,
you think-
Chase.
Which form of Washington leadership makes less sense? Congress, Senate, the executive branch, or the commanders?
Canada. That's all I gotta say.
Oh, he's out.
He's so sad. I want to hug him. I want to hug him so bad.
So Aaron Rodgers is still talking on the McAfee show, and he said that Jameson Williams was his wide receiver 1 in the class.
Yeah,
But there was no
I
Justin
really like
Jefferson in
this.
this draft.
Yeah, I really like that secondary quote just because I grabbed Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, there's no Justin Jefferson in the class, apparently. Thanks, Aaron.
Oh my god. I gotta say, I'm happy with my team's draft here. Jacob doesn't really get to mention it because his team doesn't pick till next oh my god.
Yeah.
Carson
Whoa,
Wentz.
I can
You got
speak
Carson
English.
Wentz.
The AJ Brown. I have to thank him personally for the AJ Brown trade. Wow.
Mhm.
But in a roundabout way, it helps you because you got AJ Brown out of your division, and that was probably what the Colts were thinking all along.
Yeah, that was the plan. We
Probably
traded our
40
first round pick
chess.
to have AJ Brown taken away from the Titans.
Jacob, do I
that
have
is
to
a
make
good
you a
draft
new
for the-
banner?
Sorry?
Do I have to make you a new banner and remove AJ Brown from your banner?
Well, I want him in my banner, but I guess he needs an Eagles jersey now.
It's true. Well, good thing I only ever pick that Dolce Gabbana picture for you in every picture.
Oh yeah, he's not wearing a Titans jersey in my banner. You're right.
Yeah,
He's
true.
wearing well actually my banner for the playoffs is of Marcus Smart, but I will have my regular fantasy banner up once the Celtics playoffs are over.
Which at least they have that to look forward.
When they
Billy,
beat the Sixers in the Eastern
I couldn't hear anything you just said.
Oh shit, I was muted.
He's sad muting right now.
Jacob, I was asking if you're ready for this Bucks Celtics series, but that doesn't matter because I'm a Timberwolves fan now. We're already out. Wisconsin sports has jaded me.
Oh well, that's what you get for being proud of a team that calls themselves Cream City. So
Yeah, I gotta take this off. I'm gonna light on fire.
Yeah, so
why do you even have that?
Good day
It's
for
signed.
a good day for a Philly sports fan. Raptors just got pummeled by the Sixers. So Sixers moving to the next round. They're going to get the Heat. Then they're going to get the Celtics and lose.
Yeah, I'm kind of like a fake basketball fan, so I don't actually know if we can beat the Heat or not. You seem like
Good
you know
pick
what
by
you're
the
talking about.
Chiefs.
Can the Sixers pull it off?
I think they can. I mean, I don't know. I would probably pick the Heat in that series, but it wouldn't shock me.
the
if
only
Sixers win.
basketball I've watched in the last 15 years was from the dugout at a co-ed slow pitch beer league game when they won the championship. That's how much I give a shit about basketball. I'd rather hear this Kansas City Chiefs pick. Who was the pick in Kansas City?
The pick for Kansas City is Purdue defensive end George Karlaftis.
I like that pick.
Good value pick.
That is a very good
Broncos
value.
fan, I hate it, but is it yeah, it's good.
The rich get richer.
That's good.
Can we just? Oh, Nate.
I gotta go. I still haven't eaten dinner.
Oh, well, go eat dinner and come back.
But
You
thank
go eat
you
dinner
guys
and
for
come
having
back.
us. It's been a blast for having me.
Herm's leaving too.
I don't speak for the guy who's sitting. I can see his face. It's right there.
I love you, Herms. You're a wonderful human. Come back.
Dude, tell me about it.
Come
He's
come
the
back.
best.
Yeah.
I will come back. I promise.
There we go. That's what's up.
Thank
we
you
love
guys.
you, man. Thank you. See you later,
Y'all
Nate.
take care.
Adios.
See ya.
I think one of the things I'm most proud of is I said Nate's last name correctly this year. I didn't need him to literally enunciate it for me. Pole void it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I was gonna. Oh, now, do you guys think it's weird, like Matt, especially with your experience, obviously, with fantasy Twitter and how narratives get spun like a web? All these receivers are supposed to go at the end of the first round, and they went all in the middle of the first round, trade after trade after trade after trade. Was it the weirdest run of receivers, including the guys that were traded, right? Marquise and AJ. plus everyone trading up for wide receivers and going on that run when that was all supposed to happen at the end. Is this like the weirdest kind of receiver paradox you've seen in a while?
I mean, the trades definitely attitude. I mean, we've seen this coming leading up to the draft, watching some of the biggest names get moved. Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, these guys kind of going ahead of everything right now. We've seen the smoke with A.J. Brown, the rumors about him possibly getting traded at the draft. We heard that, and we don't even know, like Deebo Samuel's name, it was floated out there as well. So I'm not surprised by how things kind of broke down, because just like your fantasy football draft, if you're in a startup and whatever, if there's a run on wide receivers, you're probably better off to get in that run before it's too late. And I think a lot of these teams felt the same. Once they started going off early, there's about 5 wide receivers that you could justify. I don't think there's that bona fide number 1 wide receiver. I don't think the consensus was all there. And I think a lot of these teams had different wide receivers ranked in that top 5. Anyone who was their 5th wide receiver could have been the number 1 wide receiver on another team's board. So once those guys started going, I think teams felt the need that they needed to get in on this before they're stuck with Jahan Dotson later on. Now, that said, I do like Dotson. I'll be honest, I like Dotson. I think he has the best hands in this draft. So I think Chase's disappointment maybe is a little misdirected at this time. I mean, if you're going to be disappointed,
worst case scenario, that's all. I think that's all that was.
Yeah, so I think they felt that they needed to get in. A lot of people had a Drake London or a Garrett Wilson projected to Washington at pick number 11 when we started going into this whole process. So it shouldn't really surprise anybody that they took a top 6, top 7 wide receiver at that pick when they moved back and got some extra capital along the way.
I think that's the issue, is I think that, I mean, I'm sure Washington's draft board probably looks different than most people's draft board. Maybe they didn't see a big gap between Dotson. I think what's interesting is I wonder if they were always planning to take Dotson, because the way it reads, right, and we don't know, but the way it looks. I
like that, Matthew. Good call.
Like the way that it looks is they were picking at 11. They clearly wanted to add a wide receiver. They took one. They got 2 day 3 picks to move back 5 spots, and then promptly watched Olave and Williams go off the board. And then they end up reaching for a wide receiver that most people projected to go much later. It looks tough. But, you know, if they thought Dotson was on the same level as Olave and Williams, then it's fair enough. I don't think that he is. I think they would have been better off not trading back and simply taking Williams at that pick, but we'll see.
So here's the other thing. I think of this back to when the Raiders drafted Henry Ruggs. If that is your guy, if Dotson is your guy, like you just kind of point out as this being a possible option, it is much wiser to and more justifiable to drop back and get that guy rather than look like an idiot and take Ruggs before guys like Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb. Even if you believe that Ruggs is your guy, if you move back, it doesn't look as bad. Now, if they would have grabbed Garrett Wilson, fantastic. We'd be praising him to the nines right now, getting Wilson at 11 or grabbing Drake London at 11 or whoever that might have been. But by moving back, it kind of takes that public perception off them a little bit. Hey, we kind of got our top wide receiver. If we would have taken this guy at 11, we would have heard all about it. I mean, look at the reaction we're getting from a lot of Washington fans about getting Dotson where they got Dotson. Could you imagine they would have got him at 11 and done the same thing?
If they took him with Williams and Olave still on the board, that's just bad management. So if they truly did like Dotson more than those guys, then they did the right thing. I mean, I don't think they made the right pick, but I mean, if they were going to pick Dotson regardless, they did the right thing moving back. If they actually didn't like Dotson more than those guys, then I'm not really sure why they thought those guys would stay on the board for 5 more picks. And in that case, they got played. But if they like Dotson more than those guys, then yeah, fair enough. They got a couple of extra picks. They got the guy they would have taken anyway. You can't hate that.
So I just want to shout out Matthew, who asked earlier, and I missed it probably because I was doing that whole leaving and coming back thing because technology. Who is everyone's ats in Twitter and stuff? I have a list that I'm tweeting out, Matthew. So if you're following me or the @Dynasty Tilt account, you will see all of the ats, all of the names, and everyone who came in. Yeah. It's a big list. Like we could have had the thing that displayed it and whatever, but the screen was already elaborate with many bright faces and emotions. So I didn't want to bung the screen up anymore.
Interesting pick here, the Bengals. Do we want to wait on the audio or do we want to?
Nah, do it. I'll play the audio after. Go ahead.
Sounds good. So the Bengals take safety Daxton Hill out of Michigan.
Good pick.
And that leaves us with only the Vikings at 32. And barring a trade up, you would think this means that we will be looking at just Kenny Pickett in the first round.
Malik Willis.
When was the last time only one? When was the last time it was only one?
EJ Manuel. I think EJ Manuel,
Lucas?
2016.
2013, yeah, I think.
Yeah, 2013. Sorry, that's what I meant.
Right.
Yeah.
Lucas, when was the last time only one quarterback was
he's
taken?
saying the same thing I am.
Geno
He's saying
Smith.
Manuel.
That means Malik Willis is Geno Smith.
Yeah, I mean, it's at this point, like this is the dark age for fantasy rookie drafts because we had the 6 wide receivers go round 1, which that's nice, but those wide receivers were probably already going to all go round 1. I wouldn't say any of them got a fantastic landing spot. No Willis round 1, barring a trade up here. Nice landing spot on Pickett. That's fine, I guess, but didn't go that highly. No Hall round 1. And then the bigger issue is certainly we're going to see, I think, Pickens, Watson, and Sky Moore go off the board along with several other wide receivers tomorrow night. But none of them end up getting that golden landing spot in Green Bay or Kansas City. That means the guys that do get that landing spot might be another tier down. And I don't know how excited I would be about an Alec Pierce or a John Mechie or that type in there. So it's not good right now for fantasy
round 3.
Oh, I mean, I'd be pretty excited about that, but it's looking pretty disgusting right now for 2022 rookie drafts.
Yeah, and Tom already dipped out. Looks like we got Skyler here ready to come on in. I might be butchering that name. I think that's correct. But I think he's coming in. Coach Bruce should be joining in as well. So I'm going to add them in real quick before Tom gets back because his connection problems continue to plague us. Oh, and there's Bruce. It's perfect. We got them both. Come on in. How is everyone doing?
Gentlemen, what's going on?
Oh, sick.
Good. How we doing?
Yeah, we got the coach. Living strong. Bourbon Bowl.
Hey, don't mind me just sipping out of the bottle straight. You know what I mean? I can't do the coffee cups in the hotel room, so I gotta drink it straight.
Yeah, break it in. A little Basil Hayden.
A little toasted Basil Hayden. Good call.
Love to see it. Love to see it. How's
Another
everyone doing
bourbon
tonight?
connoisseur. I love it.
Yeah. How's everyone feeling?
Good. I'm ready to see Twitter blow Burks up even more.
So I talked about this a little bit earlier. Like, of the 6 wide receivers, I can certainly see a case for Burks being the best landing spot, but I wouldn't say it's a good one. Like, as an AJ Brown fan, like having your wide receiver be in the Tennessee offense with Tannehill and a commitment to running the ball as much as humanly possible is like a stone disaster. Like, it's not fun for the ceiling. I think it's good for the immediate floor because he's gonna have a lot of room for a target share, but they don't pass the ball. I don't like love it for Burks.
Yeah, I think
not
it's
KC.
pretty neutral. I think it's pretty neutral. It's good for the potential target share, but I think the ceiling is limited. I mean, we've been complaining about AJ Brown's situation for years. So like, he's not the player that AJ Brown is. Why would we think it's a great situation for him? It's good relative to the other rookies, probably for year one. I'd actually say that I think Drake London's landing spot is the best, and not because the Atlanta offense is good now, but because that's the team that's most likely to start from ground zero in a year and potentially bring in a good coach, bring in a top quarterback next year. Like, the Jets are probably stuck where they are for a year or two. The Titans were the 1 seed last year.
Yeah.
You know,
folks, the first round is over.
The AFC champion Cincinnati Bengals select Daxton Hill, defensive back, Michigan.
And Jacob, do you want to come with the final pick?
Yeah,
I just love hearing the crowd's reaction. That's my favorite.
Yeah. I honestly don't know how to pronounce this name, but it's Cine. Coach, you know all the defensive guys.
John Cena?
No.
I think it's
the safety from Georgia.
Kane?
Yeah. Lewis Cine.
So he goes 32 to the Vikings, and so the first round is over.
We just said 17 different pronunciations of his name, and every time Jacob went, yeah.
Well,
I'm just saying that's the dude. I don't know. There's a guy, safety CINE for the Vikings. That's the guy.
I was out, but I love seeing Buffalo when I come back in from The Office. I think is that what I'm seeing?
We don't need to worry about all that.
You're an absolute stud. Always, never not working. And then obviously, Coach, from I'm going to say hotel room.
Yes.
Because you're on the move and you're also never not working. So no, it's great. I love seeing you guys. I'm happy everyone could make it. It's great. The first round is over. And now comes the question everyone's wanted to know.
How do we pronounce his last name?
How do we pronounce the last name? And the rookie drafts are now screwed, right? Like rookie drafts are now they're absolutely 100%.
Oh God.
Like the 102 took the biggest hit proportionally speaking, I think, in value. Like I don't know how you pick a player at 102 at this point. Like I would feel so disgusting.
I moved right before the draft started. I moved 102 and Albert O for Debo in the 108 in a league. Feeling pretty damn good.
Nice work.
Buffalo.
Hey, that wasn't a league that I'm in with you, was it, Skylar?
I don't.
Just tell me it wasn't what I'm in.
Just got warm in here.
So who do you think? So who would you take at 102? I have a feeling if we go around the horn, how do we have? We have 8 people here. I'm gonna ask everyone who they would take at the 102, assuming that Breece Hall would be your 101, and I'm gonna guess that we get at least 4 different answers. So
okay.
I'll start top left on my screen. Billy, who's your 102 right now? You have the right to change your mind tomorrow, but if you had to take it
great.
right now.
That's all I wanted to say.
You have an out. You have an out.
As of right now, as disgusted as I am to say it, my 102 is Kenny Pickett.
Okay.
Wow.
Lucas.
Oh, that's gross. I think right now, honestly,
it's going to change.
He's going to fire you, Lucas. He's going to get really too drunk with power and liquor.
You know, I've made so much fun of George Pickens at this point, and I'm still not out of the Discord yet. So I think I'm okay to make fun of Kenny Pickett a little bit.
Fair.
But I think Wilson right now is my 102.
Okay.
Wilson.
All right. So we got a Pickett. We got a Wilson. Tom, who's your 102?
It's London. It's London for me. It's for sure. He was
3
my
different
102.
names.
He was my 102. He was 102 before the draft, so now he's my 102 officially.
So we got 3 different names and 3 different people. Matt, are we making it 4 different names?
You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. Rookie mistake.
Come on, dingus.
You know what? I'm good for that at least once a show, so that's pretty much on par for me.
Me too.
That's
He
a
got
better
out
move,
at the
really.
end.
It's a host
So
thing.
I'm going to make it 4 for 4 here because I really do believe Kenneth Walker is still the 102 here when it's all said and done. I'd be interested to see where he lands. I mean, you got the Texans, possibly maybe they like him more than Breece Hall. We don't know. Seattle, they're up early tomorrow as well. So I mean, there's some good spots for him.
Fair enough. Fantasy Freezer, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go Drake London. I can't make it 5 for 5. I gotta take the same answer. I think it's the right answer. I think it's a kind of an AJ Brown situation where Marcus Mariota is the quarterback and everything looks bleak, but the tides can change quickly, and I think he's the best wide receiver in the draft.
First name has been repeated twice. Skylar, who you got?
I have Garrett Wilson, but London is damn as close as you can get.
Okay, we got 2 Wilsons, 2 Londons, 3 other names. Coach.
So I'm still going to go with talent over situation. I still go Garrett Wilson in New York.
All right,
So,
I'm gonna.
But my 1A would be Kenneth Walker still because I still believe in the talent. So
Okay, close enough. And I'm gonna go with Drake London, so I'll tie that up 3-3. But yeah, I mean, we see the 2 top wide receivers, London and Wilson, getting a lot of love. We're seeing some Pickett, we're seeing some Walker. I think all those are fair. I think we see some drafts where Burks goes at the 102. You know, so I think we could see easily 5 different takes on who the 102 is. It's not a place you want to pick right now.
Yeah, the key is that none of those players are actually worth the 102.
So are we trading like 102 for Hollywood Brown in Arizona now? Is that like
God, maybe.
I like it,
No, you guys are laughing, but actually, what? Like, actually, though, like you guys are laughing.
That's why I'm asking.
But Hollywood Brown, I mean,
I like
he's
the fit.
a 25% target share player who's now playing with his college quarterback who just got traded for a round 1 pick, and he's now getting a team that passes 100 times more per game. Like, I think that, so I wouldn't do that, but I also don't think it's insane. Like, and that says a lot about the issue with the 102 right now.
Hold on. Coach, did you just skip past the glass casually?
Tom,
you missed that part. You must have been in and out.
Here.
I jumped on the stream earlier. Every time you brought a guest on, you had to disappear for a second, some technical difficulties. And I shared that. I said, hey, I'm not going to use a hotel coffee cup for my bourbon because I respect the bourbon. You know what I'm saying? So I'm drinking straight from the bottle, bro.
You're cold-blooded.
I'm not a big Basil Hayden guy, but I had to try the toasted.
I'm going to admit something else that I'm a little embarrassed about live on this show right now. I thought for the longest time, Buffalo, your name was Schuler. The enunciation of that, because I've only ever called you Buffalo.
This is fair. I was like, you've known me too long for this.
I know, but I've only ever referred to you as
You've
Buffalo.
been on my show, Thomas.
Yeah, and I referred to you as Buffalo on your show.
That's fair. I think that's completely
Can I
fair.
add to that, Tom?
What's that?
The only reason why I know how to pronounce it is because I was fortunate enough to meet him at the expo last year. And him and I had talked prior to that. When I met him at the expo, I'm like,
see?
no shit, that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
I watched Hamilton.
I'm like, Schuyler.
There you go.
I'm thinking in my head. But
I'm actually, it is named after General Philip Schuyler, who is the father to the Schuyler sisters in that musical.
Look at that. My admission to enunciation problems led us to a great nugget on that one for sure.
Yeah, it's a Dutch name. It's the spelling. Yeah, he was the governor of New York. He fought in the Revolutionary War. My father was a American Revolutionary War concentration history major before he went to law school. So that's where the name came from.
Man, I love it. I love it.
How do we follow up with that? Like my father.
You can't. Like you kind of
share that,
can't. You kind of can't. But I do.
No.
I mean, I lost money today. Shocker to everyone. On Brees Hall not going in round 1, Ritter not going to the Seahawks, Willis not being drafted in the first round. I think a lot of people lost a lot of money on that. I mean, I just want to ask for our gambling people in the room what the biggest win was of their evening, because I love that. So I don't know, Billy, you did not place props because you can't.
I also cannot.
Damn restrictions.
I'm also not allowed to.
You definitely cannot.
Especially where I am.
Yeah, exactly.
I am very happy. For the longest time, I was harping Kenny Pickett first QB off the board. Did not expect him to be the only QB off the board.
God, that's
that's rough.
So you know what's funny is I took him. I had Kenny Pickett at 6, and I had Kenny Pickett top 10 pick. I didn't have Kenny Pickett first QB off the board, and I didn't select him for first round. And I should have done that, but I am a noob. So that's what's up. Matt, any big gambling winnings for you this evening, or you played it cool?
I played it cool. I mean, with the Raiders, the biggest win for me was the Raiders not having a bust in the first round. So, yay, let's go.
It's hard to have a bust when you get Devontae Adams. It's very true. Jacob, your biggest win of the day, was it still the one from earlier?
My biggest win, my biggest bet was Hutch at 2. Once we started hearing some Walker buzz, and that one cashed, so that was good. And then pretty much as soon as the AJ Brown trade happened, I just got sad for the rest of the night. So the win came early and was fleeting. I guess it's a win for all my Hollywood Brown shares. That's a win.
Yes,
also
a lot of
drink a bunch of tomato juice.
Yeah, a lot of people missed out on Gardner as first corner off the board.
Yes, that's absolutely true.
I actually had Stingley first corner off the board once we got the Houston buzz. So basically the first 3 picks for me, awesome financially, and then it went downhill. But the first 3 was great.
And the rest were down in the aggregate. Paul, how about yourself? Big wins today, or are you just still riding the AJ Brown wave?
I'm in the opposite boat as Jacob. I was bored at the beginning because I didn't place any bets, and then I got happy when the AJ Brown trade happened.
Oh, there we go.
I'm still riding that high. I didn't put anything on the draft, but I'm definitely happy that the Eagles seem to have made some good choices for once.
Coach, your favorite part of this draft and your biggest win if you bet today.
I cannot bet through Underdog, unfortunately, because I live in Arizona, so we're not allowed to. So that's what probably my biggest loss at the same time. But I'll also couple that with the draft and say that Dallas Cowboys going Tyler Smith over Jermaine Johnson when he's on the board is probably my biggest loss.
You fell, man.
That was rough.
Yeah, what did you think of the Johnson thing?
I just want to shout this out for Matthew.
There's got to be a character flaw or something's going to come out, because for Jermaine Johnson to fall as far as he did, I thought was very odd.
Yeah.
The interesting thing with
there was hype he was going like 4.
Yeah. I mean, that's the fascinating thing is that, right, the Jets were the team that were tied to him most as a top 10 pick. And that clearly was not nothing, because they did trade all the way back in and get him. So they clearly did actually like him. Obviously not as much as they liked Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner. But yeah, fascinating for a team that presumably may have actually considered him in the top 10. I mean, how jacked do you think the New York Jets front office is right now that they got a guy who, by all accounts, they were considering drafting 10th overall. They end up getting him at 26. They've got to be elated.
Well, the Jets finally had a great draft period. I just want to shout out Matthew, who's been here. Like I said, first comment was at like 12:45 this afternoon, and he has been here all evening. So mad love. Won $2,100 off a $300 bet for London wide receiver. Wide receiver 1, Wilson at wide receiver 2 at 600. You nailed it.
Nice.
Well, absolutely well done.
No, the Jets had the first thing in the first, because I don't think they were expecting Sauce to be there at 4. They might have considered wide receiver or offensive line at 4, and once they took Sauce at 10, they might have gone offensive line, but with Cross going at 9, I think it made their decision pretty easy.
I wonder if they legitimately just thought Sauce is going to the Texans and Wilson's going to the Falcons, and they're
I don't know about Wilson, but I think they definitely thought Sauce was going at 3. Just how off the script they went at 4, and then with Kayvon at 5, it kind of pushed the 2 Akawu and Neal back a couple picks from where people were expecting. So that indicates to me that they weren't predicting that to happen.
It feels like they just took value all around.
Yeah.
Just to have another tweet in from our guy Ari. Ravens GM Eric DaCosta just told reporters Marquise Brown requested a trade after the season ended and called it a complicated topic. So make it out what you will.
Ooh.
Can I just say that I love the fact he kept it in-house? Didn't go on.
I mean, good for them.
Those dudes.
That's what they do. They always do that. And that's not surprising to me, because he had been complaining about, this 2 years in a row where he was complaining about his usage, and then the end of the year, his usage where he was basically, being used as a tight end, really, but who's to blame? It's Josh Johnson and Huntley. But I think I saw this coming again. I think he wanted the money was another thing, and they were never going to pay him. And then again, I still blame Christian Kirk, but whatever.
Christian Kirk got off.
He's retiring to be a him and Kyler Murray are going to start a streaming team. That's 1,000% what's coming.
What do you think? So all these wide receiver moves, the 6 wide receivers that went in a 9-pick span, Devontae Adams trade, Tyreek Hill trade, AJ Brown trade, Hollywood Brown trade. How many of those do you think would not have occurred if Christian Kirk didn't sign for $84 million?
Half.
More than half, probably 75%.
I think Adams was still gone. It seems like he really wanted to play with Carr in Vegas. I think he was gone. Man, I think Brown was gone. Marquise was gone. If it was really after the end of the year, I think Tyreek Hill is still a Chief. I actually think AJ Brown might have still been gone.
I actually think all of it still happens, because Christian Kirk wasn't actually the ripple effect. It was Jamar Chase going at 5, and then the Bengals making the Super Bowl because of it.
I wouldn't go with that. I think paying Christian Kirk that money and every stud going, why is he getting that money?
But he's not actually making that much money. Like, surely their agents know how to read his contract. It's not $84 million. Like, that's not.
So I think it's both. I think it's a bit of both. I think that it's the 2 teams that made the Super Bowl being, well, actually, I think it's a few things that happened this season. What did we see this season? We saw the two teams that made the Super Bowl were the Rams, the Bengals. Those were two teams that made aggressive moves to play 11 personnel with three really strong wide receivers.
Okay, fair.
Right? Building in wide receiver depth. It really took off this year, the term that wide receiver is a weak link position. It used to always be seen as a strong link position where you want to have your alpha guy that you throw to. And the notion of wide receiver as a weak link position where you're only as strong as your wide receiver 3 and these 11 personnel offenses really took off this year. You then see teams like the Chiefs getting slowed down in these cover 2 schemes, and people are pointing to, well, the Chiefs don't have a third guy. It's just Hill and it's Kelsey. They don't have any third guy. And I think that notion that all these teams that used to think, I just have to have my wide receiver 1 and a secondary guy, to people thinking I need to have 3 guys, I think that caused some of the free agent spending. I think that caused some of what we saw in the draft. But then also, when you do see Kirk get the kind of money that he gets, I mean, I don't think it's not real. Like AJ Brown and Debo have been tweeting at each other all offseason about how much money they should be making based on these mediocre wide receivers getting these contracts. Like, I definitely think that AJ went to the Titans and said, yeah, you see that $84 million, whether it's $84 million or not. Yeah, I'm going to not sign for less than 100. Thanks very much. Like I do buy that.
Yeah. I think Terrell Owens would be in his diva prime right now if he was playing with, the chips that he kind of brought to the table himself. Like this is his. You know what? I'm dating it all the way back to Terrell Owens. I'm blaming him.
I think the importance of the position definitely gives you the leverage, but I think the eye-opening thing to a lot of receivers is the pure money. The last round of extensions with like the Hopkins, I think Tyreek's last contract, like Stephon Diggs' last contract, they were what 50 to 75% of what even like Kirk or players in that territory's contracts are now. Even 3 tiers down, like the Zay Jones, are within a couple million of where like a guy like Diggs' last contract was. So I think it definitely sticks out to all of those guys who've been around for a minute, that they're like, okay, this is my payday. I'm 27 to 29 years old. We got to make this happen now. And the sense of urgency, I think, is justified just given the nature of football.
Also, according to Ari Meyerov, Titans GM John Robinson told reporters that the situation with A.J. Brown got to the point where it was difficult to get an extension done, and the gap was big, according to Mike Vrabel. So they had to trade.
I don't disagree with the teams. I mean, I don't know if it always helps you to sit there and look at a 4-year, $100 million or $520 million extension for one player.
Yeah, I don't know. I personally, that's the one. I mean, they get good compensation out of it, and you open up a ceiling, right? Like it's interesting. You look at what happened with the Vikings, and obviously they came out way on the better end because they end up getting an elite player. Turns out even probably a better player, and they're paying way less for it. But I mean, there's definitely another world where Burks just isn't very good, and then you move to AJ Brown. I mean, I guess the question is the problem with the Titans is that they're paying franchise quarterback money for Ryan Tannehill. Like that's the root of their issues. It's one thing to say we're cap strapped because we're paying a franchise quarterback if your franchise quarterback is a franchise quarterback, but if you're trying to trade out of elite wide receivers because you're paying a bunch of money to a mediocre quarterback and a 28-year-old running back, it becomes less ideal.
I mean, the Vikings did do the same thing with the same issue that you're talking about. It did work out for them, but it also kind of fell into their lap. I mean, they didn't expect Jefferson to be there at that pick. And also, you couldn't have predicted, even if he would hit at the level that he had.
Yeah, like if Treylon Burks becomes the best wide receiver in the NFL, it's a great trade. I've seen that take where people say like
if he's like Randy Moss, I think they made a profit.
Well, no, it's just like I've seen people make that trade where people make that claim where it's like the Bills-Vikings. Like someone said that the Bills-Vikings trade for the Bills is one of the worst trades like in NFL history, and that was a clown comment to me. Like they traded
might be the most equal trade of all time.
Yeah, like the Vikings got the better end of it, it turns out, but they also accepted all the risk, right? Like, we can't be that. No one can be that hindsight biased and say that they knew Justin Jefferson would become possibly the best wide receiver in the NFL. It's silliness, right? Like, what happens if they ended up drafting Rager in that slot? Well, then it looks.
See, if you went to Brandon Beane and you asked in hindsight if you knew you had Jefferson, would you make that trade? He probably still says no. I mean, you saw that the impact that Diggs had right away to that team. How much the team has improved since that deal. I think you don't play at any risks. You don't know how he's going to gel with the team. You don't know how Jefferson progresses there. You know where his head's at. I think they're pleased with it. I think Minnesota's obviously pleased with it. I don't know how you can trash either side. It worked out. It's a rare case where it is a win-win, at least in my opinion, even looking back.
Yeah. So back in 2015, out of the top 40 contracts in the NFL, only 2 of them belong to wide receivers. And now going into 2022, 10 of the top 40 contracts in the NFL belong to wide receivers.
Wow.
That's
there you go.
crazy. Lucas, I got to tell you. Yeah,
I got a question
you
for
got
the
some
coach.
competition. Okay.
So Coach Bruce, as everybody knows, maybe they don't, but if they don't know somehow, he's a Cowboys fan. Spoiler alert. How terrified are you of the Philadelphia Eagles?
Very. I think the reality is, and to hit on your point from earlier, I think so much of offensive scheme now is you've got to have 2 or 3 guys that threaten coverage, right? To put somebody in conflict. And I think what the Eagles are doing and what they're building is, first of all, getting Jordan Davis. They're already good enough on the interior line against the run. So getting Jordan Davis.
That you did that.
Oh, it was huge.
Drafted Davis.
Yeah, and then you get AJ Brown on top of that. Now I will say this. AJ Brown's in a contract year. He's got a year left. You got to know that's part of the deal, and they understood that. There's probably something getting worked out, I believe, before
they already did.
He probably re-signs. But if you ask me who's going to win the NFC East right now, I'd say Philadelphia.
Wait, didn't AJ Brown already
I
re-sign?
agree with the Cowboys fan.
Yeah, AJ Brown signed an extension with the Eagles already.
Yeah, it's already done. The deal's done.
Oh, that's right. You're right.
For AJ Brown. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I'm pretty sure we're not in like a time warp here. And he signed.
What's frustrating about the whole thing, going back to Jake's point from earlier, and I think Tom hit on this too, is now I think you have to have, like with Cincinnati, you've got T. Higgins and you've got Jamar Chase, you go Buffalo, you've got Stephon Diggs, you got Dawson Knox, you've got Gabriel Davis stepping up. You've got to be a team that has 2 to 3 guys that threaten coverage, because like with Kansas City, you could roll coverage to Tyreek Hill and then try to take away Travis Kelce. And I think you're starting to see the offense, why you're seeing wide receiver contracts go the way they are. It used to be defense wins championships. It's all about scoring points, man. Team that scores
receivers win championships now. This is Jacob's dream. This is Jacob's dream. Receivers win championships.
As a wide receiver guy, man, I'm all for it.
Yeah, 100%. Hey, folks, I'm just getting word here from Trav. The True North gentlemen are awaiting their post draft show on us. He's just let me know. So at almost 4.5 hours, we've reached our time. That's our program. Shout out, all love to everyone. Paul, you've been here for a while. I love it.
Paul's just ask me to leave at any time. You really
after the AJ Brown trade, dude. The best part about our the people that we've met and come through with this. Again, this is our second year doing a live one of these. Is every single person is welcome to stay to the. If we could make it happen, I would have everybody here the entire time, because it's just an amazing group of people. Even with the city that I live in trying to storm its way into the ground and make sure this couldn't happen, and my GPU in my computer trying to burn out while the show is going on, I still couldn't have asked for a better group of people to pop by. It's just phenomenal. And I mean, yeah, I can't speak enough about we gave some stuff away. We got some comments to go through to give away a championship belt. I think we're going to announce that tomorrow. We are doing a show tomorrow. We are doing the second round. It'll be myself, Lucas, Tom Lee, Billy, and Jacob are popping in. I believe Andy Starr, the other member of the Full Tilt Dynasty podcast, is doing that one as well, with a few other guests popping on that one. Should be an interesting second round, maybe more than one quarterback. But I want everyone's last word on the draft. I'm going to start with Coach. Everyone's last word on the draft before we get out of here.
I'll go back to what I said earlier. Jets absolutely won the draft. I'm shocked that Kenny Pickett's the only quarterback to go, and I'm not. He was my QB4. I'm not as high in Pickett as some others are. It's got nothing to do with his hand size, so I'll just throw that in there. But hey, appreciate you guys having me on, man. For a 48-year-old old ball coach, man, this was a blast, and appreciate you guys.
Appreciate you coming on.
40's the new 20, coach. Just remember
That's
that.
right, baby. That's right.
100%. I want to go Buffalo from, deep in the heart of never not working. Your thoughts on this draft as we get out of here. And again, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thoughts are, I am pleased that I elected to not go down and be right in the middle of the chaos. It is right down the road from me. But I decided maybe I'll do that day 2 or day 3. I wanted to enjoy actually seeing these picks come in and to be able to hop in here with you guys. So I decided to stay in the office. Draft was a blast. I think the landscape of the league is changing, the way things are done. Power of the players, everything seems a little bit different. So it's interesting times.
I love that, man. And I love that you're right there. Like I love that you just get to see, you're in Vegas, you're getting to watch it, the excitement, everything. I wish I could be there. I really do. Paul, another guest, you hopped. This is the first time we've seen you on Full Tilt, and you had yourself a hell of an evening. I know Maddie, Full Tilt Maddie, who runs our social medias and does research for us, also an Eagles fan, equally excited in the Discord. How are you feeling? What are your final words for the draft?
Well, I'm feeling great. Thanks, you guys, for having me on. It was a lot of fun. Great to talk draft and talk Eagles. Obviously, feeling great about my team. Feeling great about this upcoming season. I'm very sad about Malik Willis. I'm not as sad as my friend who went to Liberty, who placed an amount of money. I'm not totally sure how much. He placed an amount of money on Malik Willis as the first overall pick in the draft. Not a wise decision.
At least he got over that real fast.
He bets with his heart and not with his head. But hopefully it wasn't too much.
Think how much more
I didn't hear who your team was. Who's your team?
I'm an Eagles fan. So we are diametrically opposed in this one. I appreciated your kind words about the Eagles. I think we'll have some tough games this year. But yeah, the draft. I think rookie picks have taken a hit tonight, but it was a heck of an experience. It was a lot of fun to see all the action. So I'm excited for tomorrow too.
Love that, man. Tomorrow's going to be a great time. Lucas, your first real official appearance since joining the team here with your video editing and cut up abilities here. How did you feel not only about your first appearance, your first real day on the job, if you would, and then the draft that you didn't get to make a pick for because the Broncos have Wilson?
Yeah, great job.
First day. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Holy cow. I don't think any of us actually expected for this much madness to happen. Maybe we should have, because no one really knew anything about what was going to happen going into this draft. But my key takeaway so far is just I'm really happy. It seems like bad teams are learning that a quarterback doesn't solve all your problems, or a flawed rookie quarterback doesn't solve all of your problems. I'm not a Panthers fan, but I really would have liked to have seen them trade down, because that is a long way to go just for an offensive tackle. And then you're waiting 3 more rounds before your next pick. That's really tough. I'm glad the Falcons didn't try to start their rebuild off with a quarterback. They're actually getting weapons to then give a quarterback in 2023. And I'm just really excited to see Wan'Dale Robinson drafted to the Ravens tomorrow. That is going to be so good.
You're fired. You're so fired.
Oh, it's not Tony Wallace season.
I'm so fired.
James Crochet season.
There's fewer things.
Don't tell the Devin Duvernay fans that.
There's a lot.
I'm sorry,
it's too bad they cut Miles Boykin. He could have been Miles Boykin season.
They're gonna take someone in the 7th round that'll be better than Miles.
It's still Boykin season.
Billy, I know you're half asleep.
In the 8th round is better than Miles Boykin.
Billy, I know you're half asleep and you have to work tomorrow. You've been an absolute champion, a hero with bitter disappointment every step of the way as a Packers fan. The last 3 years we've done this show now, you've been left disappointed. But your final takeaway of the draft before you turn right around, walk to that bed, and pass out.
Paul was talking a lot about rookie drafts being devalued. I'm going to push a little bit back on that, and I think the 106 and the 102 are now the exact same pick. Like, that's what it feels like right now. It feels like if you have a favorite guy in that group, you're probably going to be able to get in. But yeah, that's going to be my takeaway from the draft. The Packers are upsetting, but none of the wide receivers went off since the pick 22. So maybe they're going to do something tomorrow. God, I hope so. I really want to see them take a wide receiver of some kind. You can't convince me it's going to be Sammy Watkins. So we're going to see what happens.
You could also convince yourself it's Lazard or Tunyon.
Yeah, that's great. Hey man, that was fun.
He's gone. He's out. In all seriousness, Robert Tunyon was free at points of the offseason. So
yeah, I agree. Jacob,
I have so many shares.
I know right. I like all players who are absolutely free, so that works for me.
I think it's a good price for Tunyon,
Jacob. A takeaway from the draft tonight.
Yeah, I mean, rookie drafts got worse. I think it got worse in two specific areas. Basically, you take Malik Willis right out of that 102 chair, and now all of a sudden we're in the abyss, basically, right at the 102. And that's pretty wild because we're talking about a guy as the locked-in 101 that has not been drafted yet. So that tells you everything you need to know, actually, about the rookie drafts, is that we're saying there's a teardrop after a player who is yet to be drafted. So, yeah, it comes right at the beginning, and then I thought the one redeeming factor is when we got to 16 and all these wide receivers were flying off the board, it looked like we're going to get some of the second-tier guys going to those awesome landing spots, and that even if we lost some value off the top of the draft, we'd stretch out deep into the late first, early second. That ends up not happening. And I mean, I'm not scared of draft capital being an issue for those guys. I'm sure they go early to mid round 2, but yeah, I think now it's pretty much just everybody's taking a hit at all points of the draft, and people got to try and figure out where their tier breaks are.
Yeah, I always expect you to have like a quick last take, and then I realize that you're a supercomputer and that it'll always be a meticulously well thought out last take. I always forget that. That's my.
Well, no, it's true. I mean, if there were the 4 or 5 QBs and people were projecting which they thought was going to go in the first round, their ADP kind of pushes some of these position players back to the mid second, and those players are going to jump them in drafts now. Right. So where you were thinking if your tier break was at 203, 204, that could very well be at the 111, 112 come your draft in a week. So if you have any early seconds and you can still extract some value from them, that's definitely a move I would look to entertain.
Can I give you my one piece of copium, Tom?
Please.
Look, I mean, everybody knows AJ Brown's my favorite player. I'm happy for him if he's happy in Philly. I think that they're going to have a really, really strong team for a long time. So I'm happy for him as a human. But and I'm happy that he got $100 million. I'm sure he enjoys that.
Yes. Get that bag.
If there's a slight silver lining in fantasy, it's that, like, tons of target competition. That being said, the Eagles came out last year. Everybody remembers, I think, they tried to throw the crap out of the ball for the first 6 weeks. It was not working. They didn't have the personnel for it. And they became really, really run heavy over the last portion of the year. I think you go trade for AJ Brown. We know philosophically, this isn't a Mike Vrabel team. They're not philosophically tied to establishing the run. I think this year they probably give Hurts a chance to sling it. And then either he is up to the occasion or they find someone who will be, and potentially through increased pass volume, you can get to see an opportunity for guys like Brown and Smith and Goddard to do what they can do. But definitely a big drop in value for all those guys.
I sure hope so, because they were. I sure hope so. And they were what, 31st in targets to the wide receiver last season. And if you have in consensus, if AJ Brown and Devonta Smith are both top 18 dynasty wide receivers, I don't see how that happens if the current volume situation sticks. So you'd have to expect some kind of a change, or we probably need to reevaluate where we have both these players in our rankings.
Yeah. I mean, they were a plus pass rate over expectation team the first 6 weeks, but probably the problem is even if Hurts improves, like, he's still going to take a lot of rushing attempts. I think, unfortunately, I hate to say this because I love Jalen Hurts, but the best case scenario if you have Brown or Smith or Goddard is probably that Hurts flops and they end up replacing him in 2023.
Yeah, I agree. Look, I got a couple quick takeaways here. Look, I'm definitely happier to have 101 and 102 than I am happy to have 106, 107, 108. I feel like this draft is for Superflex rookie drafts is now single QB draft style. And you're hoping and praying. And my other take, it's kind of the real life kind of take to this is I loved seeing so many teams set themselves up for good drafts and then executing those good drafts. The Jets set themselves up with draft capital to do good things, and they did great things. The Giants went out and got themselves a coach and a plan, it seems like, and they went and executed those things.
Sorry, everyone.
It's all good. Other great teams. Baltimore did the right things and right by them and right by Marquise, who wanted out. Like good teams did well, obviously, but we expected bad teams to shit the bed. And this year it felt different. It felt like there was more hope out of this draft, even though that for fantasy purposes and why we all play the game and why we're really here, it wasn't so great. But overall, just for football's sake, I think the product got better today more than it did get worse. And I think that's good for everybody. I really hate that the Eagles jumped ahead to take Davis. That one really sucked. But Kyle Hamilton, I mean, Marcus Williams and Kyle Hamilton, I'm stoked. I'm going to be ordering a jersey right away. It's for sure happening. When I leave here.
Name a more Ravens player than Hamilton, no?
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, my gosh.
His name's Jordan Davis, but I'm not going to dwell over that too much. I'm going to cry a little bit tonight, but that's between me and my wife. Look, I just want to say we are so happy to be partnered up with the True North fantasy group now. They are partners. We're partners. You can find the site launch today. TrueNorthFFB.com/full-tilt. You'll get all of our content on there. So we are officially True Northers now. Canadian brands linking up. We're bringing a little international flavor with Tom Lee in Australia and our friends in the States. We couldn't be happier with how we progressed. We made it a full year. We're back, but now it's over. The end is nigh. It's here, but we're back tomorrow again with more drafts. And I guess my day tomorrow starts with Front Yard Fantasy. Can't wait for that. No idea what the hell we're going to talk about. Probably receiver. So, Jacob, I'm stealing all of your takes and all of your information and making myself sound super smart. I want to remind everybody that clear eyes and full hearts can never lose, that your best days, goddamn, they're always spent tilting. What a fun time. Good night, everybody.